So mark that down. 10 o'clock, we'll get that. There are a few Fed speakers coming through today as well. I think the first one is, well, pre-market we had a couple, and then Waller coming up at 9:35 this morning. So we'll watch out for comments from Fed's Waller. Yeah, it was downside right out of the gate yesterday. Really not much of a bounce the entire day. We did try midday, but then that heavy selling came back in right through to the close yesterday. So here we are, a little bit higher pre-market, 0.25%. Basically for both the NASDAQ and the S&P to get going here on a Friday. So we'll see. I mean, worst day for the Dow since March, so it wasn't nothing. But as you said before we came on here, a little bit of profit taking probably.
Yeah, 400 points, Brendo, from the top of the NQ to the bottom there yesterday. 19,000 and a quarter was the top. 18,6 and a quarter was the bottom. 400 points worth of range yesterday, and we all saw what the Mag 7 did. Lots to talk about today. Apple getting a nod from Wedbush as well. Tesla slashing some production for the Model Y at the Shanghai facility. So lots to talk about.
Yeah, I think it was more, I read a couple of different notes on that. I think it was more the data that they found suggested that production was down that much. So it was maybe a little bit after the fact, but not like Tesla to not come out and actually say that that was happening. The other big thing, obviously, crypto. Some rules and regulations getting adjusted yesterday, paving the way for these Ethereum ETFs. That's a daily chart? Yeah, daily chart of ETH. Back downside a little bit here, a bit of the sell the news kind of event, 2% right now for Ethereum, guys, on a Friday. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Like yesterday, it was like a sea of red. Like every single sector was down except for SMH, which was only up because of NVIDIA, and wheat. Wheat was up like 0.5%. Like there was a huge, basically sell-off. It was like an everywhere sell-off. Nobody was unaffected by it. Well, no sector was unaffected by it. And then you had like this, NVIDIA just shining brightly, holding up like 9%. So I think today you're still going to have the chips in play. Like ETH isn't really moving that much. Obviously, applications are going to go ahead. So even though there isn't a ton of movement, remember it rallied a lot going into this. So the crypto names are going to be in play. I mean, so many things dip down into significant support levels. Coinbase could be one of them as well. There's a lot to get to. DraftKings had news in the afternoon. That's at a key price level. Going to have that on the radar. So, pick your flavor, because with the dips that we got, I mean, Tesla came right back into support that's been there all of last week. Meta dipped back into support that's been there all of the entire month, around $460. It should be a pretty interesting day. Whether or not we get the same fireworks, like literally everything down, remains to be seen. I think you can have some nice bounces and rallies given the way that we had a sell-off so deep.
Yeah, it's nice to see NVIDIA back to where we're at here now, 10,000. 1050. I'm going to keep saying that. Hold on, I'm going to move this over again.
Because it's going to 10,000.
I got to save my layout here because I got to move this over. All right, so yeah, look at this 1025 area. I just, we get real excited. And I was speaking with Marissa last night, and she said that I have to go in sim mode for the first 30 minutes. So I might have to do that. We won't do that. 1030, 1035, just thinking that if we could be patient enough to wait for the best trades, I think we could make them every day. So let's just wait to see if we get some dip buys into there. We'll wait to see if we can get something in and around 1030 maybe, but I like this name. I mean, look at it just continuing to go. I don't see any reason to sell this name. We got everything we wanted yesterday, and the market rallied with it. Obviously, we had that pullback. I mean, the whole market went, but then it had a really nice recovery to be up 9% or something by the time that it was all said and done, closing in and around this 1040, so up to 1050 again. I would think that this is an area, 1060, 1063, that we'd be interested in, and that if the market is strong, I think that that's a break long there. So I don't know. Let's wait on breakouts, but I think for now this dip is important to get to. If we can get down to 1025, I think you have to be there. And then AMD yesterday, everything was fine until the market opened. And, AMD was upside 172. And it's like, we're above the 50 period. We're starting to go, this and that. Oh, yeah, by the way, I don't know if you can tell by my voice, but we won yesterday. 4-1 now.
Holla.
Yeah, man, another nail biter. I said to the kids, I said, do you know what a nail biter is? And they're like, no. Somebody like, no. I was like, I said, it means it was a close game. It was like 4-1, and then I brought in, I had this pitcher that was cooking, and he already did his 2 innings. He could have definitely gone in another inning, though, because you can only do 65 pitches over 4 days. Yeah. So we play again on Sunday, and I wasn't going to play him. But then there was this one guy that's been so amazing. He's an awesome guy, and it's his first year. And I put him in the 6th inning to close it out. And he was on the board, and he's like, all right. He's getting all pumped up, because last game I had him in there as well, but we didn't make it to 6 innings. There was a time restriction. So he's in there, he's like, all right, Romano's getting ready. This is what he's saying to me. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't even really want to put him in because my other guy's cooking. Anyways, he went in there, he gave up a run. I went down to the mound, settled him down, and then he got out of it, and we won, I think, 6-3 or something like that.
Locked it down.
He locked it down.
What is get the music going when he walks in for?
That's what Gia said. Gia said, I can't believe he said that he was Romano. He didn't play any music. There was no fireworks. There was no this and that.
That's not okay. You could get like a speaker, play.
Yeah, we should. Now,
I've seen
for warm-up music, yeah, but I don't want to just do it for one kid. These kids are 9, 10 years old. Like, what kind of pressure is that?
Or they could get their maybe the walk-up music
walk-up
when they
music,
hit too.
yeah. So for that,
that's it. Yeah, walk-up music.
For the rep team, which we have tonight, we have walk-up music for that. So look at this market, by the way. I don't know. I mean, the NASDAQ just went ham right here. So I don't know. I mean, up 40 points straight to the upside right now. So. Wow, we're writing down some levels here on the NASDAQ, but we may be getting going here. If you don't, it appears like if you don't buy the dip that day, then you've missed the dip.
The next day is always.
Yeah, it's like it always battles back. Everything seems to battle back. All right, we'll go back over to the desk, see what's up over there.
Those Canadian retail sales numbers were amazing. Not that. Durable goods, again, coming in better than expected there to the upside. Seems like the market kind of likes that. 0.7% for April. Forecast was negative, so that's a decent-sized turnaround across the board there. Again, Michigan sentiment coming up at 10 o'clock this morning as well. We mentioned some semiconductor news this morning. I was just noting NVIDIA not really participating in that move up for the NASDAQ, so strength coming from other areas, but higher anyways on this note that these chips that they created, or one specifically, the chip that they created, the higher end version to go to China, not necessarily performing as they were expecting, and some price cuts may be coming through.
Oh, well, yeah, a bit of a tougher look there. They had to actually make those chips specifically for China. So you feel maybe it was a bit rushed. We'll have to wait and see. What I want to focus on is the 10-to-1 stock split that they announced a little while ago. The reason is this is going to really interest retail investors, not so much institutional. And when I dug a little deeper, NVIDIA is the #1 held stock in retail accounts. 9.3% of all retail accounts in the United States have NVIDIA in their portfolio. Although it has nothing to do with the underlying value of the company, this split, it does have a way of reaching retail. So be watching for this.
Yeah, a little bit quiet here so far, guys. I mean, it's up 1% after that nice day yesterday, coming off, a couple in a row here for NVDA.
Yeah, I mean, so that 9%, like you put it in context, if you own like the Qs, it's like 6.5%, or maybe a little bit more now after yesterday. I don't think that accounts for yesterday. So it's up, like it's a big stat, but I don't know how surprising necessarily that would be. The run that NVIDIA has been on, like that's what everyone wants to be in, and you can't reflect that any more than what we saw yesterday in the trade in NVIDIA, because there was so much strength that just failed to bleed anywhere else. And then when NVIDIA made the top, everything just accelerated to the downside. You know what? Like this is what we were looking at. This is a 15-minute versus 3, so it's not going to be exactly the same. But if you look at the top at 130 on NVIDIA, like it was absolutely like cruising. And then as the market was breaking to the downside and accelerating to the downside, it's when NVIDIA finally found a top. It's like things had to fall apart, and then NVIDIA just basically pulled back into morning support. At the end of the day, the split is going to be we always talk about how fundamentally it doesn't really do anything. That's technically true, but it does make it a little bit easier in terms of options plays, especially for retail in there. So I think there are some positives for the split. Certainly everyone was looking for it. They're going to get it. It's June 10th. Is the date. Had a couple people asking that yesterday, and I forgot to put it in there, but it is June 10th. So we only have a couple more weeks when this will be 1,000, and then we'll be trading at either 100 or 125. Who really knows by then? Anything can happen in 2 weeks. I just think you look for the strength in this name, and much unlike yesterday, there's no chance you're going to see me treating the group as a group. Like, if we get to resistance levels, I'm willing to short AMD and ARM. I wasn't willing to short ARM until the afternoon yesterday, which was a colossal mistake because it was doing the exact same pattern as before. AMD failing the 50 only yesterday, but because of my bias due to NVIDIA, I looked at that pattern, which had been working on ARM, failing the 50 period on the daily, let it try to break, and then short it after. Like, that basically has been working. Some days bigs, but other days it just works. And then because NVIDIA was so strong, I was like, oh, no, we got to be all bullish today. And that was a bit of a mistake. So I think you have to have the willingness in this particular market, and this earnings season has been very true. You cannot just simply lump things in the groups that you're accustomed to. You've got to be able to pick, okay, this is relatively strong, this is relatively weak, this has this setup, or this has this pattern. And the days of, hey, all the semis are up today, pick the one you like and go long, you can't do that. Not in this market. Yesterday was the perfect example of that. So today, go back to the well. You see a pattern, you like it. If we fail the 50 period again on the daily on ARM, I'm going to go short. If it loses, great. At least I was working with the pattern that's been good for the last week and a half.
I mean, I feel like we're going to go on the rundown and we're going to have AMD and NVIDIA and all that on there as well. But
yeah,
yeah, look. So I think I'm writing this down on the sticky note right now. I think AMD, it's comeback season. So, with SZN, comeback SZN. So I just think that right now, that 160 is too key. We closed yesterday at 160 right there. We made it all the way back. We bounced the first time, then the pressure was too much in the afternoon. We all saw that bleed down. I mean, we had some great trades short. We had the futures short. We brought our day back on that. And then we had the NVIDIA long at the end of the day for $10 as well. So I just think that if we're patient enough, again, we might not get this 160, but we could maybe wait for a break of 164, so that could be something. Or we let this thing just settle down and then wind up finding out, like we should have done yesterday with NVIDIA, trade off this VWAP right here. So I think I'm going to look more at AMD today than NVIDIA, but I still like both of these names. And then the name that Neil was in yesterday, but I wasn't, and I was going to start to look at it maybe a little bit more, was ARM. But, I mean, ARM, no volume this morning. And
it never really does.
No, I mean, based on my technical analysis of what I'm seeing right here, I would say ... this, that, then that, sell. I don't know. But not much happening in the pre-market. You're under the 50-period moving average. This has just gotten a nice move on the daily from its earnings, 90 up to 115. I think this is looking like a sell up here just because of the way this looks here on the 50-period moving average. Now, I know that it's going to be a downward slope because you had such a dramatic move there. But at the same time, it is looking like it wants to reject up here in and around 115, 120-ish. So for me, ARM would be a short on my radar if we bump up into that like 117 or so spot. So that would be my talk about ARM, because there's 117 yesterday, and on the daily, that's basically where we haven't been able to go through. So ARM on a bump, I like. AMD on a dip, I like.
All right, Friday morning, Michael Noss here with us. He was hard at work in his workshop all week long, creating a brand new tool for everyone. So listen up, because it's world premiere day here, Michael Noss. I don't know, did I build it up enough? Brand new indicator. Awesome. Go for it.
Yeah, so first of all, I'd love to take credit for building this, but I think all the devs at Trade Ideas might turn off my version. But yes, we are launching a new indicator, and where best to show it off than right here on Trader TV. So early, in fact, that it's not even out. So this is hopefully going to launch in the beta version the beginning of next week. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, you'll just get access to this when you update your beta version. If not, make sure you use Trader TV 20 for 20% off at checkout. Go to trade-ideas/Trader TV. There's a lot of cool stuff there on that landing page too. But it is a EMA cloud essentially, and you can customize this to your heart content. You can add up to 3 to your chart, but the idea is that people use moving averages and the distance between them or the area of a moving average is support and resistance all the time. And what we wanted to add to the system is an ability to take 2 moving averages, whether they be exponential or simple, and essentially make a cloud or ribbon out of them. You guys have probably heard me all the time saying you don't draw your support and resistance lines with a pencil, you draw them with a crayon because they're just areas. Same thing with moving averages. So for example, what you're seeing on the chart right now is just the difference between a 10-day SMA and a 20-day SMA. There's a couple different ways to trade it. One is just to use the direction of the cloud as kind of your guiding light. You can see it's green when it's pointing up and the 10 period is above the 20, and a red when it's pointing down or the 10 period is below the 20. Very much cleans up the chart and says, okay, if this is green, I'm going to take a look at it. The other thing is you've noticed a couple times on the SPY, we come into the cloud and we find some support there and we bounce out. For pullback traders or trend continuation traders, it's a great way to trade. A simple tool to kind of keep you in the trend, to make sure that you're not just using, a simple moving average like a 10-day SMA and saying, hey, if we're above or below that, I'm going to place trades based off it. But giving you that room, and how much room you want this cloud to be is going to be entirely up to you. So using this indicator, like we build indicators and we also build scans for them, I thought I would go through and look at some things. Now, we all know what happened in the market yesterday, so I don't need to go over that. It's a pretty ugly day if you were looking at the Dow or you were looking at anywhere but the Qs or anywhere but NVIDIA, I guess. And we talked about this on the Monday show, so obviously make sure you're tuning in there because I talked about that I was shorting the Dow into this week and for some reasons of it. And that was essentially relative weakness. The Dow was weaker than everything else, so I took a short in there in order to make some trades. Now, the opposite comes when you see pullbacks like this in the market. All I did is I looked for, hey, show me stocks that are in uptrends, so showing that this cloud, that the 10 SMA is above the 20 SMA, and then show me stocks that are up for the day. Because if the stock was up yesterday, even if it's a little bit, I consider that bullish, considering everything that sold off. So number 1 here is Crocs, and I highlighted back on the chart the trade idea and how you trade around these clouds. You can see it spent some time at that first purple arrow above the cloud. It pulls back into it. It finds supports there and it pushes higher. So we're kind of seeing the same thing here. We had a nice gap up after earnings. It pulled back into the clouds, had good relative strength yesterday. So if we get a move out of the cloud again, that's where I'm going to look at. And again, that cloud is going to be my signal to either stay involved or to stop myself out there as well. People still wear Crocs, I guess. Next one here is LRN. So LRN, we have the same kind of move. Again, I highlighted what happened last time. We had this green cloud signifying an uptrend. I pull back into the cloud and then it bounced out. We had a great earnings day on this one as well. You can see that earnings yellow-blue line. We pull back into the cloud. We had a really strong day on LRN yesterday, considering, again, the bloodbath in the market. So I like the look of this one on any sort of continuation higher. Last but not least is Spotify. So I drew a couple boxes around here just to show the monthly chart in the lower left-hand corner in our picture-in-picture chart shows the epic sell-off we had during the bear market in Spotify, and now we're back up near that high. But look at what would have happened if you waited for these clouds to turn green, stayed involved as long as they were green. That's what those 2 boxes are there. Pretty epic moves. And again, a positive day yesterday. It's holding that cloud as support. Maybe we get a continuation through monthly highs. So again, what we're trying to do, it's not going to be a magic indicator by any stretch of the imagination. It's a way for you to hopefully help visualize what's a trend, how far am I from the cloud? If I'm too far extended from it, maybe I need some sort of a pullback. But again, a simple way to visualize this is a trend. This is an area that I might want to look for a pullback. So if you're that kind of trend or pullback trader, definitely check that out. Make sure you use Trader TV 20 for 20% off at checkout.
You made a, yes, do that. Go right now and do that. If you haven't seen something like that before, I mean, I think it's important, and you hit on it a little bit here, to highlight the simple fact that the simplicity of an idea like this also gives you the opportunity to apply it to many different time frames. You know, we get intraday trends, we get, you know, week-long intraday type of trends moving in one direction, or as you were showing there, you can go out to a daily, you can go out to a monthly even if you're more inclined to do more swing trade type of moves. Just hit on this again, Monday you said, or after the holiday, Tuesday, that should be available?
I'm hoping after the holiday.
Right.
It was one of those that it was supposed to come out this morning, but you know, as anything with devs, you find a little bit of bugs, and they're just hammering that out. So I've been promised early next week, so make sure you pick up your version now. And you were right about the intraday chart. I actually forgot to include that. I was going to mention that you should have seen this cloud on a 1 minute chart yesterday, just red all day below the cloud. It kept people in the trend the entire day. So yeah, for intraday traders, for swing traders, for long-term investors, again, just a nice way to visualize something that people use all the time, the moving average, and just making it a little bit more visually appealing and easier to identify these trends.
Yeah, like everything, I mean, make sure you do your homework and go get your copy of Trade Ideas. First of all, spend the weekend doing homework if they're able to. Trader TV 20, as you said, have a fantastic long weekend, Mr. Noss. We'll see you next week.
Talk to you next week.
Yes, thank you, Michael, as well. Looking forward to that new indicator. Get that cloud going next week on Tuesday.
Oh, I
It's a
see what
good
Michael
cloud.
did. He's using names like
I know.
cloud and all that, pump the indicator up. It should be like an AI cloud indicator.
Smart. I like that.
Yeah, very smart. If it was an IPO, it would be ripping.
The only issue I have is he's like, maybe people still wear Crocs. Maybe people still wear Crocs.
There's a shit ton of people
I mean,
wearing
couple,
Crocs.
like first, like I don't even know what to say to that. I have like 3 different pairs of Crocs. When I take my daughter to swimming, I've said this before, when I take my daughter to swimming, you can see all the kids and they have their deck shoes. 80% of them have Crocs. Like 60 to 70% of the parents that are there, because you can't wear your outdoor shoes, you know, on the pool deck, they're in Crocs as well. Like they are absolutely dominating. I see people in my neighborhood, anyone's cutting the grass outside, they're wearing Crocs.
Bad idea.
I know. I think it's a bad idea too. I wear shoes to do that because, you know, whatever, the grass gets itchy.
Yeah, you're supposed to wear steel toe.
You shouldn't do it, but that's what people do. I'm just saying everybody owns Crocs. Everybody in my neighborhood. When we go to baseball, all the kids, when they take off their cleats, they're slipping into their Crocs for the car ride home. It is everywhere, and Crocs, the chart looks fantastic. So that's my 2-second rant.
I'm more of a Yeezy slides kind of guy, but I have 3 pairs of Crocs as well.
Of course you do.
Oh man, yeah, we're all about. My family's all about slides, but again, Gia yesterday takes off her cleats and puts on her Crocs. So I don't know. The stock is to me is a little overvalued, but you know, it's up at a nice time. It's yeah, to buy that at 120 would have been nice. But Adara is wearing Crocs as we speak, so let's go over to the big screen.
No Crocs, but we do have some upgrades and downgrades. Upgrades here, starting the list. Wells Fargo upgrading DuPont with this 103 price target. Apple, this is an interesting one here. Wedbush raising its price target from 250 to 275, saying that they have high expectations for its AI, and they think they'll be able to improve their sales in China. So nice look there. Toast getting this upgrade also from Wedbush, and Mizuho upgrading NXP. On the downgrade side, we have NVIDIA getting a downgrade here from DZ Bank with a price target of 1025. Certainly interesting given the strength that we've seen from NVIDIA post-earnings. Ryanair getting a downgrade from Deutsche Bank here. Ulta Beauty ahead of its earnings next week, getting this downgrade from Telsey Advisory Group. And last but not least, Workday down over 10% after its earnings and getting a downgrade from BMO Capital Markets.
I'm just curious how many upgrades there were. Like, there was a bunch of upgrades yesterday, but I'm sure there was also some upgrades on NVIDIA to go with the downgrades. Randy, today it's Lucid that is cutting the workforce by 6%. So it continues. It's more. Rivian in the afternoon, the news came out that they're cutting prices. Yeah. How was that any good for them? What is going on? Can you even buy any of these things yet? I'm talking about EVs, obviously.
They've got to cut their costs somehow to survive. I mean, Rivian's burning cash. They've slowed down their cash burn, but you want to keep going? Cut the costs.
Ram says I'm supposed to do that. That's my one for the day.
Am I eating the mic now? They got to cut their cash burn. I mean, they're a startup. Let's face it. You know, they need to get their costs under control. Get that. What's the next model? The R2, R3 out the door. They have to. And this applies to everybody. Cut your costs. Yeah. Competition is stiff, and everybody's coming for your lunch. Get your shit together. Oh.
You can say that. If you looked at a chart of any of these bad boys, and I think the sentiment is exactly true for any of the EVs. No, well, what is what it is. Are we keeping these bears today? Because yesterday, literally everything except for wheat and the semis were down. I'm a sideways today. Actually, in the aftermarket show, that's one of the things we talked about. I was expecting a lot less overall volatility than we had yesterday, and I think you're going to have.
Yesterday was crazy. It was just all over the map. Wow. So what's Costco doing?
I don't think it's down.
Oh, my wife messaged me. It's $12 off grilling steaks at Costco.
Ooh. Weekend
it's
steak.
up right now.
Let's see. Mm-hmm. Coffee?
I'll take another one. I got a lemon tea here with some honey, you know.
Lemon tea.
You know how it is. Yeah. Kyle Burdett asked if I've ever wore or owned steel toe boots. Oh, man. I worked in many, nothing. I've worked in many factories. I've come from like straight blue collar. Like you guys, it's funny that you see me here now, but like I worked in like cleaning in bakeries and factories growing up, you know, trying to make money throughout the summer, working at distribution warehouses and tons of crazy stuff, doing like shifts from like, you know, 11 at night to 7 in the morning. Like,
were you at SMCI
just
too?
Straight, I don't even know what that is. Straight grinding and stuff like that, just going absolutely nuts. Like, that's where I come from. I don't come from this. Like, I don't, trading is very, very new to every single person in my family. I'm the son of an immigrant to this country, and I mean, you know, couldn't be prouder of, you know, the work ethic that I have now instilled in me by my father and my mother, and just seeing him go to work every single morning at like 3, 4 a.m. and grinding it out for us. I mean, this is what I do now for my kids, and yeah, so I still do have steel toe boots, and yeah, I wear those when I cut the grass. I've, you know, been around too many things and seen too many things. So this is what I do. But yeah, now it seems like we work at a money factory, but we work at what we always call a casino around here. But I feel like you have more advantages at a casino than you do maybe sitting here in front of this desk. But some days it's a good one, and some days it's not, but yesterday was one of those good ones, and we're going to have good vibes here again today. I'm working on the note. We're going to get that out very, very soon. Thanks, Randy. He's going to reload that coffee. Yes. So, yeah, there it is. Yeah, now I write sticky notes, right, from those days into these days. I don't know which one's better, but we're here now. It's 9 o'clock. Big guy's at the desk.
Yes.
One to the downside here this morning, just popping back up in front of me once again to the upside. In fact, workday down more than 10% coming off their report after the close last night, just bounced off 230. A little bit of an uptick here. Not seeing anything to cause that, but earnings disappointing to say the least here. There's a ton as well of negative analyst moves here on workday, WDAY today.
Yeah, I didn't really have an opportunity to look at that, but I put it on the upgrades and downgrades, well over 10%. I was telling Neil in the morning, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. Very big company, guys, about $63 billion. Surprised me with how big this was, so not a good look for them. We'll keep eyes.
Yeah, high on the volume scale this morning as well. I mean, there's not a lot on the volume scale, to be honest, but WDAY, definitely one of those. Let's get going here. Let's have a look at the overall market, and then we'll get into everything you need to know heading towards the open on a Friday.
52.85, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday, below 5,300. Today we were at 5,300 as we speak, with the overnight high being 53.05. If we hold 5,300, let's go ahead and say that 53.25 is going to be that level of resistance. We were using that as a level of support for a few days. So let's see if it acts as resistance. If we break below 5,300, look for that 52 2/3 to be that support level.
Still plenty to understand as we get into the Friday session here. If you haven't done so, go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for that pop-up, and then enter your email address. You get the watch list from us for free every single day. NVIDIA, top of said watch list today. On the back of this China note, I mean, not really causing too much of a move. There was a slight, ever so slight gap to the downside. If you zoom out early enough this morning, we're right back up and then some, though, better part of full percent. But yeah, apparently this China-specific, or the top-end version of the China-specific chip that they came up with to get around the U.S. and Chinese sanctions, or not sanctions, but regulations, not doing as well as they thought it would, to a point where they're talking price cuts.
Well, remember, China actually came out and gave their companies guidance, says don't buy American chips. So, I mean, maybe it's a response to that. We'll have to keep eyes on that. I know that NVIDIA and AMD both created China-specific chips to get around the Biden embargo with respect to that. So I want to be looking at AMD today, the aggression with which it sold off yesterday, a possible bounce today. So keep eyes on both, I guess.
Yeah, not a huge price cut. They're talking about 10%. Just to try and compete here, but definitely the word like oversupply, or words like oversupply, definitely not what you want to hear here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, look, it's not ideal. That said, I mean, all of the big chip makers here have had that trouble with China. Some of that you got to feel is going to be a little bit baked in. I don't know how concerned I am over that story. Ultimately, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to call it a nothing burger because China's obviously a big market. We know that a lot of Chinese companies are trying to look for alternatives inside, but the performance isn't going to be as good. So, you know, I still think NVIDIA long term is going to win, and they'll probably figure a way to at least maintain some market share out in China. That said, the strength was ridiculous. I don't know how many times we can say it in terms of looking at levels. Like when you have a clear breakout and the stock goes into blue skies and all-time highs and all that good stuff, like there's no levels to work off. If you're into like Fibonacci's or something, you can probably find some dip levels. But in the morning, it's simple. It broke out at 1020. It held 1020 in the afternoon. Where it closed sometimes can be something in here like between 1035. I'm already trying to say it's like $100. Between 1035 and 1040, that would be another place to look for it. But I'm kind of looking for some continued strength in this name. If there's a chip name that I'm going to go short today, it's the pattern on ARM at the 50 period that I mentioned before that I like. And I just mean ARM was failing the 50 period on the daily, the simple. 7 days in a row, I think. It's 6 or 7 days in a row. It gets up there, makes a turn, and then you just look to short it as a bit of a trend. So I'd rather do that where the trend has been and then just look for dip buys in NVIDIA. AMD is kind of in the... For me, it's in a bit of a no man's land in here. Like, yeah, sure, if it trades down and around the bottom, that could turn into double bottom support. Even if it pops up, like, is there anywhere I like it short? You can maybe make an argument for the 164, 165, but you're pretty much smack dab in the middle. Whereas I know when I look at ARM, I definitely like the short the pop because it's right at that 50 period on the daily. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Randy. Cheers. All right, let's just keep everything real here. Yesterday, NVIDIA was the number 2 P&L name, and it was one trade, and it was just right here. So you guys were all watching me in the afternoon trade this. It was the only trade I had on this all day. This is a 50-period moving average. Bounce, bounce. Thought it was overdone at the end of the day. We saw that pullback in the market. We saw some recovery from AMD off 160. We felt good about NVIDIA. We knew we wanted the long all day. I talked about with the guys in the back here. I was asked, how did you play NVIDIA? And how would you play it? And I was as honest as I could be. And I said, you got to wait for these pullbacks. I said, there was a pullback into VWAP early that I wrote down that I would take, and I didn't. So I was mad about that. And then all of a sudden, I said to myself, we weren't trading it here. I wasn't even, this VWAP pullback could have been taken for sure, and it would have worked. So there's one pullback, 40s up to 48s. But then it got pretty choppy around there. I think you might have lost if you would have traded it in and around. But remember, the market was coming down pretty dramatically there. So to go long would have been a little bit of a risk. But then once we saw everything turn itself around right into here, and we took that 50-period moving average, we said to ourselves, here, breaks, comes back, breaks, comes back. So when it broke, I just put in an order to take long. And I said, if it breaks and comes back, our stop, as you guys remember, was 28. I think it was $3 or $4 on a 31 break. it wound up going 31s to 41s, $10, and we actually got some out up here. So we actually, I think our best out was 238s, because when it broke out, when it broke down, we got out. So we wound up taking $7 when risk 3 or 4. That made a lot of sense to us on that break. Then it faded off at the end of the day, and it is what it is. So for me and NVIDIA today, it'll be very, very simple. Either we come back into some of this level here, 1030, 1025, and we look at it seriously, or we just watch to figure out which direction it is, and then trade VWAP accordingly. So it'll probably be a pass for me, honestly, real early on NVIDIA, but AMD is a completely different beast. I'm still thinking about what to put on here. I'll get the sticky note out in a minute. I know everybody's bugging me about it. AMD right here. This is the one for me today. I know it's pulling back right now. We're going to have to watch the futures. I don't necessarily want to be long if the futures are coming in, but 160 to me looks pretty good. It was yesterday's close. We say, get that garbage out of here, all the way down here. So we'll say that was nice. A lot of indecision. I mean, if this is not indecision down here, I mean, look at how choppy like, come on. The buyers and sellers back and forth here. Buyers win, sellers win. Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? Boom, up to the upside to close at 160. So I'm going to respect 160, say, down here, no one knew what to do. Well, I know what to do right here, and that is to try to buy this dip. So let's wait to see what happens in and around 160, but that's going to be a key level for me. That is my number one trade today, watching AMD, trying to find that bottom, and if we can find it, I think it'll be in and around that 160 area. So it's comeback season for AMD today. I don't think it should have been down that much yesterday, but it does make sense why. NVIDIA is just the best. So everyone's going over to NVIDIA, selling off AMD. AMD's gotten hit on the daily chart pretty bad, and it's still under the 50-period moving average. So I don't absolutely love the long, but I think it's worth a trade. We're here to trade. So that's one that I'm going to put on.
An easy stock to trade. Let's go on to cryptocurrencies here. Ethereum itself downside a little bit here this morning, coming off the decision from the SEC to, I guess, clear the path for applications to be submitted for these Ethereum-based ETFs. This is the strategy ETF, so EETH, the Ethereum strategy ETF. There was a Bitcoin one similar before the actual spot Bitcoin ETFs were approved. Same thing happened when the Bitcoin spot ETFs were approved. Downside for this, very volatile after the close yesterday. But I guess they can now, but nothing actually has come through yet.
Yeah, the rule allows the creation of spot ETFs, but doesn't actually approve any specifically. But the decision to allow it coincides with the Van Eck application deadline, which was yesterday. So just to draw some comparisons here, when the Bitcoin spot ETF got approved, $12 billion of net inflows are coming in. Expected to be a little bit less here with Ethereum. Reason being, it may not include the staking part of things. So staking, which is when you earn interest on locked coins, may not be included in the ETF, so expected to have a little bit less inflows.
Yeah, I mean, there really wasn't much to do in this world yesterday as far as individual stocks are concerned, guys. But crypto across the board, even some of the smaller coins, a little bit weak here today.
Yeah, like so the applications that are going in now are not going to have staking in them. It doesn't mean it won't eventually be the case, but the ones now aren't going to be there. The Coinbase was interesting in and of that. Well, I mean, everything fell yesterday. That wasn't NVIDIA. We keep saying it. And then right at the close, there was a sell event on pretty much all of crypto. I guess when you got to the end of the day, and there hadn't been an announcement yet, although it came, I don't know, like an hour and a half later or something like that. You had a bit of a sell-off. But what ended up happening, at least over here, is a nice little wick bottom through 220. I mean, it doesn't show up as a big wick bottom through 220. If I put up like a 60-minute, that's what you would see. And then a hold of that level. So if we're actually holding on to any kind of gains, it's kind of like an over-under on coin. Like if it holds the open on 220, I think you could have a rally. But if it's underneath, it's not something that I would want to fight. But I wanted to, there was a question about something that somebody saw on Alibaba, and I know everyone's always looking at charts. The charts are our window to the market, and you look for patterns on them and all that good stuff. And sometimes you'll see something like this and say, oh my goodness, look at what must be happening at yesterday's close on Alibaba. It's a brick wall at 80.80. If it breaks 80.80, this is going to absolutely run because someone's selling it. None of those prints actually, well, I don't want to say none of them, but I haven't seen a single one of these 80/80 prints on Alibaba that actually happened in the market this morning. They are all simply D-prints. So like you see this big 30,000 just out of nowhere. It's like it's trading at 45. There's one at 80. It's a D-print. It's just an overnight dark pool, and it's reporting at the previous close price. And it's been doing it all morning long. So you got to be careful, because if you see this on a stock and you like the level, oh goodness, this could be a really good breakout because there's a seller holding it down. If there isn't one, those are just D-pool prints. So it is of use to have a time and sales up to be able to see what's actually going on in the market on a stock. So you don't confuse that with a key level.
All right, yeah, so I have ETHE here. I'm going to get the sticky note out. It is on there today for sure. I said this to Fabian yesterday. I've got my ear to the ground like this whole week, and we nailed it for, again, one of the best trades of the week was going long through this. Or was it last week? I don't know. It was when it was 26 and it started to blast up. We were able to get that early and wound up taking $3. It was a monster trade, and I feel that we're at the top now. I mean, we can see where we are, 3,700. I mean, the top is 41. I'm just glued to waiting for news. So I'm not going to sit here and look at the chart and tell you I go long here or go long there. I'm just waiting for news. So this is a play that, you know, continue to watch. I mean, there's reasons why we have these numbers down here, and why I'm looking at them every single day. I have a dedicated level 2 screen to Ethereum, and I'm going to be watching out for that all day just in case something breaks. So let's wait to see if there's a story, but that's my play there on ETHE.
Let's go on. Apple, Wedbush coming out this morning with a positive note. Surprise price. Was it Dan Ives? I didn't even read. Yeah, of course it was. Price target hike coming through, maintaining outperform for Apple. Did you buy the dip yesterday?
I didn't.
I did not.
No. I have
Still time.
Yeah, there is. I dipped into 186 yesterday.
Yeah.
Not a bad look. Look, guys, he is predicting a super cycle for the iPhone 16, which will be interesting because it'll be 10 years to the day since we had the biggest upgrade super cycle, which was the iPhone 6s. You'll recall that's when Apple switched from the smaller screens into the larger ones, and that precipitated a lot of buying. So we'll have to wait and see this September or October exactly how the consumer reacts, but that's what Dan Ives is looking for.
Yeah, they were talking a little bit about China as well, pointing towards a bounce back in that market for the next version coming up here. But I mean, you and I were talking the simple fact that they need to come up with something different, something new, something shiny once again. And yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
They should probably start with Siri, Brando, because she's horrible.
Yeah, agree.
That's a hint. I've said this with regards to Google. I think it's true of like Google Home. It's going to be true of Alexa. It's going to be true of Siri as well. Everybody knows they're all getting updates so that they can go full AI, and that's all going to be coming in the next year or so. So when you're working on the next, the current tends to not be as good. There's not much focus on it. It gets a little bit more buggy. So I would see that as, it's kind of a weirdly good sign, an oddly good sign, because that means that they're projecting and putting the efforts into what is the next iteration and not focusing on, energy and patching up the old dog. So look, Apple, like everything else, was a big dip to the downside. I actually we'll get to Meta. I actually like Meta a little bit more today than Apple, but it is what it is. Apple 187, if you go back to the gap up, 187 was the top, 187 was the bottom yesterday, so 187 is the support level that I would like. A bit of a wick candle in there that's not showing up in my 3-minute. That's much better. So 187 was the bottom. I think that's where you go for the long. It was a key. I love those post-earnings or post-gap support and resistance levels when they start holding up, and 187 just proved that it held yesterday. I might like the support level on Meta a little bit better, but when we get to Meta, I'll show you why. But Apple 187 looks good. It's just underneath Meta on my list.
All right, Apple is the #1 trade idea on the sticky note today, and it's going to go out right now. Buying these dips in Apple are going to work. It's just a matter of what level. So for me, I wrote down, I don't know where the market's going to be right here when we open up. I don't think we want to go long immediately or anything like that. Apple probably doesn't have a huge move into it today. So I am thinking that we are going to have to look somewhere in and around 186. But I mean, that's the level that I wrote down. I don't know if we get there or not, but that's the level. I want to play dip buys there on Apple. I think this is one of the strongest names in the market to go ahead and buy. Obviously, we've just talked about a few other strong names, but I like it. I feel like the tailwinds are just so strong for AI, and I think you buy the name, man. Wedbush gives it the upgrade. No reason to stay away from this. It's triple the market right now. It's Apple. It's your number one idea.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. A couple of minor headlines coming through this morning. One on the China side of things. I mean, Elon was talking yesterday about going to the moon in
7 or 8 years.
7 or 8 years. Production in China was down slightly. Apparently, some data was showing that it wasn't small. It was about 20%, they were saying, across the board for Model Ys coming out of China. But Elon also saying yesterday people need to start, I mean, we've talked about this before, valuing the company as not merely just an automaker, but more on the tech and AI side as well.
Yeah, I really feel like analysts have been doing that. I mean, as of late, I mean, we've been hearing analysts say this for years, Brendo, that it's a tech company, it's not a car company. The reason for the decline in sales, obviously, we know the price war that he's engaged in with other Chinese electric vehicle makers. There's also the weakness in the Chinese economy because of the weakening real estate market there. But as Brendo said, affects about 20% decline in sales from March to June. It's unclear if this extends to other models like the Model 3. They're still looking at selling 2 million cars globally, Brendo, by the end of this year. And they did recently cut the Model 3 and the Model Y prices in China by up to 6%. So
yeah,
margins.
I mean, perspective, I think, is key, too. If you zoom out a little bit on Tesla's chart, I mean, we just gave back Tuesday, essentially. It was a massive day on Tuesday, and we just gave that back. So we're right back to the beginning of the week, essentially.
Yeah, well, you could take that a step further back and then say the end of last week, same levels as well. So 173 has been the bottom, with the exception of the 16th. You did have one little wick underneath, which just really set up like a reverse head and shoulders, and then look when that broke it out. So like you have like this nice little dip, and then you get a double bottom again, and it broke it back out. Bounced off on Tuesday, off to the races, found support again at 173. So if it holds 173, it's a long. I think that's pretty simple. And even if you break 73, you had the similar setup at 71 on Tesla. Throw that, and it's like if you like something else about it down here for support, it also happens to be the 50-period simple on the daily. So it looks pretty good on the daily chart as well for support off of that level. So you go out on multiple time frames, and it's going to support 71 and 73 for dip buys on Tesla. Only because it's related. There was this story yesterday of Rivian reducing prices. Not going to be a good thing for them. I mean, they're losing money. I mean, everybody's losing money when they sell, and they're not really making enough in the first place to sell. But this has been riding the $10 level for quite some time. You go a couple of weeks out. These are not identical charts, but it looks eerily similar. Like if Rivian loses 980 today, it's got a sizable gap. I mean, the difference in Tesla, if it loses 73, it's like 72's right there. Like that's 1%. If this loses 980, the last bounce it had was like 60 pennies lower, which is almost 7% to the downside. So Rivian's under pressure. It's up 1% now, but if this breaks underneath 980 and it's a red day, I'd start looking shorts. That said, right now it's bouncing, so it wasn't on the list because it was holding strength, and it just continues to hold this $10 level. But I prefer buying the dip in off those Tesla levels, but I will have my eyes on Rivian if we do end up losing $9.80.
I looked at Tesla today, and for me, it's just a puff pass. I don't. It's kind of just at those levels again. I'm not even sure if I like the long. I think we do. I mean, it's up 0.7. I wasn't sure about the story today. 173.50, like cutting that production in the Model Y in China. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but the market right here is trying to make this stock bump. Like, I don't know, we were just at 174, now up to 175 and change. So it's starting to go right here. I think Tesla's a long. We've talked about this, underneath, above this 50-period moving average. We only went underneath it once right there about a week and a half ago, dipped into 167, and it was bought back immediately. As Brendan said, we've covered up the whole week again, but we're still at this nice little area to go long, I feel like, down there. So I'm just going to try to be patient with Tesla today. Try to get the bottom if there is one. I don't have any like targets to do anything on this stock. I don't know. We know we like to trade it when the story seems to be something, and I just don't know what to think about it today. So if anything, a 176 maybe break long if the market really goes, and that could be something early. I would rather just play this range. If it wants to sit down here around 174, then let's go. You know, I'll be there for it. Like, why would I not buy if it's into here? That, to me, I'm a simple man. I mean, this is very, very simple stuff. The more you try to complicate trading, this is why you'll see me trade 4 or 5 names today. It's what I've been doing ever since basically the last year or so. Definitely changing up the style and taking what I feel like are the best trades and just taking them as much as I can. So we're going to wait to see if we get a solid base down here for Tesla. I think we can get it. 173, 174. It bases out. Let's go.
Quickly on Eli Lilly, just seeing a note here is on their weight loss drug, their GLP-1 drug. It didn't do anything, like very, very quiet here in the pre-market, but they're going to spend $5.3 billion to up production of this GLP-1 drug for LLY. So one to keep an eye on today. Yeah, Meta with an AI headline, kind of. It was more analysts suggesting the simple fact that everyone else has not only a subscription-based or a paid version of AI at this point, but also a free one. Where's Meta? You were just saying that attached to social media platforms, not really a use at this point?
No, they put it kind of in the Instagram search bar, in the Facebook search bar, and they kind of want you to use it like that. So once you log into those apps, you can have access to the AI. I personally don't use it for that reason. I've tried it a couple of times. Really nothing thorough. Hasn't really impressed me. But as you said, the reason they're coming out is they're saying some of their competitors are charging up to $20 a month. So they're looking to get paid on this as well. No specifics as to what it's going to include, how much it's going to cost, or what the release date is going to be.
Quiet start overall, though, price-wise, guys, for Meta.
I will admit to using it for WhatsApp. You know, ever since they put it in there free, it's just the level of convenience because I'm communicating with like all of my family, my daughter's baseball team, all the coaches and the parents are in there as well. So if I'm already opening it, sometimes I'm just gonna ask, like wherever I happen to be is where I'm gonna ask the AI that's available to me. So I think that makes total sense. And when they're all eventually when everybody's paying for some semblance of it, everybody's in something that Meta does. So they're going to end up paying for it, and Meta's going to make the money. I like this support level on Meta. Come to the chart for a second. We got 460 to 462. It's once, twice, 3 times. You could call it almost 5 times this month. It's bounced off of that level. Not every time has it gotten all the way back into like 475, 480. It did get there one time. But support looks pretty good down here out in front of that 460 to 462. So if we do dip, I'm just looking for longs in front of there. And I think the difference, sometimes you get like too fixated on like that round number. It's a support level. It can bounce 50 cents in front. It could bounce 50 cents underneath. It's really just about for the dip buy, be patient enough to allow it to make that setup. And the example I'm going to give for what I'm looking for on Meta is going to be what happened in TSM yesterday, where it went all the way down to 156, which I didn't think was going to be incredibly likely. But once it bounced, let me go to a 3 minute, it's a little bit easier to see. Once it actually bounced off of 156, like you can see it's dropping. You like the 56 level, it bounced. And then on the way up, try to catch it. And it made a bottom at 11 o'clock or close to it, made a pretty big rally. Actually, Chris Brecher, his mystery trade was he was short at the open off of TSM. And was a fantastic one, and then he took a reshort in here off of the 160 level around when NVIDIA started to fall over. But if you see the move happen, it gets to your level, sometimes it bounces exactly, allow the buyers to come in, show signs of a bottom, either at the price that you want. If it's out in front, look for signs of a turn, like higher lows, consolidation, something other than the falling knife. Because when you get it on the falling knife, especially in the first 5 or 10 minutes, like those, they look great when they work, but the reality is most of the worst trades also start that way.
All right, for me, Meta is a short, obviously, until we break above the 50-period moving average. So I'm going to just look at it like that. I mean, this 472 area, I was thinking if we get anywhere near there, that's looking like a good short to me. We did pop its head above and almost got to 475 there, or we did. I mean, I love trading Meta, and I trade it not all the time, but often enough. The one stock I haven't traded recently, which was my number one stock for a couple of years, was Microsoft. But Meta right here, 472, I like that short. So, yeah, they're in everything. Meta has probably been one of my best trades of all time, buying as much as I could down there at 100, 120, and so on and so forth. I know Sharif was in that trade with me, and it's just been amazing, and I want to buy more dips. So, I mean, we sold it up here, remember, on earnings, and we nailed that one, but we weren't able to buy it back there because I just didn't catch that move all the way back. So I'm almost thinking that now is a decent time to put this capital back to work. I just think the market could fade into July. So we'll talk about that later too. So yeah, Meta for me is a sell at these levels. You know, for a day trade, I think I'll buy it and start to think a little better above 480.
We're talking about the measured move all week long. Today is the last day for the measured move lessons. Today we're going to talk about combining the measured move with other indicators. So check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
So we got about 3.5 minutes to go till the open. I want to get to we'll get to the imbalances when they start dropping. NASDAQ will drop at 928, and we'll see some of those. There was a story in the afternoon on GitLab where they had a security breach that compromised accounts, the user accounts. It did end up bouncing off of 56, a pretty key level. So, you know, I said last night if we broke down underneath 56, I'm going to want this trade, thinking they're under pressure. I like the level. It already had a nice little flat bottom feel to it. It's gapping above on very light volume. So it's still going to be in play for me, but with this light volume, I'll have to see the open and not just automatically punch short. Like I did say in the afternoon, hey, I'm going to like this break of the low, but you know, a difference a day makes. The market, slight bounce to the upside, and not a lot of pre-market action here to be able to sink your teeth into. But if we do break that down and start holding under after the open, not one that I'm going to sleep on because of that news story. And then there's one more. Boeing's been under a tremendous amount of pressure lately. I don't think I have to tell anybody that. I think the biggest loser in the Dow yesterday was actually Boeing. Entirely possible, at least that's what I heard. It broke under the 50 period. It broke underneath recent support. Pretty much everything you could find, and this support was at about 175 change on the daily. So Boeing back into those levels. Also in the afternoon, it actually was a good short at those same prices, like 175 half, 176. So if that pops up into there, Boeing, I would look to short pops in that particular name. So we said 928, the imbalances would come out. That every single day this G wave is there for like 1 million shares pre-market. It's a penny stock. It's a pretty insignificant number. Nothing big here that I see. That AST. Some people keep asking about that ASTI. That's also a penny stock. So early look imbalances for the open. Nothing much unless you are into that penny stock G wave, which it did move yesterday. I kind of wrote it off. I had like a 30% move, but that was like 7 to 11 cents. It's back down at 9. So not a heck of a lot to look at. You're still going to be looking at the chips first, I think. I like Tesla, going to be involved in that one. ARM as well. Oh, I forgot to mention DraftKings. DraftKings also had positive news, and there was that 40 level that held. Again, pretty quiet pre-market. Volumes have been light, but it's at 41, so the 40 dip is pretty unlikely.
All right, it's only 1 minute now to the U.S. market open. So what could hit first for us? So remember, the number one trade is TQQ, and we nailed that yesterday. It was my number one trade yesterday. I said it was the number one P&L trade of the month on Trader TV Live. Both ways, we had it long and short on the TQs. So that was a good trade for us. We had this short here into the market. So if there's no ideas today that pop off right away, I'll be looking in and around that. But I feel like AMD will be something. I don't have any pending orders right now. We will try to take it a little slow off the open because although I'm thinking it's comeback season for AMD, it may not be. And I don't want to get burned early like we did yesterday on Tesla. Shout out to Bala there in the chat, and I respect what you're saying, and that's real trader mentality. You know, so congratulations to everybody that has that tiger blood in them. Okay, here we go, guys. It's not everybody, man. This business is not for everybody. You can probably see that every day. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. All right, 161. Let's now see what happens with AMD. Psych, I'm in right now. No, I'm not. We're going to wait to see what move comes through with AMD. A nice push down in the market, down to 18,750. Remember, we're waiting for market on open imbalances to have effect. Palantir, we didn't get to this one. This has been bad for the last little while, trending to the downside, waiting for $20 to hit on that. NVIDIA bouncing down a little bit off 1050, I guess, there in the pre-market, trying to find base out now at 1040. Let's zoom out just a little bit to watch these charts as we get to go. Lily got that press release correct.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, I mean, not a heck of a lot at the open happening. Right here. I just looked at DraftKings. That's going to the upside. It was a late one that I mentioned at $40 level on DKNG. You're seeing it absolutely ramp. So the dip buy on DraftKings seems almost entirely unlikely. GitLab was another we're looking for fade. 24,000 shares worth of volume at the open. So we really need that one to calm down a little bit. NVIDIA nowhere near those key prices that we talked about in the 20s as well. And ARM, which is for me, going to be a short the pops in ARM. Wow, my chart's a little slow today. ARM just went down $1.50. So it was not my plan of action to chase this. I was looking to short it off of resistance, first the 14 and then the 17. So we're going to have to be a little bit patient here off of the open. Adara?
Keep an eye out for PDD here. Pinduoduo bouncing right off the open, up 4.5%. They did have earnings a few days ago, and Goldman Sachs now upgrading them to buy rating with a $184 price target. So great look for PDD to start the day, guys.
All right, AMD's coming into that 160 level. We still have our ear to the ground here about Ethereum or anything like that. We'll be looking at ETHE over there on the OTC market. Shout out to our good friend Jeff Mendel, who we'll be going golfing with next Friday. That should be fun. All right, Apple 186. Let's just have a quick check to see if that's coming in at all. Not even close. Apple, as though the market not really moving too much, and Apple kind of holding fort right here at 188.50. Let's wait for that. I think this is going to be a long for sure at some point there today for me. Amazon 180. Ooh, it did go to 181 there. Okay. Dip down opportunity there on Amazon for sure into 181. So that could have been something. And it's too bad because yesterday I would be long already on AMD, probably down here, but today we're being a little more patient with it. So let's give that another chance right now. Why are people talking about NEO?
Neo? I was about to, there's a halt off, right off of the bat here, and my halt page is taking a second. It's BTDR, it's a better choice, is halted, but this is actually, it's an immediate volatility halt. So M code, there's no resumption time, so just assume 3 minutes here. To the upside, it's halted after breaking from $5 to $7. Don't know if there's any news on that stock. NVIDIA's starting to come down a little bit more, so you're starting to see it get down into that 1030 range. Check that, 1038 range. Nowhere near that 1025. As you mentioned, AMD trying to load up here. Let's go. Down around that 160. So it's getting close to yesterday's bottoms, just not quite there. Yeah, trying to be patient. Again, I feel like not being patient was a mistake yesterday. NEO's doing nothing, I just checked. It's flat. I mean, it just went up like 10 cents, I guess. It's not that big of a move.
Okay, oh man, I'm getting excited a little bit about Apple. I mean, I'm thinking about if we take some, I mean, AMD is a great call off that 160. We just don't have it today. We're trying to be a little bit different and be a little more cautious with what we're trying to do. We talked a little bit about that there yesterday. So 189.25, that high yesterday was, that's 192, sorry, I'm looking right here, 189.50. So the 50 period moving average is 189.25. So I think we'll try a break long through there if we're able to get that. So let's give that a shout and see if we can hit it. Apple 189.25, a play I'm looking at right now. So I'm going to put that in and see if we can get a break there as the NASDAQ's trying to get a little bit longer here.
Yeah, it's starting to look really strong. I mean, Tesla I liked for a dip buy. Tesla's just stair-stepping it to the upside, but nothing too crazy yet. It's still barely above 175. I don't want to be chasing that move. I see what's happening, and some people have been mentioning the meme stocks. So GameStop moving a little bit, AMC with like a slight break to the upside, but that's not enough to get you excited just yet. I still think you need more than that. This thing needs to break like $5. Snow's making a power move to the upside.
Oh.
Yeah, but the other thing is Li Auto's held on to that $20 level. So I only think this is a short underneath 20. It was right at 20. Look at that, 5% up. Sharif's probably going to be happy about that. But Snowflake making a move. None of the stocks I want are at the levels, and at least I'm trying to be patient with it. No, Snowflake.
Oh, what? He's in Snowflake now?
No, he actually, we were talking with him about he's thinking about getting back into Li Auto.
Oh,
this morning.
okay.
So if he did, then he's up. If he didn't, then ignore what I'm saying. Snowflake just made a $2 move to the upside, so this rebound play is in. Remember, Snowflake did tick down 10%. No, it didn't. No, it's not SSR because it wasn't the close price. So it might not be SSR, but it's a good recovery bounce. Call it a dead cat bounce here on Snowflake. Watch out for Palantir as well, because a lot of times that'll go on sympathy.
Yeah,
all right, here comes a bit of a dip in DraftKings. If I'm going to get involved, might be finally getting an opportunity here.
All are at the dips. Right now, yeah, we did not get that break on Apple, although it did come pretty close, which is just sort of makes it fine for me because I am down for trying to grab anything here on Apple. A pullback into VWAP could also be something right now. It's 9:36, so I'm getting a little antsy here that maybe thinking about trying to make a trade at some point. But for right now, we're just chilling, 189 and change. I'm still trying to watch AMD 161.50 right there, Micron 127. Quickly, ETHE, let's have a quick look over there. We've kind of left it alone a little bit, haven't seen anything. It's 3,700. You can see this is what it's looking like right now. Still like the stock, lots of liquidity, easier to get in and out of now because there's so much news around it. So watch out for Ethereum trying to make some moves. Is Uber moving a little bit here on a note?
Sharif, look at Li Auto.
165. Neil wants to know if you bought Li Auto. Did not, okay?
Wow.
So nice move up for Uber right now. Straight upside for Uber, starting to go 63.50, 64.50. Pull up for Uber right now. Could be a decent short up there. Let's see what it does. Still waiting for Apple, which is now pulling back. The market's trying to pull back as well. Potentially this is NVIDIA because AMD just moved down.
NVIDIA is going lower.
Yeah, okay, it's trying to go lower. All right, maybe it is time to buy Apple then at this level, bouncing off that 50 period. But here we come into the futures right now. What's up, Adara?
We have One MedNet, ONMD, this one moving to the upside again. This is a small cap runner. Right now approaching the $2 level, up about 32%. Still trading on yesterday's catalyst. The company highlighting its five-fold expansion of its network and platform, guys.
Oh, man.
Yeah, strong move there. I believe Better is open after its halt. I'm just, I got my locates on ARM. It looks like it's a stair step down, which means, okay, evaluate the trade for you're not going to get the 114 off the open. It broke to the lows. Yesterday's close was at 112.5. Pre-market lows were around there as well. So I want to short the pop back into that level. DraftKings, oh, you're going to get away from me here. I was just looking for that dip in DraftKings. So 41, I wanted 40. You see it break higher, dip back into the 41 is going to have to be the play. There was that news
coming in.
yesterday regarding taxation on betting, which was positive for them in a single state, but it was still good news and it made a nice bounce on the daily chart, triple bottom on the daily chart for DraftKings. That's the other reason we like it.
All right, I'm going to get a little bit with it here on Apple. We'll try to buy some of these dips. Oops, that's Elf Cosmetics. Oh yeah, by the way, wife always wins. Like she messaged yesterday on the chat in the show to buy Elf Cosmetics to me, and that was at one. I was just looking at it. That was 160.
180?
180.
180.
195.
Always
Yeah. So shout out right there to Marissa. You're in the money 20%. Damn, girl. Hope you took that. All right, so 188. Look, it's like a lot of traders, right? Like you can call shots, but if you don't have them in your account, then who cares? I don't have it, but shout out to Marissa for that one. Damn, I said that was going to be my trading strategy too, right? Buy
more of an investing strategy, I thought you said.
Yeah, investing. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if I
might
have been able to get it out now. Yeah, no, but I'll trade out of that. Like we traded out of Starbucks. Okay, right here.
NVIDIA's come.
Yeah, here comes Apple. Let's go. Let's spin it. We'll go one for one, as we said, if we can hold on to this 188. But you just mentioned NVIDIA because AMD is also coming down. So these trades may not last that long if the semis come back in. But right now, we're just in the money 20 cents or so on Apple. Let's see where we go.
Wow, Tesla is really starting to go. It's up 1% now, so it's just still stair-step. I did get DraftKings out in front of 41, just got 41.11. I think a lot of people are looking at that move down in NVIDIA. No break of 1030. I like 25 to 20, and it doesn't quite get there. When it's falling, the mistake yesterday on AMD was getting in too early and not allowing it to trend down into the level that we like, so I don't want to make that same mistake. Yes, I see AMC is moving, but it's right back into those lows. So AMC right back in. If it can make a higher low and start trending a little bit better to the upside, I might get involved in that. Feels like they're a little bit asleep, in my estimation. Rivian is not necessarily, there we go. It's following Tesla in that it's holding the bombs. Come on, chart. And the $10 level has held, at least for now. So as long as Tesla's going up, 10's been a good level for Rivian. Long 4 days in a row if you took it in the morning. So if we get back down there, maybe like a 10.01, 10.02 is going to come into play. I am in DraftKings, the position board not updating.
Yeah, I'm in Apple.
Can we restart the position board, guys? Yeah.
Oh, they just did.
Awesome.
Okay, I'll be out of Apple's. Yeah, okay, good, thanks. I'll be out of Apple, not out of Apple, I have some offers up here. We just bounced off the 50-period moving average, so now I'm waiting at 35. I was actually at 39, where it was before, but now it's at 35. So the only position I have right here is long Apple, 188.12, Adara.
Keep an eye on Maris NV here, MRUS. This one does have a $2.5 billion market cap, so on the smaller side. Short float of just over 5%. Trading higher, up about 25% right now after announcing that they're going to be publishing this abstract for this cancer treatment ahead of the annual Society of Cancer Oncology meeting. Guys.
Okay.
Better is about to go into a down halt now, so what goes up? Yeah, that is now correct. Thank you very much, Ramin. Better is now halting down after 1 to the upside, 594. It's right back in here, so it's absolutely, well, I don't want to call it pandemonium, but just be careful trading this. It might do multiple halts. I think when they calm down, they're a little bit better off the open. So dip bot on DraftKings over the afternoon top and that $41 level. If it fails underneath here, I want to give this one to about 40.80 or so on DKNG. So just going to let this one start to calm down a little bit as the market's still very much inside the range. You haven't had too big movement. I mean, if anything, NVIDIA, that dip to 1030 was maybe the most extreme thing I've seen happen on a large cap name. Still haven't gotten short in ARM. We're trying to be patient, getting it off the top. And then watch out again. I know the meetings are trying to go. If they can bounce and maybe break out those highs, I might get over to them. But for now, sticking with DraftKings, waiting on ARM short.
Okay. I mean, we were just trying to be patient with it. It went down to 160. I saw everybody in the chat. AMD's at 160, Sean. That's your level. Yeah, it went to 160. It's now up $3. I mean, what are we supposed to do other than take that trade, and we didn't do it? But you know what? I don't know. We're in Apple, and it's starting to go upside. This was, I mean, I'll take this. I'll take this. Like I said, I mean, I'll take AMD over this. This is 30 cents. But still, you know, at least we're in this trade. It's a winner. Let's just see what we can get. I mean, I want to get these big winners on board, and we should have taken that AMD. I mean, we looked at it, we talked about it, we called the comeback season for AMD. There it is. It's ripping. I mean, we nailed it. We nailed the rhetoric. We nailed the call. Everything like that. We just don't have it on. And I said that, so it doesn't matter. If you don't have the trade on, you don't have it on, right? And so we looked at it down there at 160. I just hope a lot of you are part of, and I know a lot of you are part of Sticky Note Nation, and hopefully took that trade. So down there at 160, there it was, given to you. Hopefully you're in it. I was nervous about it just because I thought it was too early in the day. But there's AMD, and again, trust thyself, and we should do that. And that's okay. Yeah, no, absolutely no FOMO because, like I said, we're still here and we are completely fine. And we had basically all the best trades yesterday were for me are basically in the afternoon anyways. So, no, it's all good. I'm going to still be here. That's just $3, and all it does is just, it's a pat on the back. You know, you called that level. I mean, we're the ones putting out the levels and sticking our neck out and taking the trades that we put on here. So we should have continued to do that, but today we'll just wait out and we'll hold Apple. I mean, this is a fine trade for me. We'll see where we can go on AAPL from here, and then we'll look at PLTR as well. I mean, there's numbers coming, there's Fed speak, lots of possible actionable events here coming in the day. So we'll watch AMD, maybe it falls back in, and we'll see if we want to take it again. I appreciate you, 1320 Wolf.
I just heard something about Taiwan there. So if you were trading TSM, anything, some ships in the Balkan regions there. But anyways, I'd watch out for TSM there. I'm going to get that headline if I can hear it better the next time. TSM is a little bit relatively quiet this morning. I just got into ARM. We said we had to be patient with this one. Just want to start working in off of VWAP and yesterday's close. It doesn't really give you the short off the top, but it is putting in some lower highs as we speak. The other name that we were just about to get over to was, oh my goodness, NVIDIA's Gonzo. You've got to be kidding me. So NVIDIA, it doesn't quite get to 1025, but now you're clearly starting to run and break out the top potentially. If we don't get the absolute dip buy, you might just have to look for a trend trade, which would be breaks out the highs, pulls back in. I always like VWAP in a situation like that, if that's going to be the case. Coinbase is going semi-nuts, but I don't think it's out of the pocket just yet. It couldn't break through 228 yesterday. I think if it can break that, I have 240 as the next resistance on Coinbase. DraftKings still kind of holding that 41 level, offering out in 41.20 as well. So we're still in the same two names, looking for an entry point in Meta or Tesla. But Tesla, we like the dip. There was no dip. It just only ripped to the upside on Tesla.
All right, okay. I mean, there it is. Another win there on Apple. Like I said, you know, would rather be 1-1 than dancing with some of these other names that I'm not putting up numbers on. So we should have been on AMD, not AMD.de, of course, AMD.NQ right there. Up to 163. Congratulations to absolutely everybody out there that trusted comeback season, man. This is not Johnny Manziel comeback season. This is real right here. 160, nice upside move there off AMD. We called it. We don't have it. I hope you guys do. Congrats on that play. I'm not in love with this Apple trade. We're getting some out on the upside. I don't know why this isn't moving. I mean, I liked 189.25 to rip, and that's completely different than what's happening right now. Apparently, AMC is starting to go off now as well.
High now.
But honestly, man, we'll just sit here and try to count some money today. I mean, here we go. We're 2 for 2. First in on Apple, second in on Apple, reloading these trades. It's been a good day so far. I hope you guys are grinding it out with me.
Yeah, that better is reopened, obviously. AMC just broke the highs. I'm only joining AMC if it shows me the pattern like one more time in. I just got the first leg in the arm. What I like about it is we just had a turn in NVIDIA at 1050. So here's what just happened in NVIDIA. It just made a turn at 1050. If we're going to get back underneath VWAP, then I want to add on the way back to the downside on ARM. We're in DraftKings. I'm just going to give it to you here. It's a long off of VWAP here at 41.10 and zooming back out, giving it to 41.80. This was the top in yesterday's move. So we're going to have one in, one out on this stock. The level I really like is the $40 level. So we're just going to take shots on this one at that particular price. Still nothing coming in for me on Tesla. I like the long on Tesla, but it's not pulling into VWAP. It's not at any key levels. So we'll have to join that some other way. I have resistance at 178, so there's plenty of room to that top. We liked it for the long, but I was never buying it at the open. I wanted to buy the dip. Let's go to Adara.
First Solar FSLR continuing this upward momentum that we've had over the last couple of days, breaking new highs right now, up over 6%. There was a bit of a story with solar. Basically, Google, this came out yesterday evening, Google signing this Japan solar farm deals in order to power data centers, being reported here by Nikkei Asia. But overall, FSLR outsized strength. It does have a short float as well of 4.3%, guys.
All right, thank you, Miss Adara. It's 9:48. Let me know if there's anything you guys want to talk about in the chat here. We're just trying to wait for Apple, and I'm honestly not want to wait for that long. I mean, I think we are bidding down here at 188. It doesn't look like it's going to be the stock that I'd hoped for today. As AMD, a little bit of a pullback back in. Let's check out NVIDIA quickly. I just want to look at Meta as well. We talked about the fade short in Meta. We don't have it, but I want to look there. 141 now for NVIDIA. Made a nice move off that. It basically got to our level, and again, and here I am not looking at it. That's that same AMD trade. We talked about going short on Meta today, and yeah, that would have been good. Meta now taking out the day's low. Like, man, we've been nailing things, man, and it's been a really good feeling to be able to do this. So here comes Apple back up. We're offering 39s. It's that same 39 as before. Let's see if we can get it. Apple, basically your trade of the day. I mean, we're 1 for 1 here today on Apple, and I'm completely cool with that. So far, so good here. Nothing really else setting up. We did get the setup, of course, and didn't do anything about it with AMD. But right there, Apple again, we just reloaded this at 20s and I can't even get 40s. So let's see if it wants to go one more time. I'm excited for this, but at the same time, we don't need to do anything. We're still fine.
Yeah, the market's not really flying around yet.
No, but I mean, like I said, it's better to be in a position right now that you're kind of just like waiting for something to happen than spend too much capital looking for others. But I still have the scanner going here looking for more shares or more trades. AMC 470.
Apparently Boeing's dumping again.
Yeah, Boeing is.
So by the way, look, I just got a fill on ARM finally. Like ARM came back in when Nvidia dumped a little bit. I added through VWAP and it just got to 112. But this is like ARM's not usually putting in a 50-cent range in the first 20 minutes. But that's what it's doing because that's what the market's telling you. GitLab, I looked over and it is weak, but it's also it was way better liquidity yesterday trading this after the news. I pulled it in. I'm like, yeah, I don't see how you're even getting into a short. I'm not punching the bottom when there's not a lot of liquidity. So yes, GitLab is going to the downside, but it needs to calm itself down a little bit because that's getting a little bit, it's getting nasty, but it's not something that I would participate in without better liquidity there. GameStop, load. There we go. GameStop's now heading lower. This is another caution point to anybody that's getting exuberant about AMC. You're not really breaking back out. You're still in the consolidation and pullback phase. But 18 was a pretty key level yesterday. If GME does any kind of a false breakdown underneath 18, nice little rebound trade could be there, maybe back into VWAP, but it is tanking in some sense. So I'm not going to be getting involved in AMC longs unless this thing does some kind of a little bit of a level off. I think they tend to go, not always follow each other, but I don't like going long one when the other's tanking. DraftKings, I mean, when I have this, I'm giving it to 80. It's still right in the pocket. Nothing too crazy happening there. And then Tesla starting to pull back into VWAP. I like it better off of the support levels. But again, very, very calm and moving trade. Like you're not getting those crazy wicks. I feel as if yesterday got us into a mode of be really, really patient because things are flying around like AMD was. And then you're too patient because of the lessons learned yesterday, which is fine at the end of the day. Like you can't be mad because yesterday being impatient is the only reason to be down early. So I kind of feel like it was the right lesson learned. That said, it can be a little bit frustrating. So I'm going to get back into ARM if we get an opportunity for a reload off this like 112.5 level, and things still look relatively weak in some of the other chips.
Yeah, we are, we are completely cool. I mean, this is exactly what we're doing. We have this Apple trade. We've reloaded it. We're waiting to see if it wants to go to the upside right now. So that's what we're waiting for. I was just looking at another trade possibility, so let's start to open that up. So let's wake up everybody that's out there right now. Look, we called Uber at the top, and then it just faded back into the 200 period, and we missed that one as well. So Uber just now triggering on my scanner, and we should have bought that dip. So I'm sitting there now in case we do get a little bit of a dip buy opportunity to come through there on Uber. I like the long down in there. So let's take a look at that in a second if we can. All right, 174 breaking down maybe on Google. So just having a look here. Again, the market's trying to get lower now. I mean, Google on a chart, it's been weak, obviously, the last 2 days, I guess. I mean, other than that, it was pretty strong before then. There's the push, and then there's yesterday, and now we're trying to get back low again. I wonder if the market comes back, Does Google get into that 173? This is probably a decent short opportunity now, breaking down through 174, maybe using that as a top there, 174.40s, something like that. But it looks like we are breaking back down now in the market. So let's be careful. We're out of more than half of our Apple, but not much more. So we're still waiting for that one. Tesla could be a good dip buy. I see some people talking about that.
Nvidia's coming down again.
Nvidia's coming down. Okay, so we'll watch out for AMD. Here's Google, 174.20. Could be something there.
Yeah, look, Nvidia's starting to come into the downside. I didn't actually get the reload on ARM. You're going to see it was right in here. This wick will make it hard to tell, but it's a big wick right into VWAP. So there was a bit of a pop, but there was no bid up here. Like it just kind of got there, and then Nvidia rolled over, and you're right back at the bottom. So there was no ad for me. Gonna look for a place to get some out of DraftKings just to relieve some pressure. Here it's not at the highs yet, but with the market starting to roll in, I'm just gonna take some off for 10 cents. The market is starting to get down into those lows, which makes sense to trim. Like this has not been flying around the way I expected it to. And Tesla might have been a dip buy, but only about 40, 50 cents. So right now we're 50 cents in the money on ARM as that one heads to the downside along with Nvidia and some of the other chip names. So far so good, but it's, we're gonna be 2 for 2 at this point, but I don't have any Tesla and it's not really moving how I expected.
Hey, it's me, we're the anti-hero. It's Apple going to the upside rate here again. 188.55, 188.56. Yesterday, I'm driving around High Park blasting Taylor Swift, and everyone's like, man, what's going on with this guy? How come he has such good taste in music? And I just look over, and it's like, it's my daughter. Like, you know what I'm saying? Right there, right now. So here we go, guys. It's Google, and by the way, hello. Nice move back to the downside on Google. We just called this one. It's funny that this one started going down. Meanwhile, Apple started to go to the upside. So let's wait to see what exactly is the story here with Google. We'll take a little piece off. It just went into the 80s. We're bidding there now again, but there goes Apple, man. Nice move into 60s. Let's offer out a little piece right here. Yeah, man, traders stay late. Traders trade like this. And here we go. It's Apple. It's Google. It's 2 for 2, and they're doozies right now. So hopefully we can continue with some of the good love on these names. Let's go, Google. Again, we said, wake up, we got a trade idea, and it's Google right now coming into play again here. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. We're short Google, and we're long Apple. I mean, this is working out absolutely perfect. Again, if you're going to trade like this is what you got to do. Have that patience, man, and here it goes. We're doing it again. Man, we are just leveling up here, and I feel real good about it. So again, hopefully you're all watching and being able to trade and understand what some of the positions that we have on and why we have them on. So we just got a couple fills down there in and around 80, just the pre-market low. The market did make a dump. Wow, Apple, come on, let's go. Yeah, patience again, pretty key right now. So we're good. Yes, I am a Swiftie. I'm also whatever you call Olivia Rodrigo. Whatever my daughter is into, I am into.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Olivia Rodrigo, for a lot of the younger girls, she loves her songs more. She doesn't actually know who she is if she had to spot them, but it's like she loves the Olivia Rodrigo songs. You're still You're still moving down on GameStop, so there was no hold of 18. I said if it broke 18 and came back above, I might have looked for a cheeky little long on the way back into VWAP. It's still heading to the downside, so I'm glad we did not get into that. I'm glad we didn't just immediately jump into any trend on AMC when GameStop went down, because you're seeing AMC pull right back in along with it. ARM still holding out. Haven't been able to get a reload just yet, but with the market heading down, we'll hold it into yesterday's bottoms. DraftKings, I think a good decision to take some out. I'll dip back into previous support on DraftKings. I just like this where it's set up on the daily chart overall. I want to be looking for longs on this stock, every single kind of setup that it's going to have. Great $40 level. For now, it's trying to hold the 41. Tesla's starting to come back in along with this market. Let it get down into those lows. I did prefer down closer to the 173 level. You're still at 175, so we're going to try and be patient with Tesla in here. Rivian is at 10. I do see it, but I'd like to see it bounce first. Right? Like catching the falling knife, do not want to be doing that today. If I get dip buys, I want to get it where it's shown me a bit of a bounce, and then on the way back up, try to catch it instead of just standing in front of a level blindly. All
right, it's almost 9:59 So let me just double check here on what exactly we have going on with our economic releases here today. All right, so here it is. We just check it. Well, I posted this as well. It's on our watch list. Michigan sentiment coming out right now at 10 o'clock. So those are going to be some numbers definitely to watch out for. We are well positioned right now. We're Apple 50 cents in the money. We just covered some more. Look at that cover right down there on our friend Google. So far, so good here today. Let's go over to Adara. Why don't we go to Adara now? We have numbers in less than 20 seconds. So as soon as she's ready, Ramin, flip it over, and let's go over to happening now.
Waiting on these numbers here. The Michigan Consumer Sentiment final for May coming in 77.2 was the previous final print, but as we know that early print we got was a bit lower than expected, so this will be, we'll have to wait and see what we get. Consensus 76.5 forecast, or sorry, 67.5 forecast 67.4. Michigan 5-year inflation expectations final here as well. Consensus and forecast of 3.1%. Just waiting for these numbers to hit here. We're also waiting for Michigan current conditions final, Michigan consumer expectations, and the inflation expectations. Let me see if these are anywhere else. SPY getting a nice move to the upside on these numbers. Perfect, we do have them in. So Michigan consumer sentiment, 69.1, slightly above the estimate of 67.7 and 67.4. We did have that Michigan 5-year inflation final coming in 3% versus 3.1% expected. So we also have 1-year inflation 3.3% versus 3.4% expected. Michigan expectations final 68.8 versus 67 expected. And conditions final 69.6 versus 66.8 expected here. So a lot of these numbers coming in better than expected in terms of how the market was looking for them. Some other names moving today include Boeing getting a pop here, but a little bit weaker on the day. They did release their 3rd annual safety report. Bloomberg also reporting that they're working with the union and the FAA to review these employee safety reports. We also have PDD here up 7%, continuing a nice streak after its earnings, getting an upgrade and a 184 price target from Goldman Sachs. Lots to look at on this Friday before the holiday long weekend, guys.
And what a great update right there. We'll come back with this. Awesome, and then this. Money. We sat here all day, and we said, look, we're going to sit in this Apple trade. We like this Apple trade. Let's be patient. Let's be who we are. Let's put on shares. Let's wait for it. Apple right there. Blast off right up there to the upside. So, I mean, so there it was, man. Good out. We're almost out of Apple. Now, that went right to 189. We are almost, we have 10% left right there. So, yes, sir, that was that call. Bang out on that one again. And then AMD 160. Are you kidding me as well? And then look at this average in on Google. Right now we're in the money on this trade. Back to the short side. Stink face, man. This is the kind of market that we're having, and we are feeling everything again here right now. What a different style of trade for me today. Find the best opportunities that I could find, sit in them, and bang them out. We'll take it. We'll take it all day right now. It's Google and it's Apple, and those were monsters.
Yeah, that's what I love to see. It's like it's way more patient today. I think that's what it has to be. I just took some out high of day on DraftKings because respect the fact that it's now double top. Might look at VWAP in here. So I still want to bid underneath that 41 and try and catch it in front of 4080. But if it starts bouncing off VWAP, we'll take that road as well. ARM came back into the upside. We let it get to the 13 because he had the number come out. So if I'm going to be against the grain, the difference here with the first time is remember NVIDIA wicked and went down, and ARM followed along. NVIDIA wicks and goes down again, and ARM is carrying higher. So if it breaks out this local top, I don't want to fight it. So that's the reason I'm not going to give it to that high. It was following the pattern before, now it's not following the pattern. So again, ARM has been good almost every single day, but this is not how it usually trades. So I'm going to get out of ARM. We'll take the L on it. I might get back in if we can get up to like the next key level. Maybe it'll fail a 114. If it breaks through there, I'm not touching it unless it gets up to 117. So you got to trade these one station to station. Of course, Tesla does not get down to where we want it. I said patience can be good, but patience can also cost you opportunities. I wanted the lows. It went down to 75. Wasn't looking at 175. You guys heard me say I wanted off of the bottoms. And Tesla continued to go up. It is strong. We did like the long, but we're not going to get it. is what it is. Meta as well. Meta was a dip buy and a long for me off that 462 level. You're going to see just all to the upside on Meta. So you're going to have direction, but you also have to find an entry into the trade. Thankfully, we're able to get something into this DraftKings. And then last one, GitLab. It's been 30 minutes, and I wanted this one to start to calm down a bit. So now a little more comfortable with it. It's still underneath yesterday's lows. I want to be sitting short in GitLab based on that hack, or hack, or whatever you want to call it. The accounts got compromised, I guess is what you're supposed to say, which is a hack. And it's still underneath that support level. So now I want to get into this one. You got to give it some room, but very, very light volume. So I'll probably start with small shares. If the market rolls over, I don't see any way this should be a good stock today when you have a security breach.
Look, this is a proud moment for me, but it should also be a prouder one for guys like Wayne back there and guys on the floor. Look, I said today I'm noticing this is probably one of the best days the floor's had, and they've changed their style of trade. And I just want to say a lot of respect to everybody that's there on the floor now trading stocks that are obviously moving and with news, and definitely a change of style there. And I think that this floor behind us is definitely on the right track. So a big shout out to Wayne and Brankles for flipping up what you guys do. Mad respect to that one. I'm definitely seeing the difference. So there's the props there. So again, glad to be able to spend time with these guys on the floor, and I hope that they're able to see the difference in what's going on there. So a big shout out to Wayne and Brankles, and more importantly, the traders behind us, that now I'm seeing all the names I see on the floor are all names that will hopefully lead them to the promised land. So congratulations on flipping it up and being able to do that. So, and again, that's just from, hey, real sees real. And now you guys are really trading, so that's good. All right, look at this. Google right now, boom, there it goes. Let's go. Spin that money through, man. It's 170. What's up with that short? We have two trades today. Apple goes dollar club. Google now 60 cents on reloads. So there's Google all the way to the downside, and look where we just got out, days low. Right? This is exactly the stuff that I'm talking about again. Trust your stock, trust the way you're trading, and look, man, these are the opportunities. These are the opportunities. We'll go 2 for 2 here. We don't need to tell you how big they are. It doesn't matter. You can see we only have 2 trades here today. Yesterday, we fell on that sword with Tesla. We battled back all day to get green again. And today, we'll sit here at 10:06 and show you this trade that we were pounding. This is the other thing. I'm like sitting here saying, this is the trade I have. This is the trade that I like. Thank you to CompuCare as well. You mentioned that, the sticky note and the confidence that we had mentioned with AMD earlier on in the day was the reason why you have this banger still on. But you have the trade on, not me. So again, regardless whether or not that was a help from Sticky Note, whether or not that was your own banger, whether or not you alerted that down there, everyone in the chat was like, dude, it's there on AMD. I was like, hey, it's me, but I am not taking that trade. And instead, we hit it with Apple. Apple will be there. We'll hit it with Google. Google's there. So we'll go 2 for 2. And me and Neil talked about this yesterday. There's literally thousands of opportunities every single day in the market. You just have to do you and find you. But today, it's much more of a proud moment to be able to see the office doing really well, and we know what's going on, and just really good again. And of course, last night I'm lying there with my son as he's going to bed, and he's like, "Dad, did you buy any more Roblox lately?" And I was like, "No."
That's the first thing. Yeah.
No, and I'm teaching my kids financial literacy. I already told you that from the jump. My kids have already sat in this chair and traded, right? So we talk about this all the time because, as I told you, from where I come from and everything like that, this is what I'm going to be doing. But look at this, Roblox today, of course, I'm going to show him tonight that it's up 0.94. He's like, Dad, they're doing some upgrades. All right, so let's go. It's now time to rock and roll. Back over to the desk with Darren. I'm going to go get a coffee. You need one?
Actually, yeah, I was going to ask Randy about.
Yeah, let's ask Randy.
Yeah,
let's ask
Randy. You don't have to get up. I was about to message that I need a refill on my coffee. Let's go over to Adara. It hasn't shown up just yet, but a wick top there on arm off the high. So I'll re-enter the trade. You've got some weakness starting to come back into it, but let's get over to the desk with Adara.
Not a ton of volume on this one, but currently gaining volume. CROX. Crocs wanted to bring this one up because we mentioned this one earlier, and it's currently up about 5% right now. No news, but 7.8% short float. It's a nice look for CROX. Just getting another nice volume spike here as we speak, guys.
That'd be Crocs. Shout out to Michael Noss, the Noss boss, coming in there and mentioning that he liked Crocs. I think it was more specific to like a setup that could happen. So I don't want to sit here and tell you guys that he's
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he said he was in.
No, a lot of the times it'll be like, okay, this stock is setting up for this, and this is the trend. It's not necessarily that you're getting in. Like, I was talking to Shreve about Liato. He's not in the stock. He just mentioned that there was a bottom it was making, and he might get in. I saw it was up. I got excited. I'm like, hey, good for you. But he didn't actually buy. But I am in Rivian off the $10 level. Oh, well, maybe he'll get into it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
So I'm into Rivian off 10. It worked yesterday, bouncing off 10 into VWAP. If it doesn't today, I picked some up out in front of 5, bit of a bid at 5 on the way after it had bounced. So now I'm going to look. If it holds 10 exactly here, I might add 1s and 2s. But on the way down, not going to do that. If we break down underneath 10, then we just dump out of that trade. PDD's holding up so well. Like, I'm looking back over at Alibaba. And remember that level at Alibaba that I said was the overnight prices? That's not a real brick wall. It turned there anyways at $80.80. And it stair-step up. One of the favorite trades I've had lately on Alibaba is when it fails a break of the bottom, puts in a higher low off VWAP, and then takes out the top. So that's actually setting up right now. There's your false bottom. There's holding VWAP. And then taking out the top would actually just end up randomly being an $81 even break. So that's a breakout setup I like. Of course, I'm not getting in unless it actually gets there, and it's heading down right now. So I just want to let you know, if we break 81s in Alibaba, I'm going to go long, but as I say that,
81.
Now it's going down. See, I just jinxed it. I feel like every time I go to look for a breakout trade, I tell you guys, hey, I'm going to take this breakout, and then the stock just never gets there.
Gosh.
What's going on? Position more might be wrong again, guys. I'm back into ARM on the short side.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll work on that. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that all fixed up. Okay. So we didn't look. We did just average in right now at 40 here on Google, but I mean we're short at 30s right now. I'm gonna take a little bit more here if we can get it. We just got some 58s there. Whatever it was, 50. No, I think it was less than that. 56.
There we go.
Right there. Yeah. So I just took a position. So hopefully, all right. So mine should be right. But we're coming up to VWAP right now, and again. We thought Google was weak, and remember what we said about having the ability to switch up your game. We did that yesterday with the futures, so we're not doing this now. It's 10:15, and that, day records can happen very, very quickly in the stock market. So let's not change our tune too much and still, okay, here we go. I mean, we're short and we're in the money now on it, but at the same time, it is coming back just a little bit. Apple's trying to get to that dollar again. We're 70 cents in the money on Apple. We only have 10% left. It's Google that's got my eye right now. And over at the desk with another update, let's go with Adara.
Nice volume increase and getting near high of days right now for DELL. Dell Technologies went up 5%. No news on this one today, but we did have that strength yesterday in tandem with NVIDIA on AI strength. We also did have its collaboration with Ericsson announced yesterday, and Dell is going to be reporting coming up on Thursday after close, guys.
Oh, Tesla, it's not fair, Tesla. Dell's a monster. Definitely a monster. Tesla's now gonzo. Though I did say sometimes you got to be patient, right? So we let this bounce off of. Oh, I just got GitLab. We just let Rivian bounce off the $10 level and then catch on the way up, which does mean we sacrifice the chance of getting 2s and 3s. That said, we get it going to the upside instead of catching the falling knife. If Tesla's going to get some orders out in front of the 10s and then the high of the day is quarters, so I want to make sure I have take profits on Rivian into that. GitLab, again, they had the security breach yesterday, so it's very, very light volume. I said be very patient. Like, I'm not going to just, like, it's not doing a heck of a lot of volume, so I want to start small here and only add if it starts going into the downside. The market's strong enough as well that it could get lifted with everything else. Tesla is an absolute rocket ship. At this point, it's like carry Rivian with it, please, is the best way I can think about it. Because I think VWAP's about the only way I'm getting in. We're not going to get a dip into the support levels that we like. There's just almost no chance that's happening. DraftKings, I just picked some back up when it bounced off VWAP again. We'll get some out if it gets back into the high of the day. So DraftKings up 1.5%. There was a positive news story yesterday in the afternoon, and it's just continuing trend back into the upside. Randy, my man, thank you very much. Tesla is flying today.
Thank you. Yeah, we talked about Tesla having that bottom base at 173, 174, and it is starting to fly to the upside right here for TSLA. And this is why we sort of wanted to stay away from it. Remember we switched over this to a bull? So far, so good here on that call. Tesla's starting to go back upside. And normally this has been on the sticky note all week. And I said if we can base out around 173, 174, we liked it. But the problem is here today, wasn't looking at it right here. We should have. It was 174.50. I would have been upset with myself, Randy, if I took this and then it went down because I was waiting for 173. These wicks, yeah, there's VWAP right here at 176. See, this is what I'm talking about, Randy. There it is right there. See, it's a whole thing. Like now people, this is exactly it, right? Looking at new things now. VWAP, a big level there on Tesla. So we'll see if that one can hold. Good call, Randy, on that. What's your plans for the weekend? Anything? Kart racing. That sounds like a hell of a lot of fun. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Not on Saturday, I hope. Is it on Saturday?
Saturday
It
and
might
Sunday.
rain on Saturday.
Where are you going?
Mosport.
Good luck.
Mosport.
Yeah, it's
that's
Mosport or
always-
whatever, but you're the one going, so you call it whatever you
We're
want.
sponsoring a kid there, and he's good, so it's good stuff.
Good, good, good. That should be fun times, man. I hope you enjoy that. I hope the weather, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I hope the weather sticks out for you.
Yeah, 100%. Because I think on tomorrow and Monday we're expecting rain, thunderstorms on Monday. So Intel's flying,
Monday.
and I don't know specifically why Intel's going up. I saw no news stories on this stock. I think it could just be a relief rally off $30. So if it's that, here was the morning resistance, 3080. There's support at 3080. This is a long-winded way of saying this wick is going to get me short to the high of the day. So it's that simple. The high of the day is like 3082-ish, or maybe it's like 83. Either way, if it breaks out that, I'm jumping out of that trade. We just started getting out of Rivian, so that's a news trade is just getting into Intel. Again, I don't know why it's strong, but it bounced off 30. It got to the resistance spot that I didn't think was in play today, so I just jumped into the short. And now we're at VWAP on Rivian, so thank you, Tesla, for at least dragging this off the depths into VWAP. I'm starting to get more out once we cross the 10 level. Team PJCT, yeah, you're right. Meta's still ripping. It is what it is, man. I don't want to slap the fail on it because I feel as if being patient was the right thing to do, but it led me to not finding aggressive longs in Meta. It led me to not finding aggressive longs in Tesla today. So sometimes it's like that. There's a cost to being patient, or risk, it just means you might miss out on opportunities if you're not aggressive with it. So Tesla's going, Meta's going. I did like them both for longs. I have not gotten in. We'll have to look for VWAP in there. Rivian, again, like I said, starting to go into the upside. And then we haven't talked too much about crypto, but Coinbase looks like it might be trying to break a double top. I think Coinbase is really more bullish if it can take out this high, 228. And if that happens, it'd be better if Bitcoin was actually doing something itself, because you're not really getting a lot of movement in spot prices, especially after that ETH. I guess it's not really, they didn't approve anything. They just said you're allowed to put the applications in.
Of course, we say that like the one we want to buy is Meta. Like we want to get longer on Meta because we sold some, and we haven't been able to do that. I think that's the number one stock for me right now, looking to buy anything for Meta on any dips if we get it in the market.
I wanted Microsoft, but
yeah, Microsoft was an easy one to get as well. But damn it, you got to pounce when they're there.
I had a bid like so close underneath where it dipped to, and it's like you said, it gets down there. It's like it misses your bid by a few dollars. Just log in and go long.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
It's like it's so frustrating because I don't do that. I'm like, oh, it's gonna hit my price. Yeah. It did not. Anyways.
Who's this that's trying to call me here?
We got SMCI apparently is making some moves, and if you look at Nvidia, yesterday, it was absolutely carrying the market. Today, you have such a lack of volatility in the stock, it's crazy. As a matter of fact, the reason that I didn't move it to a bull is I kind of thought we'd have a bit of an inside day, and it ends up being true on the big leader, but overall, the market is trending into the upside. It's just everything but Nvidia is making that move because you're getting a fly up in AMD. I mean, yeah, it was kind of in the middle, but I kind of liked it down closer to the bottom. It is what it is. But this is going to now at least retest, I think, that 168 level that was so key before. If it gets up there, maybe you get a bit of a curl. The only new position I put on was Intel off of that wick, and it's still right in there. So I don't want to stand in front of AMD because I feel like AMD should be stronger than Intel. But at the same time, if Intel just decides to make a fresh high, I'm getting the heck out. There's only so much I want to fight this. Both of these have made a good relief rally, so we'll risk about 6 or 7 cents on it and no more here.
All right, Google's coming back down. I appreciate you, Athena. Yeah, no, I don't feel like I'm being hard on myself at all. I just, I did miss that AMD trade, and we'll often have trades on here. But you know what? Honestly, the fact that Apple was our trade idea number one, and this is the kind of, and we hashtag real trading. We talk about how they're our number one sponsor. I mean, this is trades that we could all have on. These are 188 buys. You could take day expiry options, anything like that. I was going long here, and now there it is, right? We're pushing the dollar club winner. So, I mean, sure, it's funny because, again, if you have 100 shares right now, let's just say, maybe you're trading light shares, you're doing whatever, or you have 1,000 shares, or you have 10 shares. But if you have 100 shares and you're long right here at 188.20, right now, even though I feel like I haven't really made that many trades, first of all, we have 2 trades here. That's a reload. At the end of the day, you're now $1, let's just say you're even 80 cents in the money, 90 cents in the money, something like that, like we are right now. That right there is $100 in your pocket, and you've been now, if you consider this working for 40 minutes. It's real trading. I don't think that this has been harder because although we'll be up on it and we're short and we just covered and yada yada, at the end of the day, this is a much harder trade for you guys to take. Much harder trade for you guys to take because you have to average in and there's a lot of different things happening here. But the Apple trade doesn't get much simpler than this. So thanks, Athena. There it is right now. It is a dollar club. And trust when I tell you, man, we don't even have 99 problems, but definitely Apple is not one. So let's go back over to the desk right now. What's up to Comp SRX1? What's up to everybody in the chat? I hope you guys are doing real well today. It's been another good one. Adara.
We do have the Russell 2000 trying to push higher here. The IWM trying to make these higher lows. Right now up just under 1% on the day. Quite a few runners to talk about. A lot of these are going to be day 2 plays or names that we mentioned earlier. ONMD at one point up 100%, now up just below 100%, 95% to the upside. This one running on a day 2 move after reporting greater than 5 times an expansion of its proprietary network and platform. So nice look there for OneMedNet. We also have MRUS, Maris. This one trading higher, up about 33% after announcing they published this abstract with regards to their cancer treatment ahead of this annual cancer-related meeting. So nice look there for MRUS. Last but not least, BTTR, Better Choice. This one on the Amex up about 35% to the upside. No specific news on this that I saw, but we do have a short float of about 4.8%, a float of under 500,000 shares, and a market cap of around 3.5 million. So pretty small across the board for BTTR, guys.
Did we just get, no, we did not get more Google. So I was looking to get more Google up here potentially. So I'm waiting a little higher, like 174.70, see if we can get something just to average this back in. This is not like, I'm hoping for a move down, but the futures are just going to the upside. So we said that we would potentially look at the TQQs. It's actually setting up for a short, which is why I'm trying to get, we only have 10% left of Apple, which we just talked about. It is $1 in the money right now. So, pardon?
What's your level on the Qs?
I don't know. I was just looking right now on, it just wicked this high right there on the TQs. Again, this is a daily chart, so we already know where we've been. So if we're going to look at the 1 minute here on the TQ, we just sort of made that little top wick right there again. So I was just thinking if we fade back off of this, I have to, yeah, I haven't really looked at it. I mean, there yesterday, that's 65, so we're getting pretty close to that coming into play there from 2 days ago, actually, that 65 level. So yeah, maybe something coming up here. 18.8, I mean, on the major Qs, 18.825, that was the high we just made. So I think if you're gonna go short, you just go short against today's high. Because the market, we say this all the time. How resilient is this market?
Yeah.
Like,
well, actually,
straight up all the time.
Well, the reason I ask is, obviously you want confluence in your trades. You want to have multiple reasons to like something. So I just looked over. I'll get to GitLab in a second. That one's working. But we said we just take out Intel if it made a fresh high. Like that's accelerating right now. Like,
wow,
is the market going to turn? That was my question, just in a general sense. Okay, well, is there some kind of a technical re-entry that's going to make sense? But no, like now Intel is going to be up 3%. So it got to a level that I liked, and we're just going to get out of Dodge. It showed you that wick top. So that's a setup I'm going to like back into VWAP. Like we're trying to make a move back into here. There's nothing going on Intel. And I'm actually a little disappointed because I wanted that sucker to get down to $25 because that would have been the only place I'd buy it before the end of the year. So GitLab just retraced back into 56. We got in at VWAP at 45. We just took 40 pennies on it. Low of the day is going to be 55.5. The other thing which I did not point out, which I'll do now, the 50 period on the daily is right at that 55.5 as well. So I'm going to get out there and then look for another trade. So GitLab, I think it should, I just want to be short this stock today. So when it sets up a short, whether it's at 57 or VWAP, I want to try to go short, hold it into the next level down. The fact that it's down into an up market and had bad news, I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. But I don't want to be fighting Intel again. Like, it wasn't even fighting, it was one entry. But whatever the heck's going on with it, it looks like it's a pretty strong stock for the short term. We just got back into like 10.08 on Rivian, so it's bounced off 10. We're at 10.12 here. My longs were at 6 and 5. So now that my price shows 5, my price was 5.5. It's the same thing. It doesn't really matter. I'm offering out in front of 18s, and we'll look to see if we can continue that. DraftKings, it's trying to get back up toward that high. I'm holding for either a break at the top or maybe we can get another reload off of VWAP here. So it's been relatively quiet on DraftKings. It's on a 1.5 million of volume, but it's not exactly the most exciting 1.5 million. You're essentially getting 25 cents on the move here on DraftKings. It was a heck of a lot better when the news actually came out and it ran $1.50. But you just got to be patient with it. It is bouncing and trending to the upside, so we like it. And now NVIDIA is starting to go. Thank goodness we got out of that Intel. NVIDIA is starting to break out, back above VWAP. Still a very much inside day on NVIDIA. So short GitLab. We'll hang on to Rivian into some of these highs. Tesla has still been a bit of a frustrating one. That last little dip got you nowhere near to VWAP. Still $1 away from VWAP, which now sits at 176.
Yeah, great trade there on GitLab, and that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. But talking about GitLab, seeing it make a move, putting the trade on, that's a good one there. And I think, like I said, I think the market should think about retracing, but we're right back at the highs. So let's just. I see some people in the chat talking about Google, so I don't know. Where's that? We have a gangster cash register here. We'll ring it.
I hate that one.
Right there. That's like those early ones. We got some out there. So as you can see, it does come right into the 50-period moving average again on that downside push. 43s, 44s, 45s, 154. And then the rest down here in the 40s. But look at this. It's coming right back up as the market goes. So we did not put on that market short. We did want to wait for it. I still think it's a possibility here, but just looking at a broader look on the NASDAQ in general, we did this yesterday with Raider Trader. We've been talking about this with Frank and making some of these highs and pulling back in just a little bit. That's 19,000. Like that's pretty sweet. And right now you're just at this level again. So this is something to look at. Like that top from the 22nd, what day is it? Day 24. So just 2 days ago, in coming into question right now, 18,830. 18,830, right. So we're right there right now. We're at 18,828. So this is a spot where you could get some short and then hold it against that. So I'm actually debating the short. We talked about 65 here on the TQ. So let's just try to put it on. I mean, AMD is a monster. That's out. I mean, look at this AMD call. Congratulations to everybody there. It's trade idea number 2 on here. Trade idea number 1 is a Dollar Club member with Apple. Trade idea number 2 is a $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6 winner there with AMD. So let's just see what winds up happening. Here goes the TQs right now back up to the upside. And there's that 65. Let's try it, but this is a little bit of a danger spot. Sometimes we do get moves reversing itself into not the afternoon, but the morning is like it's 10:30
into 11 European close.
We just tried to short 65s. Can you believe that? And it just went all the way down there. So hopefully we'll be able to rally back. Let's put on a small piece at 96. Well, we tried. This is a different beast altogether because triple Qs is just all machines. So it's not. They will run away from your orders because it's a machine, but at the same time, there's so much liquidity, it just follows the market that, you know, as long as you don't have to be like, oh, I just missed that level. If the market wants to come back, it'll just fill you. So we'll take a 96 there. It's too bad that we didn't have a little bit better of a position on that one. We just did get stopped out of our Google. I'm going to put one more piece back on because the market did fail up here as well. We just got stopped out there at 174. Let's be a little bit, okay, it's against the market, but not by much. So I don't know, Google just started weak and I was liking the weakness until we started to break above. So I'm just gonna go short again, thinking that maybe we get a fail move on that. TQs right now, whatever, just went a dime piece. We'll see if we can go a little bit lower than that. Let's hold on to this Google and see if it'll get going. 175 stop, and then that's it. Let's not be stubborn with this one and just keep shorting this market. The NASDAQ is insane. So
I would usually
maybe
already
175.50 maybe.
Oh, I would usually be short right now on Intel at 30.93 or 94.
Can't believe that AMD.
But like again, I don't know why it's so strong. AMD, I can wrap my head around why AMD made that rally to the upside. I'm having some trouble wrapping my head around any specific reason. You don't need a reason for it to be strong. I'd usually be in this short right now, but you can see I did not take it, so it is what it is. Rivian just got into the teens, tagged me at 16. I'm sitting here at 20 as well. All it's doing is retracing the initial move it made. It went from $10 to $22, back to $10, sorry, $10 to $10.22, back into 10, and now it's trying to make a run back into 22. I do want to still be in this if it breaks quarters in the chance that it can go higher. If it breaks out that top, it looks good. I just canceled my Alibaba order for a breakout because Alibaba, I said it would look pretty good if it could take out this top at 81. As you can see, Baba is not doing what Pinduoduo is doing. I can want Alibaba to be as strong as Pinduoduo all I want. It's just not going to happen. Checking back in on GitLab. If it pops back in and gives me a setup short on 56.5, we'll try to get back into that one again. So Rivian looking okay. DraftKings is just like Rivian, like it's chilling out at the top end of the range without actually breaking the top. Team PJCT, Intel probably moving from hedge fund interns. Maybe. One of the things that can happen on a Friday going into a long weekend is, I mean, you might have the B team on some of the desks, although it's so algo related anyways nowadays, it might not matter as much as it used to in the past. Sometimes you get an advantage trading in the afternoons on a holiday long weekend, but I think the algos rule, and that's not a big a deal anymore. I think it used to be a thing with traders. Here's Tesla, and here's 178 trying to break it out. I said I'm not taking any breaks. I'm taking dip buys on this stock. So I'm not taking a 178 break at 10:30. Breakouts at this time I have not found to be that good. So I'm just not going to take it. I'll look for a dip buy in that stock. We'll stick with what's been working so far today. So it is what it is, but Tesla's making that run to the high. If it goes, I do think Rivian has a good chance of breaking the top with it. AMC's tracking towards 5. I know everyone's been saying, hey, AMC's up. It's up 5%. It's moved about 15 to 17 cents, depending on your entry point. Not nearly exciting enough for me. And GameStop still, oh, never mind. GameStop broke VWAP.
Oh, really?
The last I checked, GameStop was trending down.
Really?
Okay, this could get a little more exciting. If these can take out any of the highs, those are breakout trades I don't mind scalping because they're squeeze names. I don't mind breakouts on squeeze names.
All right, so right now we are just dancing with the devil here again, as we keep saying. We've already taken some profit on the TQQs to the downside, but then it just battled itself right back up. So we're just going to give this a couple more pennies through 65. I mean, like 65.10, something like that. We sort of just talked about what level we're at and, you know, possible expectations here for this trade. So if we're going to lose 10 cents, like we took, I mean, what kind of a move was that yesterday? I always look back and I'm like, man, why didn't we just, you know, not scalp this out? But so we were short here when we came back about 1 o'clock. That's 65 down to 60. So that's like, I'm just trying to see, because again, it's triple the NASDAQ. So this will move much more. You see the NASDAQ here is only down 0.7 right now when the TQs is up 2.3. So again, that's kind of the difference that you're dealing with when you trade these names. You got to watch out for the sort of relative move as opposed to the NASDAQ. So sometimes it's hard for me to figure out where to stop out and where not to. But I've already looked now and said, hey, we're trying to break long on the market. We looked at that 18,832 or whatever it was yesterday. And if we can still stay above here right now, not worth it, man. It's like one good word from someone in the Fed or something comes out and then we just blast higher. So I'm not going to hold this. This is triple levered, the Qs. So if we're wrong, it's a problem. So let's wait to see what happens here. We're just going to take a 10-cent hit if that is what winds up happening. And for right now, it's a crypto moment with Adara.
Big story to talk about, of course, in the land of crypto is going to be that pathway to approval for these Ethereum ETFs. So right now, the SEC has allowed indices like the CBOE, NASDAQ, NYSE to list the spot Ethereum ETFs, but now there's no actual approval for them yet. The issuers still need further approvals before these funds can launch. So certainly an exciting development in the world of these Ethereum ETFs here. Bitcoin itself continuing to find that rejection that I talked about earlier this week at that 72,000 level on the daily chart. Though right now, we're kind of coming into an interesting point of a little bit of resistance earlier in the chart, and that's going to be this 67,000 level. So let's see if that can hold up for BTC. Right now, BTC holding just below that 68,000 on the day. Ethereum having a bit of a sell the news moment, despite that 20% pop we got when we initially heard that Ethereum ETFs were more likely to be approved. Now we're actually seeing a bit of a move down here. So holding on to that 3,700 level, but down about 2.5% in the day. A bit mixed for the rest of these crypto-related names. A lot of them are going to be down in the day, but we do have things like Dogecoin up 3 2/3%, Chainlink up 8%. Rest of them are going to generally be to the downside, though. Solana down 2 1/3. Cardano down just under 2%. So a bit of a mixed performance for the rest of these crypto names, guys.
So, yeah, all right. We just got one. I mean, I don't know if this is, all right, we'll take a 96 there. We're only short now at 02, and I mean, we don't want to necessarily be, like I'm taking very, very small pieces out here. There we go. Okay, we got another 95. Just taking out like 5% at a time here. And this is what I say, like I always look back and I'm like, why are we doing this? Why? Maybe we shouldn't. So let's wait now. So my next bid is 92. That was that bottom there. So I have to take a 90, 92. If we get it, we just took a 95. That'll be for 10%. So we'll be out of like maybe 15% of this so far, maybe, if it does come back in. And then honestly, when we get retracements from days high back to 50 periods, that is like the spot for me. So 64.50 would be great. 64.70 would be fine. So we'll see if we can get something in and around 64.70. Let's park like a decent size there. So we'll park something there. If it comes back in, great. And just in case I'm not paying attention, we'll put something down there at that very bottom that I think, okay, here we go. We just got that 90. Let's go. Spin, spin. Spin! Oh yeah, right now, a little bit of a face slapper coming through right now on the TQQs. Like I said, I marked this down on the sticky note. My number one stock this month, I would think, anyways, I have to look that up, is the TQs. And for right now, we going down, baby. Nice little move to the downside right there. We just talked, you're looking for futures traders. Okay, right now, don't look for equity trading though, because I'm still short Google and this is ripping. So out of 175, if this goes upside, we will. It's funny because we shorted the market again, and I said this yesterday, and someone in the chat was like, Sean, just trade futures, dude. And you are right, whoever that was, because again, what we'll make on this futures trade, we will give some back here on Google as it just broke higher. So it's all good on this front with Apple starting to go, and it's really all good with these futures trade. But at the same time, we do take the L there on Google. We have 4 times the shares here on the futures, but still, we don't like to give any of that back.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, you take the trade that's there. So I don't know why some names are continuing to go up when the market is putting a dip in, but I wanted to see a lower high. Someone just asked me, is ARM a short here? It's at the level. There's that double top. We shorted off the pre-market lows. When it looked strong, we just got out of it. But now you're starting to see, not capitulation, but a consolidation underneath and some lower highs underneath 114. So I will get back into this one to that 114 level. The other thing that happened is we just had the crypto segment from Adara. Mara is at, I just hit enter. There we go. Mara is at that $21 level that it couldn't break yesterday. If Mara gets back above 21, I was long this multiple days off the 21 level. And it was a good bounce zone. It was a breakout, then dips into 21. Yesterday was resistance at 21. I know it was a good short yesterday, but today is a different day. Super strong. I don't know why Coinbase and Mara are so strong when not that much is happening in GBTC. Like, remember, Mara doesn't mine Ethereum. Like, it doesn't actually even matter, and Bitcoin's not moving. But if you break out from this 21 level, I think you've got at least 50 cents worth of upside. The actual high was 21.03 yesterday, so I'd be looking for it to take out 05s instead of the even dollar level on Mara. If we get an opportunity on this dip, I want to look at VWAP again here on DraftKings. So DraftKings been holding VWAP. It's about to test it one more time. We got it the first one through, held it down under, then it showed higher lows. Looks like it wants to do it again on DKNG.
All right, guys. So the only position, again, look, like it's a pretty good thing. We should have identified this at VWAP. We did try it one more time. I'm just gonna flush myself down the toilet. And again, this is the thing, and I want to just say thank you to people in the chat because you're talking about trading, entertaining, doing all this, trying to speak, trying to educate. I mean, I should have, and this is part of you, bless you there,
Bless
Fabian. As you go, you sound like me and my mother. We sneeze like uncontrollably sometimes. Right there, 174.80, 175. The minute we broke VWAP there, that's the indicator for me that we should have been looking at. One thing is to short against 250 period, but when we started to break there, just didn't believe the extra strength in Google, and it looks like it did pick itself right off the mat there. So yeah, that sucks for us on Google. Futures, look, man, we already got some out there. We said that we wouldn't do like that whole rapidly getting out, but funny for me to tell you, but I'm out of like basically 45% of it now, as it just came back in and we took some profits. So
Uzi style.
we'll try to hold. Yeah, man. Literally, we got our AK and we're about to spray, but at the same time,
I don't know, Uzi probably sprays a little more than AK.
I don't know. Honestly, I just use my hands. But at the same time, right now, TQs. Yeah, the judge said I can't even use these anymore, unfortunately. All right, 64.70 downside right now. Potential warrant coming for your boy. All right, over to the screen with Adara.
Okay, Ponzi.
Lots of strength in lots of these markets today to end this week and kick off our holiday weekend. We do have lots of strength in technology services. Of course, the exception is going to be some of these computer-related names. Intuit to the downside after earnings. CRM following suit. We have Salesforce earnings next week, so keep an eye on that one. Oracle, Adobe, ACN also a little weaker here, but Netflix, Google, and Meta all very strong. Lots of chip strength here in electronic technology. AMD, Qualcomm, Intel, all very good looks here. Finance strong across the board. Producer manufacturing, retail trade. Again, lots of retail earnings next week as well. Consumer durables, producer manufacturing, and consumer services, process industries, all really strong. A little bit of weakness coming through here in health technology, a bit more of a mixed to weak performance. AbbVie, Johnson & Johnson to the downside. Generally, though, lots of strength in lots of these sectors, guys.
So we were just talking about this when I was in Vegas probably 15 years ago with the wife there. We went to one of those shooting ranges, and we did one of us, so the wife was the I think it was it the M16? I don't know, but we did fire the AK as well, so that was just
was it
what
you
a
that
wild.
said there was a Gatling gun at that place?
Well, so the Gatling gun, well, you can, but you got to go outside with that.
Well,
This was just a shooting range. Like,
I would hope so.
You could actually, I even think they had like bazookas and stuff. Like if you paid enough money, like, yeah, it's nuts. Like we don't
When
get
in
those opportunities don't exist around here
When in
too
Vegas.
much.
No.
We haven't looked at Faraday
Literally
Future
FFIE movie?
yet, so no, I don't know. I mean, I want to look at it. I
It's
mean, it's
down
a stock that
compared
people
to-
talk about. Yeah, so this has actually held out much better than I thought it would. Like when you start this journey at 5 or 10 cents and go all the way to 350, and then come all the way back in, I'm surprised at how well Faraday Future is holding up. So good look on that one. If anybody's buying the dips, that could be something in this name. But again, 50 million shares, good short float. They have tanks now at those places? Yeah, that's hilarious. All right, yeah, it's crazy. All right, by the way, in my opinion, we've all had great trades on here, but even John Travolta's like, dude, what's up with this Apple call? And when you're getting it from a guy like that, you just, all right. 188 and change. Like we sat in this trade and I was like, guys, we missed AMD, but we're really happy with this. We really, really like Apple here today. It's at 189.50 and your number one trade idea on here as well. The number 2 idea, of course, is AMD long 160. And you would say, well, then I should be long 160. Yeah. Came into 160 a couple times. This was worth buying a million times over, only because it already bottomed there. So we already knew that. We always stick our neck out on this sticky note, and we try to give some decent ideas, and I think that was definitely one of them down there at 160. We even wrote down comeback season for it, and we talked all about it. But you know,
no comeback for the Chicago White Sox last night in what was hands down the single. And again, you're probably gonna see highlights of this.
Who did they play?
It was the White Sox versus the Baltimore Orioles, and I've watched a lot of baseball in my time. The single worst call I've ever seen to end a game. And it's bar none. And it was disgraceful. And sometimes you have an umpire.
They have reviews.
Not this call, because it called interference on the last play of the game on an infield.
Thank God there's 160 games.
On an infield fly. On an infield fly where the batter is automatically out. The batter is automatically out off the bat. Hand up, infield fly, the batter's out. And they still call obstruction because the guy on second base turned and starts walking back to the base. Didn't even see the shortstop, had to step around him and make an easy catch. And they called interference to double play to end the game. Tying run would have been tying run was on first place. It was ridiculous. If I was a White Sox fan, you're having a bad year. That adds insult to injury.
It's actually better that they lose.
Probably. My whole thing is, look, the best umpires are the ones that you don't know. If you never have to hear an ump's name or a ref's name, then that means they're doing their job because it's about the players.
I say get rid of them all because I mean that's going to make it.
The robots are coming.
Yeah, and thank God for
the
that,
robots are coming.
honestly.
So the only new position I have was getting back into ARM, and I tried to add here at 80s. But if you get back into VWAP, I'm going to get out in front of VWAP. Maybe we'll get some reloads somewhere on the dips. GitLab, we tried. Look, I wanted GitLab at 56.5 again. Just nothing doing up there. It's bouncing off VWAP. We're still going to get out at the low of the day. Remember I mentioned the reason getting out at the low is just what it looks like on the daily chart. If it breaks through the low, it's a separate trade through 55. I think we want it short into that 50 period. So we're about 50 cents in the money on GitLab. I'm looking for another 30 or 40, and then we'll go. DraftKings, we did not get the dip buy. Again, patience has worked in here today. Rivian, we did get tagged at 10.20. It's trying to pull back into VWAP, but on a day like today, no need to jump out in front and just say, hey, it's dip. Let's buy the first available dip. No. If we like it at 10, we like it at 10 till another level shows up. So we're long this one at 10.05. The best we got was 20s. You're risking underneath 10. You're going to get 99 in that situation on a stop order. Unless something crazy happens with Rivian, it wouldn't. But if we get a reload, it has to be off that $10 level. NVIDIA is starting to go to the upside. So that's the only thing that would be concerning for me on the shorts, although GitLab had bad news yesterday. But NVIDIA is holding VWAP. There was only one chance to get it on a dip buy today, which I did want. But I kind of liked it off of 10.20 was my out if I was going long on NVIDIA today, which meant it had to be at least at 10.25 or around that level to catch the dip buy on NVIDIA. Didn't get there, but still some strength in NVIDIA. If it breaks it out, the shorts could be in some trouble, but until that happens, they're still in the pocket.
All right, so right now about 20 or so handles in the money on this futures trade. It came right into the level that we talked about. We said we'd get a bunch out there at 70s, so it went to 77. We put a bid out there as it was stalling a little bit. That very bottom is 75, but as you can see, we did take some out right there. So far, so good. We'll watch out for that short coming through. I don't want to be watching out too much for the short because I don't want to get scared, even though there's only 10% left. I don't want to get too scared out of this Apple trade. I really like it. I think breaking through 190 is a possibility here today. Obviously, if that happens, then we'll lose on this trade. So we're just taking some pieces of the pie out right now on Google. On Google.
Futures.
Yeah, futures. I mean, Google just, man. Remember I was like, maybe we should wait for 175.50, but we didn't. So we lost our way a little bit there with the patience.
I had
Google, and yeah, that was just because
175.50 was the morning high.
That's why.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, no rocket.
I really wasn't looking at that stock much today. That said, I am now looking at Lucy. I'm coming home. I don't know what's going on with this stock. But anyways, we'll do some I Love Lucy love. Great show. Desi Arnaz was amazing. Rest in peace. But everyone's asking, are there locates on this stock? So a couple of people have asked me. We don't have free locates. I'm going to see if we actually have paid locates in there. It's up 200% on 250 million shares in volume, so this could be the one today. It is NASDAQ, so why did that reject? You have to do it in all caps. That's just so weird. You have to actually put the symbol in all caps when you request a short. So it's done 250 million shares. We do have paid locates of 1/8 of 1 cent per share. I feel like that's standard for us on a stock where it's basically free, but it's not technically free. So we can go short this name at Real Trading. You just have to pay for the privilege to do so. So Lucy up big. It looks like it's just a pure, I'm going to check for news on it. I don't know if we have anything, but it looks like it's one of those low float runners, maybe the new one du jour. Look at the 50-cent level. So that was a big resistance spot on Lucy. 50 cents also happens to be where it last dipped. So that could come into play. Halt rules are different underneath 75 cents. So it has to move much more than 10% in order to go into a halt. Let's go to Adair for the news, the story on Lucy.
There's no story on Lucy. The company is Innovative Eyewear, but just some details. They do have a 0.4% short float. It's a very small short float. Market cap of around $3 million, around just over 11 million share float. So larger float, not a huge short float, but small market cap for LUCY, guys.
Okay, thanks, Adara, for that one. Yeah, Dan, I missed your super chat, so put it in there or just write a message again, and I'll treat it as such, and we will get to figure it out. Okay, so, all right, what's next? Who next? Palantir next. All right, let's have a quick look at that because this is another name that was on the sticky note. We wrote down, all right, I mean, we wrote down if we were going to get into this level in and around 20 is where we were looking for that long. I mean, honestly, I was not going to build anything. I don't feel like this is a missed opportunity for me. I wasn't building this long until we got into this area here, like 2030s, 2040s, something like that. So we did dip to 2065 there right now. Now Palantir up 1.16%, stronger than the market. I think it's a fade if we get to 21, like 15 up here. The market just kind of is doing things like this. But we're still, remember, we're still short the market here. And we took some profit on this, but there it comes right back up to the upside. That's why we said when you take high of day and you get back into the 50 period, we talked about that. That's sort of my target there. So we were lucky enough to get some out up there right now. We just tested back to high. So let's try a little bit more short here. You see what happens? We push offer enter and makes that move down. But the NASDAQ is something that will run against you. So let's be careful. Our out is still 65.10. We're short 65.04 right now. Let's see what winds up happening, and maybe we'll get some resolve after we get back from Adara at the desk.
Downside move for the DXY, continuing to reject off this previous support resistance level, coming in at 105 for the DXY on the daily chart. We did have some economic data today that the market really liked. Key among them is the Michigan consumer sentiment for May. Did come in at 69.1%, so above that estimate of 67.4%, below the prior number of 77.2. But when we consider the fact that the preliminary print here is around 67, this is certainly a nice look for this May consumer sentiment print. We also did have core durable goods month over month for April coming in higher than expected, 0.4 versus 0.1 estimated. And also some comments from Fed's Waller basically saying that the U.S. financing pressures could raise the long-term neutral rate, but we don't have enough time yet. Only time will tell how this U.S. fiscal position will be impacted. So interesting look there. We do have some economic data coming up next week to keep an eye on. GDP coming in on Thursday, the GDP print, and then on Friday we'll be getting the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. That's going to be the PCE. Also worth noting here, the euro to DXY relationship here. I have this up because we did have this nice pop here in the euro on the USD. Some ECB officials speaking today, including Nagel and Mueller, both saying that they think it will take some time for further rate cuts. So this bit of a hawkish stance, nice look for the euro, guys.
All right. We did.
Definitely a good look for the euro. I'm trying to wrap my head around Lucy's float of being 12 million.
Lucy, huh?
When it could do like, I mean, it's going to press 500 million shares today. It's already halfway to that. So that's kind of, it's a ridiculous amount of volume, which is impressive. I thought maybe a dip into 50. It's about to break out the top again. So we're not even going to get a chance for a dip into 50 on this stock. Pretty much no way, no how. Look, I've paid for locates on it. Part of that is flexibility. It just in terms of putting stop orders out here at Real Trading and then having take profits, it's just a little bit easier to manage that way. And they're so cheap, I want them in the block. I want to have them available to me. It's not about going short. I'm looking for a long entry on the stock. So it's not really about that. I would look for a long off the 50 level, but it's got to do some kind of a dip to get me involved. I just want to go back over. I don't think Mara's made the move yet. There you go. All right. So no breakout on Mara. Hasn't really broken out the top. I just canceled my breakout bid on Mara because it's starting to pull back in. Trend still generally up. Every time I look to my left, it's so I can see the Bitcoin chart with having. I look at IBIT making a move back at the highs, and I want to see the corresponding price, which Sean has up. But I'm seeing this on Bitcoin breaking toward the top, and I'm asking myself, well, why not just take the stair step long? So I'm going to go long on Mara off of the opening range bottom and a little bounce in here. So if VWAP can hold, this looks pretty good. It should be following Bitcoin anyways to a certain extent. And yes, Meta is frustrating. I'm going to get to that in a second, but I was about to get into ARM, so I wanted to just get my stop order in there and then work back on over to the next. So the reason we liked it is you're breaking higher on Bitcoin. I follow IBIT. It's a dip back into the previous high, showed me the wick, long, stop there, get out. Now I don't have to actually take the break of 21. I can hold past the break of 21.05, I guess it would be, and then see if this move can continue. Some of these names are super strong. I'm not here to tell you that Mara necessarily should care about the ETH news because they don't mine Ethereum, but it is what it is. It's making some power moves. My biggest regret today was never finding a long into Meta. It's up 2.5%. I could say the same thing about Tesla. These are both absolutely flying. And Meta, if this breaks the 50 period, the amount of regret that anybody that was looking for a dip buy into 400 like myself and didn't just take 420 when it was presented, I'm going to slap the fail on that one for myself. But I can say the same thing about Microsoft. So Microsoft didn't dip as nicely, though. That was it is what it is, man. Like that 420 was absolute gold.
Yeah, that happened too quickly. All right, so we got punched out of TQQs, but then I just punched long. So like now, I mean, I just think the market's, it's above the 50-period moving average. I want to be in this name until we come back underneath this. 18.8 I mean, this is not even close to a market that I want to be shorting right now. Apple is an absolute monster. We're in the money $1.50 on Apple. NVIDIA is going to probably take that day's high, or actually it's at intraday high right now of 1048. We did get to 1050 earlier, so this is a good possibility to do something here again as well. That, of course, is NVIDIA. And then we've already talked about AMD. Let me just check out Google. Remember we were short Google. All right, so look at this, starting to go upside as well. Is Amazon getting juiced? No, this could be the next one to go for sure. We've already highlighted Meta as a lot of these NASDAQ names. Here we go, we're long the queues, let's go. Look at Meta, boom, to the upside. We talked about wanting to buy this one. We missed our opportunity there. Is Palantir finally going now? Yes, it is. There goes Palantir to the upside as well. So that's a banger there for anybody that was able to get into that one. We didn't really find our way into it. But yeah, so far, nice move up. And then I feel like Tesla's, you know, that last day when it sort of went a little parabolic, there was a top that was found. Was it this day? Yeah, it must have been right into here. So right around, yeah, so this is the day, 177 straight up to 182. And then we were able to find a level, so a couple double or triple tops before falling back down. That, to me, is what you're going to need to see on Tesla. Just like when you drop into here, couple bottoms before eventually going back up. So I don't, you know, for Tesla right now, you just hit those tops and took it out. So you know, this is a very, very strong name. Maybe the short 179, 180, but that's a risky spot right there. And look what we just did right here.
180.
Yeah, 180. Yeah, and you talk about doing a 180. We did a complete 180 right here on the futures, and now we're long on the futures and nicely in the money, pushing it the other way right now. So this will be a positive name for us, the TQQs, despite having that short, being able to get out and now flip it over to the long side. So we're just going to wait, man, and see what happens here. And apparently I have to book our tea time with Jeff Mendel.
Uh-oh. Oh, Jeff.
So get ready and put out that Amex, Jeff, there. Get that black card ready, my guy.
Of course he will. That's Jeff. I mean, come on, he can't do the booking. It is what it is.
No, I told him. I told him.
Well, you guys gonna pick the course and all that kind of stuff. You'll see me out of DraftKings right now. That just pulled back underneath 41.50. Just gonna show you on the way down yesterday. Here's 41.50. It was the only consolidation at the open, and then it absolutely plunged. The futures just took out highs, and this made a pullback. I still want to be involved in VWAP if we can get it. So we get down to 41.10 to 41.20. I still like the reload on DraftKings, but that trail out just came in. Like I was just putting it in when the market broke the highs, thinking, okay, this is a good place to start trailing because it's starting to break out. And DraftKings came down when we just made a fresh high. So I do like that out. Just jumping back over, I might be able to get back into GitLab here or add to GitLab. Still looking for the low of the day. I want the shorts at or above VWAP into yesterday's bottom on GTLB. So far, it is resisting all of the strength that is inherent in the market today. So I think this one is going to continue to trend down. So we want to hold on to it for the market lows, for the low of the day on GitLab, but I'm still trying to get filled off the offer in VWAP, and I'm not going to sit out in front of it because its volume is so low. Very low volume on it today, despite the fact that it is weak. Rivian, we're still holding no VWAP bounce, no breakout of the top yet, but I'm holding for the breakout of the top, which is at 10.25. Otherwise, looking for a VWAP bounce, or if it just doesn't hold VWAP, we'll look at it at $10 even. GameStop, I said it was starting to wake up. Well, others told me it was starting to wake up. I'll give you guys credit. I just noticed after you guys told me that it was starting to wake up. Higher low off the 18 level on GME. Like I said, I don't want a breakout trade, but I do love the higher low after a down open and then the hold of VWAP on GameStop. If it does it today, obviously yesterday was the one day that it couldn't do it. It actually rejected the other way. If it can hold above VWAP, I'd look for a long, give it to 18, and then maybe you get a squeeze, go red to green on GME, but that's the only setup I want. I want to see strength and then jump in. Yesterday, this was just all downside, and it could not hold on to VWAP. Looking back at this chart, I got to ask myself why I wasn't thinking short GameStop yesterday. I was probably waiting for it to go above VWAP to go long. That was silly. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends. So we're long Mars still, long Rivian, looking to get more short of GitLab. But it's 11 o'clock, I just realized that's my bad. You are going to be headed over to, although we'll be back at 2 o'clock, so don't worry about it. But you're about to be heading on over to Learn a Trade with the professor and Adara. Go get them.
See ya.
I had no idea it was 11 o'clock.
Ram was panicking there. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Dara. We are not wearing the same colors. That's only on the camera. Wait for everyone to come in from the other stream there, and then we'll do the shout out, let everybody know how much we love them. All right, it is Friday, and it is a long weekend Friday for my American people out there. All right, they're coming in, baby. We got Andrew, we got Pillsbury, we got Raghu, we got Cairo, Mr. Longshorts, Easy Trader. I see you, Pirate Genetics. Okay. Ganja Fire, Sebastian, Dude Rocks 420. A lot of marijuana references here. Cass M, Dad, Trader, Taxi Driver. What's up, Gorev? Alaric B. We got Jason Walcott. We got Damn. He says, yo, yo, yo. Crystal Ball is there as well. Yoel Reyna, Joe Finero. I was about to say Joe Flacco. Crystal Ball, Maz, Ahmed, and Want Action. That's an interesting one. What is up to everybody? Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you today?
I can't complain. Everything is good on this side. I see some entries and on AMD there. Good luck.
Thank you. So I liked AMD because look at how we held this. This was also, I apologize for my voice. It's a little bit raspier today, but we're gonna get through it. So I just want to address the raspiness. But you know what is actually also kind of raspy? AMD's attempts to get off of this 9 EMA. It's a little bit hoarse. It's not coming in with the full viciousness that I would love it to. But yeah, so we're just kind of rasping away here. We're bouncing around this 165.30. I got in. I wanted to get out if we got to 10s. We bounced off 16s. I said, Adara, add. So I did. I put the ad in Adara, I guess. And then I'm planning on getting some out at 165.50s. And AMD's like, well, I mean, I can do 165.46s, but everything other than that, I can't. I don't know. So I'm like, Okay, AMD, that's cool. I want to be a little bit more AM decisive with my exit points today, so that is the goal. Then I would like pieces for dreams around 165.80. Will this position hold up? Time will tell. My average entry point right now is 165.24 because the position board, because I haven't taken an out yet. But hopefully AMD, talking to you, will have an out soon, and then it'll be on my position board. It's up to you, AMD. How are you doing?
I'm seeing what Big Kyle Burdett. What's up, Big Kyle? Oh, I didn't load up my stream deck. That was so anticlimactic, but we'll get to that. Big Kyle says, spy watching. Thanks, Ram. 529.25 to, I'm assuming 529.85 for the short. So shout out to Big Kyle there. 520. Okay, so just write that again, Kyle, because I think that was a little off. All right, guys, let's get right to business. We are talking about the measured move all week long, and today we're going to finalize the lesson by talking about how you can combine the measured move with other indicators. So let's get right to it. The allure of the measured moves in intraday trading is undeniable. But successful traders know the importance of confirmation, using multiple tools to validate their analysis. This lesson explores how to combine the measured moves with other technical indicators for stronger signals. So why does confirmation matter? I mean, you probably know the answer to this, but we're going to go over it anyway. Measured moves provide estimates, not guarantees, okay? The market can be quite unpredictable, as you probably already know, and relying solely on retracement levels can lead to costly mistakes. So to avoid that, we want to include some other stuff to help form our entire analysis. So confirmation from other technical indicators adds confidence to your trading decisions. So let's get to those most popular. So the popular confirmation tools that are usually meshed in with measured moves, first and foremost, the moving averages. Perfect, because we did an entire week on moving average crossovers last week. So moving averages, they smooth out price fluctuations. They reveal the underlying trend. That's kind of they're really what they're good for. They help show you a less jagged version of the price action, as well as they show you whether they're pointing up, sideways, or down, what the overall trend is. If a measured move aligns with a trend identified by moving averages, for example, the price approaches a support and resistance level established by a moving average, like, you know, the 200 or the 50, the signal then is strengthened a little bit. So there adds confluence to the look for the measured move. In addition to actual moving averages, price action, support and resistance levels, so important here. These are areas, obviously we all probably are familiar with them, but I'm going to recite them anyway. These are areas where the price tends to bounce or stall. Sorry. If a measured move retracement coincides with a support or resistance level, it suggests a stronger zone for the potential entry or exit based on that trend. So all we're really trying to do here, and you see me talk about this before, is add that check mark next to the name. So I've got one check mark, say the moving average is pointing up. The measured move is showing me that it might be a nice idea to take a dip trade here for a long. Check, check, check. There's a support level at that area as well where it's dipping into. Another check mark. So you're trying to add as many check marks to the name as you can to help add that, that confluence. Good trade, Katina, man. Momentum indicators, also super important. We talked about these with the moving average crossovers last week. Specifically, we talked about stochastics and relative strength index. This week, no different. We're looking for confirmation. So these gauge the speed and the strength of the movements. If a measured move aligns with a momentum indicator signals, for example, the RSI is indicating overbought or oversold conditions near a retracement level, for example, it reinforces the potential for a trend continuation or reversal, whether you're going long or short. So that's what we're talking about here. And here is a great example of a measured move with, what's SR stand for?
So sorry, support and resistance.
Support resistance, flat top and RSI on the next two slides. So here we go. So we have the measured move, and it's basically showing you that it's bouncing near that upper trend line, or that, sorry, not the upper trend line, the lower trend line for the move long. So it's nice when there is confluence there. And there's another one, this one, more resistance-based and bouncing off those levels. And these, the aqua, purple, and the blue, those are the retracement levels on the fibs. We talked a lot about that on Monday and Tuesday. So the measured move is calculated based upon a retracement level, which one you're taking is entirely up to you, whether it's 50, 31, or 68, whatever it is. You just got to make sure that you're using it consistently. So putting it all into practice, we're going to put this in a step-by-step order. So the first thing is you identify the trend. Use moving averages to make your job a bit easier, or the price action. If the price action is up and to the right, or the moving averages are pointing up, you know what the trend is. It's an uptrend. And then step 2, you're going to look for the price move. You're going to spot the price move. So you're looking for a significant price move within the established trend. So you're not looking for a move down if the prices were pointing up. You're looking for a move down maybe in the dip, but not a sustained move down. And then 3, you're going to calculate the measured move. I'm not going to show you the calculation on this slide, but you can go back to the Monday and Tuesday lessons. They're included there. Okay, so you're going to apply a retracement level to estimate a potential support and resistance zone. So that's step 3. And then step 4, you're going to look for confirmation, which is the subject of today's lesson. You're going to look for signals from other indicators that support your measured move analysis. Let's look at some examples. So for an upward trend, you're doing as follows. So the price makes a significant jump. You already know what the trend is. The moving averages are pointing up. Then the price, boom, it makes a significant jump up. The measured move, after your analysis, suggests a retracement to a support level identified by a moving average. At the same time, the RSI at that level indicates an oversold condition. So this confluence strengthens the possibility of a buying opportunity. You see how we put all those check marks next to the name? Similarly, on a downtrend, the price plunges. You know the moving averages are pointing down, the 200's pointing down, the 50's pointing down. You do the measured move calculation. The measured move suggests resistance near a previous high. You look at the RSI. The RSI is indicating overbought conditions. This combination, again, strengthens the possibility of a selling opportunity. So you're looking to put it all together, hence why I saved it for the last day. You okay there, Rim Rim? Jeez. I know, she's coughing up a storm. All right, beyond the basics. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach here. You know that by virtue of the fact that you can choose a different retracement level. I chose 50, you chose 61.8, somebody else chose 38.2 or whatever it is, okay? So you have to be consistent in the retracement level that you use in your measured move calculation. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach here. It's going to be incumbent on you to practice it and see if it works with your method. Experiment with different indicator combinations to find what works best for you and your trading style. And don't overcomplicate things. Start with 1 or 2 reliable indicators as a confirmatory tool with the measured move before moving on to anything else. Don't get too complicated here. 1 or 2 should suffice. And backtest your strategy. I mean, you have likely access to a sim. I know on my brokerage I have one at work, I have one on my brokerage. There's free ones I know online. Trade Ideas has one. So like, it's not too complicated to get a sim. And then you want to see how your strategy works on that historical data and how it performs under different market conditions. A little bit challenging here because I know Trade Ideas only lets you backtest about 3 months. Some other platforms might let you backtest a little bit longer. I know somebody in the chat a few months ago, something was telling me that Thinkorswim lets you go back 6 months or something like that. That I can't confirm. I've never used Thinkorswim on a paid basis. And remember, guys, confirmation is not a guarantee of success by any means, but it significantly reduces the risk of acting on false signals. So by combining the measured move with other indicators, you'll make a more informed trading decision and strategy overall. Adara.
Yes, Sharif. We do love informed trading decisions over here.
I don't mind them.
On how to trade. Yeah, I mean, like, I could take them or leave them, but I'd rather take them. You know what I mean? But yeah, thank you so much to Sharif for putting together that lesson. Hope you guys learned a lot about measured moves this week, but not to fear. We will have 2 more times of this lesson later in the day. Also, I like that you mentioned Trade Ideas, because shout out to Trade Ideas. They are having a special offer. It is their Memorial Day sale, guys, limited time. So apparently I don't know how to use a computer. There we go. Get it while you can. Your limited time Memorial Day sale. Use the code TVAnnual28 to save 28% on annual subscription. Shout out to the NOS boss, and shout out to Trade Ideas. So definitely check that out, TVAnnual28. Look at all of these beautiful benefits you can get with your prescription, not prescription, subscription to Trade Ideas. To give you some trade ideas, to help us, you said, we always like indicators and confirmations, so shout out to Trade Ideas. Not shout out to AMD. I'm going to have to extract myself here because AMD pops a little bit. But what are you looking at this fine, what day is it, Friday? What are you looking at Friday?
I was getting fashion advice from Brian there in the chat there. Apparently he doesn't like my shirt, so we're disappointing Brian. Upset. I'm very upset about that. I don't know. Brian doesn't like it. I have no idea. All right, Patty.
What kind of show is this?
I don't know. All right, guys, everything is absolutely flying here. Not everything, but I mean, Meta is really making the biggest move, and the future is on the way back. It looks like to 19,000. What a move up today on the future. We just broke through 18.9 like it didn't even matter now. HOD 18,916.5. Google's on the way up. So is the Cybertruck. The dead one ain't dead today, baby. The soft one is up 0.5%. Meta's the beast, though. Meta's up 3% at this level. It's knocking on the door of 480, about 15 pennies away there. 479.85 META. Wants that 500 and wants it bad. It looks like it's going back to that level. Really, the only dead one today is the ZON. The ZON has been stuck in a range here, 181 to the low side. Clearly, it's a 182 top, but there have been wicks. That IB high took us to 182, and just a little bit below that half, 182.5, but it has been a $1-ish range on AMZN since the start, and that hasn't changed. Pivot point resistance to the high side. Yesterday's close at 181.04 to the low side. I want to see if I can play this range. I missed it right when I sat down, 1045 here when I loaded it up. This was bouncing off yesterday's close. It didn't spend that long down there. So this candle over here, it spent maybe a whole few seconds over here because I didn't even have the opportunity to load it up. And here we go. It's coming right back into 182, 181.90. Now, here's the thing. The market's pamping here, right? So does Amazon catch some of that market strength and break through the range? So you're gonna be careful here because the market's really flying, and even though Amazon's been consolidative, it may not stay that way. I'm gonna be looking at Amazon to play the range.
I have some questions for AMD, and the number one is what's happening, AMD? I did go long. This is just a case of Adara, what are you doing here? So I got long. I was like, oh, I like the long. I added to the long. Things were going great. We couldn't break 50s. We got below 165s. I got out. Bye-bye. Then I got the short idea because I actually flipped short. I felt really confident about the short. I was like, great, perfect. Please just punch. Got short 165. 23s. Took out 23 pennies. Please just punch. Then I added to the position. Things were going great. Then I did not manage it properly. We broke above. Shout out to anyone in that AMD long because that's a great look. But I will not be shouting out AMD myself because I should have just taken everything out at the bottom of that. That would have been fine. But the thing is, you have to have conviction in the trade you have. And I really want to say as well, I want to shout out Sean because he was kind of telling me, it's better to just kind of commit to what you want to go 100%. I committed to the AMD short. What I should have done is just get out earlier and things would have been okay. But it's all good in the hood. Actually, that reminds me, how's Robinhood doing?
Oh,
I don't even know.
Dara.
Oh! I like this Robinhood. I literally pulled this up just because of what I said, but actually, look at the support resistance flip on 1977. Pop. We drop. We bounce off the 90 MA. Pardon?
Shut them down, open up shop.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh.
But yeah, Robinhood, an interesting look. I think that clearly we're pretty strong on the day. That reminds me, someone else wanted to look at, I almost said Donkey Kong. DraftKings. Honestly, just kind of steady bounces here off the 90 MA and VWAP. I think we could, we'll have to see if we break out here. I think we're having a little bit of a chop and turn like what we did at AMD. And we know how AMD resolved to the upside. So we're going to have to wait and see if DraftKings will be the king for the bulls or the bears. Right now, though, we are up 2.5%. Looks like we could do a little chop and turn to the upside for DraftKings. But I see you have taken the Zon.
I have. I got in the Zon. We're going to pack our patience here. We're going to have to give this a little bit of room, guys, because the market's really, strong at the moment. So this could break through the level. I'm looking for a dip into below that 182. I want to see if we straddle 182 as support at these levels. So packing my patience in the Zon. Already wet my beak there on the break of 182. So we'll see if this one breaks. I already put my stop through the break of 21. 182.21-ish is going to be the end of the line for this short. If it breaks, it breaks, and then comes back in. We'll get back in on that. So in the money right now. Let's leave that. Let's look at something else. Gorev, Dell on a decent pullback, made all-time highs today on a great volume. Could be a decent long from these levels. Say no more, Gorev. We will load up Dell right now. So DELL, have a look at this bad boy. So we're going to start with the daily. Yes, all-time highs, man. Wow, Dell's been on a rampage lately. Well, I mean, Jensen had the dude sitting right there at the event, right? Basically told him, go to Dell for service. Didn't say anything about SMCI, by the way, at that
Jensen
event.
had the dude as the quote of the year.
Yeah, well, the CEO dude.
No, I know. I just love the way you worded that.
I don't know what's the CEO of
I
Dell
don't even
called.
know. Let's
I don't
find
even
out.
know. Yeah.
Let's find out. So he's not like Sharif, right? You call me the dude.
He's the dude. He's the Dell dude, right? No, seriously though. Okay, so let's have a look here. Rounded bottom coming in here, Gorev. Interesting look at that 10 period. Comes into the 10 period on the 5, and then we get the wick shimmy a little bit below 164. But it is putting in incrementally higher lows and higher highs for that rounded bottom, as the boss always talks about there. So not a bad look. Yeah, a bit of a lower high here too, a bit of a topping tail candle. Let's put in Dell on the side chart here so that we can keep tabs on the current price action. Below 165 right now. Let me know how this goes, Gorev. I mean, I could definitely be persuaded for a deeper retracement at VWAP, something a bit more established. But I am a little concerned here with trying to get it in on the 10 period with no catalyst today for Dell. Just make sure. So they report soon, by the way. Let me get you that. Let me get you that real quick here when the report is. Okay, so May 30th, guys, after the close, 5 p.m. it says. That could be wrong. May 30th, I believe that is Wednesday?
That is Thursday.
Thursday, thank you, Dara. Yes, so Thursday after the bell, DELL is going to report, so keep tabs on that.
After the Dell.
After the bell Dell. Brad Oldman, GME, retesting VWAP upside. Adair LePage, can you look at this one? Absolutely. Let's have a look. He asked both of us. Well, just since
I was confused, yeah, when you said I was.
Yeah,
like,
he asked both of us. All right, here we go. What I see here, Brad, is lower highs, and I don't like that look, okay? Not for the long. It is above VWAP, and you could say it has a bit of an aggressive double bottom here, possibly bouncing up that 17 3/4-ish area. For confirmation on a possible skewed double bottom here, I need an 18 2/3 break and hold. Otherwise, to me, it's lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Yeah, and you guessed it, another lower high there. So, yeah, I'm going to stay away from GameStop, but let me know if this one breaks. In fact, you don't even have to let me know. I'm going to put my own alert. We'll know if this one approaches that 1865 area, which is the HOD on the day. Go Amazon. So Amazon nicely in the money now as it breaks through 182, topping tail candle through pivot. So I packed my patience on this one, and I'm going to continue to pack it. This isn't good enough. I want more.
He wants more, Amazon. He doesn't just want express delivery. He wants express delivery and a gift.
Brendo gets same-day delivery because he lives downtown. I apparently don't live in Midtown, which is fine, but I don't get first-day delivery. Same-day delivery.
That jive at Sean as well. So basically what happens is Sean and Sharif have an ongoing rat-a-tat back and forth over whether or not Sharif lives in Midtown. I don't know why this is a thing. It is a thing, and it's happened at least since I've been here. So this is like, guys, this is an ongoing, I don't want to say beef because it's not a beef. It's an ongoing little
It's
Chip
funny,
chirp.
yeah,
It's a fun back and forth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's all love over here. It's just really funny that you had to get that dig.
It is, yeah.
But yeah,
whatever.
but hopefully Amazon gives you your same day delivery because this Amazon
nice.
stock doesn't care that you live in maybe Midtown.
It doesn't. It
does
doesn't,
not.
Adara.
It just wants you to do well, hopefully. So I want to talk about my Tesla short because people may have seen that on the position board and rightfully gone, this is so proud of the risk management here. Like, look at this. I got short.
Hey, you did it. What do you need to do?
Thank you. I got short 178.80s, right? We get to 179. That was where I wanted to get out. I get out. Jumps a cool 20 pennies. I said, Tesla, I don't know how I got out of this alive, but thank you. Thank you, Cybertruck. Thank you, Roadster. You went 0 to 100, and I jumped out real quick. Shout out to Drake.
Hey.
But yeah, so let's see. Oh yeah, PDD. Okay, finally a trade that is like going okay-ish. I'm gonna get out. No, I don't want to get out here. I don't have a huge position, so I literally can't. Actually, you know what, Adara? Yes, I am gonna get out here. You might be like, why, Adara? I thought you were trying to stay in things longer. I am, but this, I recognize that I got short after an insanely bullish candle. We clearly have some support at 160.50, and we're kind of bouncing off the 90 MA. So I see those three things. I say, Adara, take your 50 pennies, thank PDD, and get out. So happy with that trade. I'll take this either direction. I think there's some stuff in PDD for sure. Also, to be fair, I did have a successful AMD short briefly, but then I gave up literally all of it and then some, so I don't know if that counts. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good read in AMD today, so I'm probably going to, not be involved. But really proud of the management in Tesla. Sometimes if you can't trade well, you can be proud of yourself for how you managed it and for how you got out. So I think that matters to some extent. Brad Aldman saying Swin's starting to move. So let's see if, is it going to be sink or swin? Yeah, so this one was crazy all day yesterday. Looks like it wants to have a crazy day as well today. But I mean, I don't know. I think it could be interesting if we reject off that 530. I just feel like this one with no catalyst and all of the halts yesterday, I don't know if I trust it. You don't want to go swinning with sharks, right? So you don't want to go swim with sharks. I don't think you want to swim with sharks either. So I think SWIN could be a bit of a tricky fellow. Meta as well. I don't know what I like on Meta, but I like the idea of this 480 rejection is tantalizing because also if you look at the daily chart, oh my gosh, I was looking at this earlier today and I was like, Adara, 480 is not going to come into Meta today. This doesn't matter. Support, resistance, 480. I like it. If we have a clear 480 rejection, I'm going short, but someone had a little flipsy-do on
I did. I flipped onto this one because it broke above the level. I put a beak wetter out at 30, but I'm going to keep a tight stop here because Zon is in a range. So I was looking, like I said, I was worried that it might break out of the range because the future was headed higher, but it looks like we're going to dance with 18.9 a little bit. So I'm going to get out of this if it breaks 10s, which is awfully close. We'll risk 13 pennies. So this will bring me back to flat on the name here on Amazon if I get stopped out through the break of 10s. But everything coming back down a little bit, what I want to look at, I want to get out of this trade so I can look at Meta because Meta's coming into the 10 period. It hasn't been at the 10 period in quite some time. So let's go ahead and put this one to get out of that if it does break. And I'm just going to go like that so that I can just deal with Meta at these levels. Meta, the point of this trade is to look for a possible retracement into the 10 period here on the 5. Meta's been very, very strong. So I'm a little concerned here that the 10 period, but we're not that extended away from the 10 period. So usually when we get really extended from the 10 period, I get concerned. We weren't too extended from it. 477 and 3/4 is where the 10 period's hanging out on the 5. So let's go ahead and look at that. Let me just get this out of the way here. Oh, goodness gracious, good God. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and look at this level. So I did get stopped out of the zone there as it did break through 182.10. So I'm a little bit negative on it now, which is fine. So I'm going to go ahead, 475, and we're going to put that there. So we'll sit at 475, and then I'll give it maybe 70s or something like that. So we'll sit there on META. Daryl, send it to you.
Yeah, so I switched on Tesla, and Tesla was like, oh, it looks like I got it along way too early. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, Tesla, I was like, if we get below 178.80s, I'll get out. We got to 80s, I got out. I was like, cool, it's fine. Then Tesla's like, ha 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 ha, what do you mean? And keeps bouncing back. But it's fine, you know what I mean? I didn't have a clear read on this. I tried to short 80s earlier. If the 80s do form as a short, I'll get back in the short because I do think for whatever reason, I feel more confident in Tesla short. But you're like, Adara, Tesla's up 3%. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, today I'm like a little, you know, we're trying to trade at 100%. It's a Friday, we are a little bit raspy in the voice and raspy in the brain, and we're gonna make it happen as much as we can here. So I'm aware my reads aren't gonna be the best today. I'm gonna try to mitigate that as much as possible. Should have kept shorting PDD 162. It's all good in the hood, not in Robinhood, but in PDD. Maybe also in Robinhood. But yeah, I think PDD I seem to have the best read on for some reason, so I'm gonna stick with that. Other names I'm watching, I also find Meta to be fascinating. I also had the SPY up. Shout out to Big Cal Burdett. I don't know if you're spying anything on the SPY. Big Cal Burdett. But my SPY look is I spied this chop and churn 528, 527, 25. And SPY's like, well, just because you want a range, that means I will fly. And I was like, okay, cool. But what if you bounce off 528? Oh yeah, did that like a cool hour ago. Now it's a, $2 up. But shout out to anyone who's trading this. That short off this 530.20 top is great. If we come into some kind of range in the SPY, it is on my SPY. I almost said it's on my SPY chart. My SPY chart. It's on my side chart. But I might spy something on it. Also, happy to go to the Tesla long where I did. Weirdly, I don't know why Tesla, I can't manage AMD to save my life, but Tesla and I are getting along great. So this is certainly opposites day this Friday. I love it. How's Meta going?
Just got in now, so we'll see if it holds at the 10-period stops already in place. It's gonna have to hold the $0.50. Otherwise, we're gonzino off this. Meta's a monster. This is a 10-period retracement attempt. The future is at 18.9. We'll see if it gets that bounce off 18.9, but we've definitely been dancing with that 19,000 level. You think maybe 18.9 might be a level of support. We'll have to wait and see. So long at 76s right now. I'm seeing 70s show up on the ask, but it's going to have to hold these levels. And Meta is a bamboozler, so we'll keep eyes on this one. META long at this level. What else is moving here? Tesla also at the 10-period right now. Let's load up TSLA, because it is kind of doing very similar things to META here. 10-period retracement on the 5 coming into about 178.5. That's generally where the 10-period retracement is. A smidge above, a smidge below. This one coming in fast and furious. Where could you give this one to? There's price action, bless you, Neil. Price action support, I believe, at 78. So if this one breaks through the $0.50, I'd look for 78 possibly as a level of support. But we're going to have to hold up 18.9. I think I did get stopped out of Meta there. Yep. Out of that one for a 26-penny loser as it just dipped below the $0.50. But that might not be the end of it. If it holds up at this level, I'll get right back in. So I'm going to get back in actually into both Meta and Tesla at this level. So we'll go ahead and get in on, whoa, oh, yes, okay. We'll get in on Tesla here as well because it's holding up the $0.50 here as well, Adair.
I like that. I hope that Tesla is not stressful to you. I hope it is Besla. I hope you have lots of successla. Also, AMD, you might be like, Adara, you guys, you just wax poetic here about how you can't read AMD. And I was like, but if I like a level, I think it is almost more tilted to not trade it because I had a bad trade. You know what I mean on it before? Then if I like the level, ignore my past bad trades. Also, one of the trades was good. I just managed the rest of it poorly. But it's if you like a level, just take your level that you like with smaller size. That's what I did in AMD. That was foreshadowing. So yeah, so I like this trade right now. We're holding beautifully. Also, I was gonna get out from break below 165.80. So you know what AMD does? It shows me that it can hold 165.80s. We get there and we bounce, and I said, AMD, whew, this is beautiful. You're AM decisive. You're AM definitive. You're having support. I love this. I don't know if we're going to hold for a flat top break because it's me, but I should have added at 80s, but I didn't because I was have not had the best read in this name historically throughout the day. But I do like this. I want, we're going to get out part of the position here around 40s. I'm okay with that. I can live with that. And then we're going to save. We're going to keep a third just in case to see what's shaking over here in our pal AMD. Speaking of AMD, Michael Westrick was looking at AMC. So let's see how AMC is doing. He's saying that if we hold $5 support, we could fly. Oh, or breakthrough $5 resistance. This could be interesting. We've got bounces here off the 9 EMA. Now we're consolidating. I think this 499 area could be very, very interesting for AMC. Yeah, I see what you're AMCing here for sure. I think we are coiling up to something. But again, with AMC, we do have a little bit of a drop in volume here over the last few candles. And it can be a skosh bamboozling, I think, by nature. So we're going to have to wait and see what AMC does. But I think, thank you for bringing that one up, Michael Westrick, because I was not paying any attention to this one. Let's take a look as well. Coinbase says Slugga. Slugga wants to look at Coinbase because he says Coinbase 240 could happen. I mean, this is a great look. If you're involved in this, I mean, shout out to you. I don't have to say hope you print because you have printed for sure if you were in this. Look at this. This bounce, we get this little bull flag. Then coin like, oh, I actually want more. Push to the upside. Continuing to see these kind of rest at support and resistance. This thing is a great look, not one that I feel comfortable entering. Not super spready, but just, you know, this Coinbase can move with a viciousness. But this, and you know what's crazy about 240? It's 240. It's clearly a resistance level on the daily. I think if we break above this with the viciousness, I totally see what you're seeing, Slugga. This could be a home run for Coinbase. And I think we have a lot of Coinbases for this 240 level, especially previous resistance on the daily. I like it. And as Sharif always says, hope you print. All about the Coinbase train, says Slugga. Yeah, I mean, sounds like you are, so shout out to you. How are you doing?
Good. We're at 25 pennies in the money on Tesla, but I'm going to get stopped out, looks like here, for the remaining balance. I took double the position in my Meta trade accidentally. This was not, this was a fat finger on Meta. So I'm long 61s, is printing 46s. I wet my beak on 89 print there from a 61, so I had a bit of a winner on it. Now I've put my stop through the $0.25. It's going to have to hold above the $0.25 for the remaining amount. This, again, I didn't plan to have this size, but it's still relevant. Not relevant. It's still valid, the trade here, because it really hasn't given way, I don't think, at the nice. Go up, Meta, you punk. Sorry, Adair. I always scare Adair there.
I wasn't prepared for it to be a punk.
Well, you know.
If it's a punk, you have to be honest with it, Sharif. You can't mince words with it. So I understand.
But it's right back down, no. All right, so we'll pack our patience there on see if Meta can hold up at the 10 period. Tesla is up into 70s. I think I'm just going to let this one go on Tesla. I want a possible whole dollar touch. Tesla on the way up here into the 80s. Good move up. Here's a 50 penny winner on TSLA as we took that 10 period, but it looks like we will take the L on META. It's coming back down into the $0.25 now, and there it is. Now we're out of Meta. So now we're negative on the day because of this Meta trade. Really frustrated with that. Should have done a lot better on this one. Definitely took too many shares here, excuse me, at this level accidentally, of course. But that's my fault. All right, Chase Bands, do miss out on Coinbase. May make $3 or more. Do miss out?
Maybe it's supposed to be don't.
Don't miss out? Or maybe they do. Maybe they're trying to troll us. Let's have a look at coin. So Coinbase today up 2.93%, rejecting off 237 right now, but it's a beautiful move up. Sorry, I said 2.93. No, that was Meta. Coinbase is up 8%. 7 2/3, 7 3/4 is changing by the second here. A lot of volatility. I see everything except Ethereum itself is up on my crypto watch list. You got Bitcoin up 1 3/4, MicroStrategies 4 1/3, Coinbase, as I said, 8%, Mara 7 3/4. My boy Big Patty Ice had one hell of a short on Mara today. Saw that one. Riot up 5.5, CleanSpark almost 6, Hut 5.5 as well. So really only the Ethereum coin itself in negative territory, 1 3/4, likely a sell the news event after we heard a lot about Big Gary G and his boys over there not wanting to approve it. All right, so happy that I got at a Tesla at that area in front of 179 because it absolutely dumped at those levels and now well below the entry that I had there at $0.33 coming in now into 178, still above the 10 period. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about is Meta We talked about 10-period retracement. Now we're going to look for a 20-period retracement. I'm going to go long again on this monster. I'm going to sit in front of 476s to defend the 20 on the 5. See if we can get something and get back into positive territory over here on said name, 476. I'm going to sit, let's sit at 10s just so that we get filled if it makes its way down there. Dip trade set up on Meta, 476, 10 a dare.
So yeah, I mean, shout out to you on Tesla. The second you said you got out Tesla at 80s, we know I tried to short 80s earlier. We know I love it. So I said to Dara, you know, Sharif just got the long there. How about you take Tesla to the short side? Yeah, I took 40 pennies on this with the rest of my position. Took the rest of it out, 25 pennies. So pleased as dang punch on this Tesla. And I'm really proud of what I did in Tesla and AMD. Not because like whatever they were, I don't care about the P&L. I mean, the P&L is nice too. But it wasn't about that for me. It was about I had levels I liked and I just could not execute on either Tesla or AMD earlier. But if you see those levels come back, it's about conviction. Sean always talks about conviction, and I had conviction on Tesla still, so I said to Dara, you owe it to yourself to take the trade. Same with AMD, which was an AM disaster earlier today. I was putting the massacre for the M in AMD. It was just absolutely massacred disaster. I don't know, making a new name. But, oh, it's ranging now. But yeah, so I could have, I wanted initially 66.39s. We got to 38s, dropped. I was like, cool, I just got out of 22s because I didn't like what I was seeing on the book. But yeah, proud of this trade. AMD has been known to bounce at 80. And when I say has been known, I mean like today from my watching. Take that as you will. But yeah, let's see how AMD does. Looks like we could be actually trying to find that. If that 80 flips from support to resistance, and it clearly was resistance earlier, I'm going to be playing this. What I'm trying to do over the past few days that I think has been good for me is focusing on a couple names on levels I really like, playing those levels to the hilt, till the wheels fall off, till the stage lights go black, till you get kicked out of the theater, till they're like, you know, we got a mop up here. That is what I want to do. And by that, I use that metaphor to mean like until the levels don't exist anymore, I'll play them. That's what I want. AMD, I can't tell if you're going to hold or resist here. Okay, and it decides to hold. Thanks, AMD. But that I'm watching for. PDD, I should have kept taking this short. But you know what? I still can. That's the great thing about stocks is, unlike with M&M's Lose Yourself where you only have one shot, do not miss your chance to blow, sometimes stocks will give you multiple opportunities. They're not just opportunities that come once in a lifetime. So as much as I think that PDD 160 break could be a spicy short, I'd rather take it if I have another area of resistance to get involved in than just hop in all willy-nilly. So I like that. AMD's maybe giving me something. Tesla's maybe giving me something. I like that you and I took Tesla both directions. Yeah. And I'm happy. Like, go team.
Absolutely. I literally took it the area where I got out. 18.9 just broke, guys. We're below 18.9 now on the future. Let's see if we do the wick shimmy here, Ram, as this is now below that critical 100-point level, 18.9. This is an obvious flat top there, 18.919. Now coming into the 10 period on the 5 on the NQ June contract. I've set up a dip trade both on Apple and on Meta. I'm looking to defend the 20 period on Apple and on Meta. So I've put my dip trade in mid-60s for Apple because that's where the 20 period is showing up, and I'm looking to defend that 476 whole dollar level on META because that's where the 20 period is on the 5 there. So looking to get into both of these. Apple looks like it's putting in possible hammer candle here on the 5, which may not make it down into my level. The low on that candle is 73. I'm sitting at 65s over here, and now it's curling back up as the future gets a bit of a bounce on the NQ 5-minute time chart. It's holding up at the 10, so that may prevent some of these ones for coming down into my dip trades. Yeah, Meta's going now without me. Apple's going without me, so they're both not coming into the 20 period. This is the area that Michael Noss called the cloud today. The area between the 10 and the 20, right? And he was like talking about this area, how, you know, he shades it in, obviously, or whatever moving averages he was using. This space between them was kind of this buying zone that he said, right? Which actually worked well with our moving average lessons from last week because we talked about those areas being buying zones as well. The only difference is really I wait just a little bit above the moving averages rather than waiting in the zone like as he talked about. So great look today from the Noss boss, always adding to our arsenal of knowledge every time he comes on Mondays and Fridays. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, Michael Noss, chartered market technician, comes every Monday and Friday on on our show. Do you have the trade ideas thing there?
We do.
Yeah, amazing. Because it's perfect. We're talking about the NOS boss. He works for Trade Ideas, and that's the offer that they have for us at the moment, guys. Memorial Day sale, baby. You get up to 28% off your annual subscription. That's a cool $600, $598 savings on your premium annual. That will expire May 31st. Get it now, or you're going to miss out. Make sure to use the code right there, TV Annual 28. That's TV Annual 28. And you guessed it, to save 28% off that annual subscription. That's the most on the nose code ever. Annual and 28, right? Like they were both pretty obvious. The soft one is going here, guys. New high a day now on Softy as it enters that 430 territory. It's knocking on the door. 429.93, got one hell of a hammer candle there. Sorry, one hell of a bull candle there. And it just absolutely popped up from 428, mid 80s, right into that 430 area. So keep your eye on the soft one. Everything's curling up here. And neither of my dip trades on Meta or Apple filled. That's a little frustrating. So now I'm gonna have to chase them if I want to get in. Let's keep eyes out on these ones and look for some other trades.
I was actually going to say, I know a more on the nose code. So I remember when I did retail, we had a September, like a spring or a fall sale, right? So it was like September 21st, the start of fall. So they put up these signs and you get 21% off because it's September 21st.
I like that.
Right, but the thing is too, they put up all these signs. We thought this was going to go on for a week. No, it was only one day. So they sent us all these signs. You only got 21% off on the 21st.
It was a waste of time.
That's
a
what
waste
I'm
of
saying.
paper and cardboard,
right?
whatever
so that,
else.
To me, when you said that, I immediately thought of the on the nose 21% off.
There's more
for the 21st sale. But yeah, I tried to take an Apple short. Again, proud of the management. If not proud of the trade, proud of the management. You might be like, Adara, why would you go short Apple here? Fair question. We did have that nice move down. I did notice we were kind of struggling by the skin of our teeth to hold on to that 189.90. So I said, Adara, try this short. I considered which way do I want to play this. Thought about it. I said short. Risk 10 pennies. Didn't work out. On to the next one. As Obi says, where's the next trade? Right now, I don't have an answer for you. That PDG 160 broke down without me, and that's entirely my fault. My AMD range still kicking with lower highs, so AMD might be my next AM decision here. That's where we're going to get involved in next. But I do like this AMD, Sam, I am. And I think that 166.80 base is great. I just don't know if I want to short this in case we do pop up. It's a new high of days. I want to see decisively lower high. And I also want to see what Sharif's looking at.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the small cap gappers. I was just getting Neil's attention for Li Auto because we were talking about that in the morning. All right, guys, here is what I'm looking at in small cap gapper world, baby. OKLO, this is a holdout from yesterday. It's definitely not the biggest mover on the day, but it's still got a very valid chart pattern, as you can see. This is yesterday's price action. It's kind of a rounded bottom that we've been putting in here. Shout out to the NOS boss. Look at that. We kind of based out there on the 22nd, a little bit higher on the 23rd, even higher on the 24th, which is today, dealing with that $9 area, 896 HOD on OKLO. Here's what I'd do. I'd be looking for a 10 period or a 20 period retracement. It's shown its propensity to bounce off both today. Right now, it just got a quick bounce off the 10, and then around 11:05, 11:10, it did a bounce off the 20, and then here was the first touch at the 20 at 10:10 a.m. this morning. So OKLO, good chart pattern, definable pre-market highs, runner from yesterday. It's a good, decent, not bamboozling. I don't want to say that so I don't jinx it, but it doesn't seem as bamboozling as some others. ONMD, this was numero uno gap scanner on the day today, up 47% at the moment. It's done about 100 million shares on the day. Let me give you the deets on this one, even though it's not tradable under my system. $51 million market cap, and the float is 17.7 million shares. It's got to get up above 250, which is where VWAP is hanging out for me to trade this monster. Otherwise, I don't want this one at all. So ONMD, we'll keep eyes on it. This one looks awfully good though. MRUS, not a name that I'm familiar with. Mirus, okay. Mirus NV, whatever that is. What are they? Netherlands-based biotech company. All right, so they're a biotech company. They're the bigger company, guys, at $3.5 billion market cap. Looks like this one may have had earnings after the bell. Let me just look quickly here to see what the hell this was. Oh, here, it's a headline. Announcement publication of an abstract on pets, so whatever the hell that
Some
is.
cancer thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so good catalyst there for this one. It ran in the aftermarket yesterday. Nice move up there. What time did that drop? 5 o'clock exactly, and then we continue that move up. Straddled the 10 earlier, hasn't made its way down to the 20. I'd be maybe looking for a 60 dip and bounce. VWAP hanging out at 57 1/3. MRUS, really good looker on the day. A bit more expensive and definitely not a small cap gapper. Neil mentioned this one already. LUCY, Lucy baby. She be going, she be doing things up in this, you know what. Let me just put in the ticker real quick on the side. 237% for the 63 penny name, and this one hasn't shown up on my scanner because it's below 85 pennies at the moment, but that doesn't matter because it looks awfully good. And all the technical levels have checked out. It bounced beautifully off the volume weighted average price off that retracement. It really got extended away from the 10 period NV once it printed that 67 print, but it comes down, holds 47 in front of VWAP, and then is curling right back up again. I'd personally be looking for a dip trade on this. Look for it off a key area of support. If none of the moving averages or VWAP are jiving with the current price action, look for something price action based. So LUCY. Let me give you the details on this one. I didn't give you guys the deets. I don't know if Neil did this morning, but it's $11 million market cap. It's done 383 million shares on the day, and there's the new high on Lucy, 72 pennies. This one just printed. This one looks like it's on its way to $1. So it's a $12 million market cap now. 11.2 million share float, and let's load up trade ideas. This is the trade ideas, guys, that you guys can get 28% off on. Let's find out what the short float is. Negligible, less than 0.5% of the 11 some odd million shares float there is shorted a dare. So don't really expect any short squeeze on this one, but definitely moving parabolically here without the squeeze.
Yeah, nice look there. Also, you know, less of a nice look.
What?
AM Diesel.
AM Diesel?
So yeah, so what happened was the short was the right idea. I got out because we broke above 40s. Shlibbity-shlibbity-shoob, whatever. Story of my life. You got to do what you got to do. And then it basically was a fake out because the second we get to 40s, we come back down. So I was like, I mean, you could have told me that, AMD. You didn't have to like fake everyone out. You could have whispered. You could have written out on a note. Could have been like, oh, we're gonna fake out. I'm like, okay. But yeah, I'm gonna cancel this order because like I said, I want to keep playing this range. I think we're getting tighter. I think we are at some point consolidating for that break at the top. I have plans for that. I know you might be like, Adara, you're clearly like having a questionable read on AMD. Why do you keep trading it? Because I keep seeing stuff I like. And I'm managing the trades pretty well with the exception of this short earlier. So it's like, if I'm seeing stuff I like, if there's still reason, if I still have an impetus, I owe it to myself, within reason, with good risk management, to do what I can and to get involved. I think, anyway, that's my take. So let's see if that's the right take. I think 95s, it was originally 80, but the fact we're making these higher lows too, on the book anyway, is something I find quite appetizing. We're gonna get involved at 95s, and we want, you guessed it, all the smoke. I did have a bit of a fat finger, so we got involved slightly higher than we wanted to, but it's all good. It was within like 5 pennies of where I wanted to get involved, like 7 pennies. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with this position. If we get to 80s and bounce, I may add at 80s, but I say may because I don't want to like, you know, commit to that. However, if I see something I like, I'll get involved. And AMD said, Adara, I will be your friend. And I said, great, let's shake hands on it. AMD, 10 pennies in the money, dime club. But let's see what's going on. Any thoughts on APLD? Let's see. 1 million shares, okay. Not a lot of float for a small capper, 1.6 million shares. I think, you guys know I like ranges. I'm seeing something kind of rangy around this way here. Look at that bounce at 460, that top at 464, but a lot of wicks that are suggesting this movement could be down. So I want to see what happens here next. Solar seems to be emerging theme, says West, y'all. Let's take a look at FSLR. And let's see, because I know FSLR has been kind of the king of solar as of, look at this.
Man, it's a monster.
Bounce. That 268, support resistance was a great look. And First Solar is like, well, you can't use that as a level though, because now I'm at like 276. I was like, Okay, First Solar, but First Solar trying to be in first in the solar names as well. So shout out to First Solar being a punt in and of itself. How is your meta going?
Good. We just wet our beak on some 50 cents there, and then it dropped below my entry now. So it's printing 27s. I'm long at 31s. The stop for the remaining amount, which is very small, is going to be the break of 476. I've got it there in the high 475.90. So meta really, it just doesn't have follow through here. And I was actually like almost $1 in the money there, but so briefly, this one comes right back into my area as quickly as it made its way up. So quite frustrating there. And there I just got stopped at a meta. So I'm not going to trade meta anymore today. It's not bouncing off the 20 period as I anticipated. Even though I was able to take some out on this one, the remaining ends up being a bit of an L there. So yeah, we'll look for something else. So Tesla is now coming back into that same 20 period moving average. We had good price action support there as well. So this 178 level on Tesla, which is also the 20 period, I'm looking for a hold up there. It's price action support. It's the whole dollar level. We had a crest in and around that area, but it's breaking down below it. So if it's not going to respect it, it's not going to respect it. I'll be looking next there for possibly at 177, maybe a little bit above a quarter, sorry, below a quarter, maybe at the fifth of a dollar. That's where the volume weighted average price is on TSLA, as it really does break that whole dollar level by about 20 pennies now. TSLA on the way back down off that 179.50 touch. What is dancing right now and looking like it might become consolidated, where's my Apple chart? There it is this 190.10-ish on Apple. So it's a bit of a top right now, even though it had like a nice little double bottom there through the 20 that we didn't get printed on. But there it is. So very similar flat top here. The highest being 190 and a quarter, or 190.29, but not really being able to break through that. Higher lows though, possibly maybe a dip trade off the 10. You can scalp like 20 pennies that way because the 10 is sitting at 190. On the 10 period EMA on the 5. We'll keep an eye out for those ones. Oh, Meta, you unbelievable. Yeah. It puts in a nice hammer candle there. Stop me out. Where did this dip to, by the way? It dipped into 73, so I had it in the mid-90s. I can't be upset about that because, well, that's the way it works. Oh, Ram, I didn't even notice I didn't have my Unity client logged in.
I also wasn't logged in.
Yeah. She probably... Did you even talk to us? She probably didn't even talk to us. We're not popular enough.
Say that.
I'm talking about us,
That's
not
true.
her. I mean, like I can make fun of myself and Dara. Like I'm allowed.
So that's fair. That's
right.
fair. I'm so brain dead today. We're holding on by a thread.
That's all good. I know. It was a tough night there. All right, let's see what Dragon Adrian Sharif check meta on the 4 hour. Looks like a head and shoulders. Absolutely. Let's have a look. All right, incoming call from a random spyware number. Spam, not spyware, come on. All right, let's check the 4 hour. I don't know what you're looking at, Dragon. Is it this over here? This is the 4 hour on Meta. I don't see much of a head and shoulder. Well, maybe this. Are you looking at this? With that the head there being on the 15th and then the shoulder being like on the 9th and the 10th? I mean, that's not what I would be looking for there. But yeah, hey, if it works for you, it works for you. But I don't see the same thing you're saying. Elon, hi Sharif. Just a reminder, one-day settlement begins Tuesday. Swing long, pan, dup, and Palantir. Also W day on reversal, closed November gap. So, Elon, you know I'm long pan dub. It's the third largest name in the account. And we don't talk about how much money we're in the money on anything because that's just a rule that I have, but I'm in the money on it nicely. And that's just, we're going to leave it at that. I'll tell you about my losers. I'll never tell you about my winners.
I like that.
Yeah. Anyway, so Pandub is a great name. There's a 265 support. If you look on the daily, why I didn't sell on that last little move down, as I was showing Adair the other day, it made a higher low, even on the bad earnings report. It still was able to make that higher low. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about on Pandub. Here is the daily, and you'll see after that big huadunk that we had in Feb, look at where it held up. The 200, you gotta love when it holds up at that. And then there is price action support. Look at the wick shimmies that it was doing back in October. Wasn't able to break that 266, 270-ish area. Lo and behold, comes right into that area on the earnings miss back in Feb when Nancy was buying hand over fist. Then we come back in about a 60% retracement. Look at that. We come back right into the lows at 265 and we hold up there again. This is where I bought aggressively. Okay, the reason is because it held up at that same level and that same level. So I was like, okay, you know, now I have a line in the sand. If that 265 gives way by a decent margin, that's the end of the trade for me, and I'll have to take an L on that. But there you go. And this was the earnings miss, or you want to call it an earnings miss. I don't know. That the CEO is all upset that we're talking about billings, this, that, and the other. Anyway, so we got into about 325 the afternoon before earnings on PanDub. Then you saw what PanDub did. It tanked about 291 or 290 at the low. But look at that. It doesn't even print a new low. And the next day, it looks like a bearish engulfing candle. But look what happens. We're right there again, above the opening print that we had on the day that we missed earnings. So I said to Adair yesterday when we were looking at him, I said to him, if I suffered through this drop in February, why on earth would I be selling here when I printed a higher low? So PanDub, you know, looks like most of the analysts have their price target up in the high 300s. I see here, shout out to the NOS boss, a rounded bottom. And with, you know, when we have that big move down, then we have incrementally higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher highs, essentially. And maybe we'll get a big spike up or maybe just incremental move up. So I'm holding on to PanDub for the foreseeable future. All I see on the news is this person got hacked, this person got hacked. My only concern with cybersecurity names is it seems as if companies now, because they're worried that one of the IT provider or the cybersecurity providers might get compromised, they're starting to spread their money amongst 3 or 4 different cybersecurity. So they'll throw a little bit with CrowdStrike, a little bit with PanDub, a little bit with Zscaler, so that, you know, if they're compromised, if one of those companies is compromised, the company doesn't get compromised. That concerns me a little bit. That means you don't have concentrated spending with one company. So if you're going to distribute the money, that might be a bit of a problem. That's really the only kind of headwind I can see with respect to this company, but, you know, that's just my take on things there.
I like that take, and I think you are right, because I know you've like said this. I think it bears repeating as well, which is why I appreciate you repeating it. Like how with PanW, the more cybersecurity threats there are, it proves that like this is a company we need, right? So I appreciate you saying that. Also, I'm really proud of what I did with this AMD, because this was really difficult for me. I haven't sold yet. I could have sold when we broke up into the 60s, and I almost did, and I said to Dara, you're trying to work on holding. I've said multiple times, I very much dislike holding my winners because I find more often than not, pretty much always, I paper hand them in this AMD trade earlier, as one example. So I wanted to hold this because I said to Dara, see what we do. If we break below 20s, get out, because I know that 20s area is kind of dicey. But we ended up bouncing at 25, so I actually added to the position. Also, we did end up figuring out a little bit earlier, which was kind of annoying, at this 90, so we didn't lose too much in it. It was more just I wanted more shares. But I'm all good here. Now the plan is I want to get out half at 60s now that I've added to the position, and then I'm going to save that other piece for a dream. And I can't believe and as I say that, AMD's like, well, as you wax poetic, I'm just going to fall a little bit. If it holds 166s, I'll stay in. But I do like that our support's going from 166 to 166.25. That says something to me. I rarely average into positions in AMD. I average down and up because I really like what I'm seeing. And I want to shout out Sean with conviction. I have so much conviction on this trade. I am trading it in a way that I think belies my confidence. I think it shows that I really care about, I don't care about the trade, that sounded weird. But I like the move. I think the move works. What I don't like is that we're still seeing some resistance at 166.40, which is that previous resistance level. Like, AMD, come on, you're past that. You're literally past that. You made it to 70s. You can keep going, AMD. I believe in you. So let's see if it believes in itself here as we push up a little bit higher. Any thoughts on AMP, says Chris Holloway. Yeah, I mean, I've spent so much time waxing poetic about maybe it's cousin AMD. I don't know. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Sure, no problem. All right, guys, I got long Meta again. Call me crazy, but I'm cruising for a bruise in here. Just wet my beak on 25 pennies. We're nicely in the money. We're about 25 pennies in the money on this one. I see Meta doing bottoming tail candles into the 20 period, curling up, higher lows, higher highs, with the wick shimmy being at that 476. I said, this is what I look for. So you got to go long here. And so if I get stopped out, I get stopped out again. But this is what I look for when I'm looking for longs on dips. This kind of look here. Wow, Softy's going. So when we do the wick shimmy here and we keep getting bought up with closing prints a little bit higher and higher incrementally, I say to myself, this shows me that the buyers are overwhelming sellers at that specific area. Get long. So we'll see exactly what we get here. Long 73s at the moment. It's printing it just printed 99s there. Well, it's printing 99s as I speak right now. Let's go 477. Go break up. I'll be waiting, not that I have that much left. Go. Yes, go. Let's see if we can get like 50 pennies or 60 pennies or something like that. Maybe at 477.5 or so, Adair. Your mic good? Is your mic good?
Yeah, my mic's good.
All right, cool.
Can I call Meta a punk on your behalf?
You can, absolutely.
Go Meta,
Absolutely.
you punk. I'm not even really looking at Meta, but I will cheer it on for Sharif. Also, yeah, so I was going to look at AMC for someone there. So let's take a look at AMC. Yeah, so I think so. I think it was Michael Westrick calling out that we needed that $5 break, and AMC unfortunately could not give that. It had that night pushed above 490, and then gave up the ghost a little bit. Shout out to the man to my right, whose name is Sharif, who's also wearing purple. But this AMC, this is interesting. We're bouncing off VWAP, but we're still below the 90 MA. So, and we're also kind of ducking below that 482 area, which we held decently as support. So I think AMC is at some kind of level that could be interesting. Amaliat is the best. I almost said the beast. Is the best. $2 super chat. Thank you so much there to you for that. What's your input on Microsoft? I mean, let's take a look at Microsoft and see what the take is. MSFT. Well, we'll look at Microsoft quickly here for the super chat, and then we'll pass it over. Sorry. But yeah, Microsoft, I couldn't tell if she was being serious or not. Microsoft, interesting look. We pushed up here, bounced off the 90 MA, came back here. I think that brief resistance support, flippity flop here at 429.50 is a nice look. I think that 90 MA bounce here into 429.20s is a nice look. I'm not seeing a lot of downside risk again. That's my view on just my take on the chart, right? No advice, but I think what's interesting too is we do have a couple topping tail candles. Be cognizant of that. That being said, that 9 EMA bounce is a great look. That 430 level could be key because it's a whole dollar level. Let's see what it does. But right now, we're going to see what Neil has to say because it's his lesson of the day.
Neil.
Lesson of the day today is, where can I stream the Chappelle Show? Because that's what I was talking to you about, Sean. No, it's not. That's not actually, it's 100% not what it's going to be. But we were just talking about, like, where can I actually stream the Chappelle Show? And Copilot is trying to tell me it's on Netflix when I know it's not on Netflix. No, the lesson of the day is something completely different. But if anyone happens to know the answer to that question, you put it in the chat, I'll be eternally grateful for that and give you a bit of a shout out as well. So there's many different styles of trade, but in an upward trend or a downward trend, there's a couple that are pretty much standard. One is the breakout, the other is the dip buy. Now, when you approach a key level, usually you're picking one or the other. When do you want to take a breakout trade? When do you want to take a dip buy trade? What should you favor? Typically, the way I like to look at it, the simple difference as to why I might take a dip buy over a breakout would be, do you have the early move for a break? Now, oftentimes, the breakouts that set up early in the day off of the opening range are the real explosive ones. They can involve pre-market highs. They can involve opening range tops in that first 30 minutes. After that, I think you want to be a little bit more cautious in terms of taking dips. Now, I'll give you an example, Mara. I like 21 on Mara. However, the break and test of 21 didn't happen until about 10:40 when we're getting into the end of the show. The early break off an open range high, which was a random level, but it just happened to be where it put it in, at 2070 was actually great. If you took that double top break, it goes right in the money, goes to resistance, pulls back in. So the first rule I usually have about taking breakouts is I'm going to favor them unless it's just I'm talking like a no-brainer level in the middle of the day. You got to love it for a lot of reasons. But in this case, It's already broken. Later in the session when things have slowed down, I don't want to get trapped at a top. I'd rather be in that patient mode. So in that particular case, we're going to go for a dip buy. And then just another rule number 2 for it, I'm always careful or cautious of breaks into overhead resistance. This one didn't necessarily have a bad breakout into overhead resistance situation, but it was a break into some chop. And if you look at the last couple of days, above the 21 level, it's just choppy. Like it got above like 30, 40 cents here, some chop. There was a very choppy dip buy the day before, very choppy in and around that level before. So it's a good price area, but it hasn't been super clean going through. So a couple of things to consider there. Now the dip buy, I always say keep it simple. I should leave this up so you can see. You're gonna get into the obvious top here at that 21. It dips. The breakout level from earlier, stepping up from one to another. Sometimes I might like VWAP, but if I can take the opening range breakout and it shows the dip, that's the entry I'm gonna favor. So you can sit out in front of it, but that wasn't the plan of action here. I let this wick happen. It tagged the bottom at 2066, came right back above 75, so back above that previous high. Jump into the long, stop goes underneath here, and then you scalp them out to the first level. It breaks that out. First move, this is another wick top into 20, so I grabbed some out there, and then hold it to next step up, which was 2160. So that's the anatomy of a clean breakout early, where I do prefer breakouts early, or go for the dip buy once you're later on in that session. Ultimately, if you took the next double top break, this ended up being really good. I was actually looking for another dip at that point, but that did end up working out. You just have to choose what works for you. Sometimes people love breakouts in the middle of the day. I was actually having a conversation with one of our traders about how everyone was looking at the NVIDIA 1050 break, or a lot of traders were probably looking at it in the middle of the day. And a lot of times what will happen is in that middle of the day, what does everybody want? They're like, oh, look at this 1050, look at that 1050. Yeah, is it usually gonna make that break? At lunchtime, you didn't even get it. We've seen it with Apple, we've seen it with Palantir, we've seen it with many others. In the morning, even if it's a fail break, it probably takes out that 50 for at least a couple of dollars, even if it ends up coming back. At lunchtime and later, you can get trapped in a lot of those moves. So going for the dip buy makes a heck of a lot more sense. Just another variation of that in terms of where you might look at dips instead of breaks. I'm gonna go to DraftKings in here. Now, DraftKings is probably the more perfect example of, this is yesterday's top on news at 40.90, and I split the difference, and okay, fine, the trade worked out, but I'll tell you why it wasn't good execution. So at the open, it immediately takes out this high. It's consolidating under 49, immediately takes out that high. So you had to take the break at 9:30. However, I play the dip, but without enough patience. I just played into VWAP because I like VWAP, which at that time of the day, who cares about it? Remember we just talked about with that trade in Mara, dip back into previous resistance. It dips into previous resistance and holds. The long could have been at 40.95, maybe 41 even instead of 41.10. Now ultimately, the long works anyways because it never reclaims that low under 40.80. That said, when you've got a 50-cent move, or at tops, even if you get the best, you're calling a 60 or 70-cent move, that 10 or 15 cents that you give up really matters. You know, that can be a quarter to maybe even a third of your trade. If you get the whole moves, maybe it's a little bit less than that, but that matters in the long run. Think about that every single time you take that setup. If you're giving up 1/5 of your profitability, not because of where you got out, but because of where you got into it. So don't just look back at a trade and say, hey, that was successful. I took the dip, buy the dip instead of the break. Well, that's a bad price. The second entry off of that level is a good price because it was going higher lows. But this should have been a long in here on the dip. But we anchor ourselves sometimes to a line in a chart. I'm guilty of that with VWAP sometimes. So we could have been a little bit better with that. I think once you miss that early breakout trade, I'm not going to look for the break of the high. I'm going to look for that dip buy opportunity. So, you know, when it broke that high in here, it was actually getting out and looking for that dip. Early breaks, fantastic. if you can find maybe like a meme stock or the higher short float names, they tend to be okay in the middle of the session. But for a lot of these other names, if you don't get that early breakout trade, going for the dip buy strategy off the same level when it's trending can be a heck of a lot more profitable. And if anyone's put in the chat where I'm able to find that Chappelle Show stream live, I'm going to ask Perplexity to see where it might be. You guys let me know. But your lesson of the day, how to choose dip buy or breakout. Think time of the day, think the type of stock, and then plan your entry accordingly. There's no necessarily wrong answer, but I tend to favor the dip buy if we're a little bit late to the move. That's your lesson of the day, dips versus breaks.
Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome. As always, Neil Roberts, baby, every day around noon hour, Neil's lesson of the day. Make sure to catch that. Always hotlines on that lesson. All right. What do we see here? Gorev, does Dell look like it's trying to bounce off the 10-minute or still consolidated? Let's have a look at Dell. Dell's been very strong. I've seen a lot of people in the chat are talking about Dell. So let's get right to it, baby. D-E-L-L is how it's spelled. I know. Can you believe it?
Who would have thought?
Profound. No, yeah, good look, Gorev. I mean, really, the best level there was the wick shimmy that it was doing with the 20 on the 10. Let me put in the ticker. And I saw people in the chat earlier asking what I meant by the wick shimmy. And I'm sorry, you know, sometimes I use these terms and I forget that we have newer viewers all the time. What I mean by the wick shimmy is when it comes into a level, either north or south, so it could be approaching it or coming down to it, and then it starts doing these bottoming tail or topping tail candles where the wicks are really long to the high side or really long to the downside, but the bodies are on the opposite sides of the candles. And that's what's showing you that if it's coming up to it, the sellers are winning because it's wicking up and then the body's coming right back down. The opposite is true. When it comes into a key area of support and you keep seeing these bottoming tail candles keep getting bought up because their buyers are overwhelming sellers. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here a little bit. And it's even better when it's at a key area, either a moving average, an area of support or resistance, whatever it is, the volume weighted average price. So this was really good. Good eye on this, Gorev. I hope you had patience to hold through. It looks as if it was dancing with the 20 as well as that whole dollar level at 163. And then here we go, breaking into that 164.5 level, incrementally higher highs and higher lows. DELL, good look here on the day. What is it up? 7%. Oh, that's it? You know, I mean, like this stock, guys, this stock did very little for a long time. Here's the weekly. Okay? So you can see it was locked in with, say, $60 to the high side and about $30 to the low side for years. This is going all the way back into March 2020. Forget about the March dip. That's the COVID drop, and you know that doesn't really reflect the true nature of the company. But this is when it started making the big boy moves there in August of 2012. Once we started hearing about the servers and the AI servers that they were starting to expand, and since that time, Dell is up 200% since August of last year. I don't think it's moved 200% in the last few years. So that's really the look there with DELL. But on the daily, or sorry, on the 5-minute, I definitely agree with you, Gorev. Nice little rounded bottom with the wick shimmy coming in through the 20. That 163 area got bought up pretty good there. Top, VOIP, ENVX, looks like it wants to go. Wednesday's high target. Let's have a look. ENVX. What is this one up to? I don't know any deets about this one. Let me just find out here. Yeah, 1.75 billion market cap, 2.4 million shares done on the day. The float, 143 million shares. So, you know, definitely a larger float there. What is it up on the day? 7 1/3%. Let me put in the ticker, ENVX. Let me just have a look quickly at the daily on this one to kind of get the idea of what the overall trend in. Alibaba's flying, says Neil. We're going to look at that one in a hot second here. Okay, so I've looked at this before, and there's my alert for it. So I have to delete this. Okay. Yeah, good look there, man. That's on the daily. Let's look at the 5. What's the move on the 5? Yeah, the move is off the 10. I mean, look at that. Everything has been bouncing off the 10. If it doesn't come into the 20. All right, let's look at Baba. Because Neil says Alibaba be flying, and I was just talking to Max and the guys back there, and they're trading PDD, And they're talking about the strength of PDD or the weakness. I don't know, one of the two. Strength, it looks like. Well, it's up 4.25, but selling off now. And we saw Dara trade that very well yesterday, PDD. Now, Alibaba just got a big boy move up there. What is going on? Got up, moved from 80 into 82. I don't see anything specific on Baba. Let me have a look quickly. Okay, well, this is the this is not new. We know that they have a buyback program for about $4.5 billion, so that's really not new there. Anything else coming in? No, I don't see anything specific except, did Goldman upgrade PDD today?
They did.
Okay, so that's old then. Okay, so that's old as well. So I don't have anything Baba specific, but as you can see there, big move up. Oh, okay. I can take over. Let's have a look over here, see what Apple's doing. Every time I come into Apple's chart, I notice a newer high of day, which is unbelievable because every time I look to set up a possible dip trade, I'm like, okay, well, it's not really getting away. But so maybe we'll have to set up a dip trade off the 10 there at 190 and a fifth. Good look for Apple, Adira.
Yeah, that good look for Apple indeed. AMD, I got out of the long. This was hard for me because I dislike holding stocks because I find I usually paper hand them. We did take a profit in AMD. When I noticed the lower highs, I got out of the long. And then I decided after a while to flip short. And now it looks like that was a mistake because, oh no, we broke, every time we fail 40s, it gives me more confidence. Because I was saying to Sharif that 166.40 level in AMD was like wild. I noticed you're making higher lows on the book, so I got out of AMD 29s, did make some profit on that. Now I do think we're flipping short. Not just because we can't get that 166.40, but because look at these lower highs. We popped above 40s once. We haven't done it since, and we're curling. We are curling to the downside. So I want to get involved. I started the short position, 166.19s, added at 29s. If we keep staying below that 166.40 level, because that is some weird, bizarre area of resistance for AMD, and like we'll go into it and then reject. So I want to see what we do around 40s. Right now I'm happy with this position. I want to see what happens next though. Jerry Elias, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. What's your current input on Meta? I mean, I'm not the one who's been trading Meta all day. I think right now, I know you definitely have a clear read on Meta, but I think this resistance support flip 476.50s was really interesting for sure. Bless you. Now we're below that 9 EMA. Which is kind of interesting as well. And it's interesting too, that area that we kind of used as a level of support on Meta, 476, now a bit of an area of resistance. We've wicked a couple times above the 9 EMA, then rejected. So I think it looks like we are curving a bit to the downside after that big move down. But I mean, as you can see on the wicks here, Meta has been a bamboozling stock for sure today. Yeah, my read on Meta would be, I think it's interesting that we're sort of holding. We haven't broken below that area of support, that little trough 475.50s. I think if we break below that with the viciousness, bless you, things could get really interesting. But you know what else could be really interesting? At 1, I was just going to do that. Yeah, at 1 p.m. Things are going to get really interesting with that vote.
I always forget it, Derek. Thank you for reminding me.
I was literally able to transition to that. Thank you to Ramin there, because this is what things are going to get interesting at 1 p.m.
Yes.
When you vote for the ticker you want Sharif to talk about on the big screen.
Yes. Okay, guys, we have an entirely new segment. It's no longer Brendo and I at the big desk from 2 to 2:30. We throw it over to the big kahunas. All we talk about is what was moving the markets in the morning. No. We are now going to be talking about what you want us to talk about. The tickers that were moving intraday that you traded, that you want to know more about. Have your say in this viewer's choice kind of segment. This is what you're going to do. You're going to go into the chat. You're going to type in !join space, because I see some people don't put the space between the join and the $, space, $, and the ticker that you want, whether it's Apple, whether it's NVIDIA. Lucy today. Lucy's been fantastic. 73 pennies, up a zillion%. You want to talk about Lucy? Throw that in the chat. If you don't vote, you don't get your say. So this is where we put the ball in your court, guys. We hope you like this segment because there's always that one stock that we don't cover. We can't get to it all, but you know how it is. So that is a look there. And yeah, I want to shout out all our viewers because definitely we would not be here without you guys. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, guys. We got to put this so it's a wider voting time. I don't know why we only have it for 1 hour. I'll talk to Brendo about that. But guys, sorry, you're throwing it in the chat. You got to wait till 1 o'clock. It's between 1 to 1:50. You can't vote after 1:50. You can't vote before 1 o'clock. Maybe we'll get that changed. Sorry about that. I should have put that up there. Just forgot. It's a Friday, so forgive me for that one. So wait till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, guys. About 40 minutes, you'll be able to get your vote, Adair.
Yeah, you're going to be able to get your vote. I think what I've learned is, I know I said, I want to try like doing the whole holding thing with AMD. I don't know if that is my lifestyle. I'm happy with the long. Don't get me wrong. The first long went okay, but it would have just been so much better had I actually gotten out of that high of daybreak or whatever around 80s, right? I get why I held. I wanted to hold, but it's like also I feel like I'm trying to be the type of trader that, I think. I don't know how to put this. I think that's not really who I am as a trader, is how I want to say that. And I do appreciate, everyone's support being like, Adair, like try to hold the trades longer. I just find that's when I paper hand. AMD ended up losing some of the profits. I still understand why I flipped short there. It's all good. I was able to manage it okay. But then I flipped back long because I noticed now we're holding. We're going to get out some of this at 70s. I noticed then like I said, once I really wanted to see that beautiful breakup above 166.40. So I was cool being short until we got that. Then when we got that, I immediately flipped long. So I don't really know what I'm saying. I'm just saying you got to go with what the market's telling you. You got to go with the flow. If we break below 20s, I'm out. I want these 30s, and or not 30s. I want 70s, and I want all the smoke.
All the smoke. She wants to inhale all of it.
Not actually.
No.
That was
because yeah. We don't have time for it, but it's an inside joke.
That was good.
Yeah, come on, it's right down your alley. Guys, there is no ticker called my mustache. Okay? So if you guys put in the dollar side and put stash or mustache or whatever variations you guys are putting, it's all funny and I love it and I love you guys. Obviously, I get all the trolling and I was ready for it and I put myself out there, but it will not be covered on the viewer's choice segment.
Well, to be fair, it will be there for the viewers.
It will be there, but it will not be covered, Adair.
That's true.
Right? I will not speak about my mustache on it. So, guys, I love the trolling, but yeah, wait till about 1 o'clock, guys. Another 40 minutes or so before we can get to voting. All right, let me get to the trade that I've got on at the moment here, MRUS. This is that big monster biotech stock. I'm looking to short this one, looking to wet my beak here at the 59.40. It's been making a bit of a down move. If it pops back into 60, I'll be looking to add a little bit there. It looks like it might pop back. So I'm packing my patience here with this name, MRUS. Maybe there is a ticker, says Sebastian. I don't know, brother. If there is, let me know. Find it, and we'll make a joke out of it on this show, but not one that I've ever seen anyway. Maybe there is something maybe there is something to that. Anyway, so looking to add on any pops on MRUS. I'm a smidge above $60 for the ad there. Nessa, $20 super chat. This is for you, Adair. Go for it.
Oh my, thank you so much, Nessa, for the super chat. Tagging me. Just want to say thank you for all your transparency and contributions. You're amazing along with everyone. You keep the show entertaining. Love your personality. Always nice to hear you through my community. Now, yeah, I want to echo Sharif there. So sweet. Thank you so much, Nessa, for that. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope your trading's been going well. And thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you for the kind words. It has been quite a week. You know what I mean? So I'm just happy to be here with everyone. And very much appreciated, and hope that you are printing, as Sharif always says to me. I need a little bit of water there because my throat was like, bleh. Also, AMD printing. Happy with this trade right now. I know I said I was going to be holding less, but I actually do want to hold this because I like this. And I said once we get that beautiful 40 break I desperately wanted, that I was going to be a little bit comfier. We had that 40 break, so now I'm a little bit comfier. We did take 30 pennies in the money, but now I do have a piece for the dream. And I mean, AMD, if you want to put the dream in AM Dream, let me know. But yeah, thanks again to Nessa. That is, yeah, so kind of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul Black, for all the support in the chat. Always happy to be here. What are you guys looking at? I know I'm not, Sharif on the green screen. We can always look at some things as well heading into that. Don't forget to vote for that. That is for sure. Also, I wonder, is there a way to chart the mustache? I just want to know what people are thinking with this, support resistance.
I have no comments.
I went off.
I've got nothing
on that. But yeah,
That's
good
funny.
times. Apple making its turn? Question mark, says Johnny C. Yeah, let's find out if, okay, I don't know. I think if you're saying Apple makes a turn probably like to the downside, here's the thing. I thought that on this move down, we had that nice move. I tried to go short briefly, didn't work out. However, with this turn, I want to see what we do at 190.25. You might be like, Adara, that's kind of an arbitrary level. I'm not sure it is, actually, because we did have this push up above here, right? Then top and turn, whoop, to the upside. And then we come back down. I mean, sorry, we didn't come back down, but we did have a little bit of a doji. So I think that 190.25 could be interesting if we come there. I also am not sure we're turning quite yet, Johnny, because if you look at the 5-minute, look at that very bullish candle. We did have a red candle, but it was bullish. Of course, we do need to break above that 190.60s, but I think, regardless, I would probably wait to see what we do at 190.25s before saying that the Apple is going sour or going rotten. Also, AMD 167. So I am pleased as punch, trying to take different kinds of trades. This was a name that I had some struggles on, still kind of having some struggles on throughout the day. But if you see levels you like, you do owe it to yourself to commit. I did flip the style up way too many times. And if they hate, then let them hate and watch the cents pile up. And we haven't piled up yet, but it is about commitment. It's about conviction. Conviction isn't just a Law and Order spinoff. It's just a way of trading, and it's a way of life. And I'm really trying to commit to that more. And again, I want to thank Nessa and everybody in the chat because I'm a new trader, and it means so much to be able to learn and grow with this great community. But you know what else learning and growing is about? Lessons. That was not the best transition of my life.
It's all good. It was really good.
Yeah, thank you so much to Sharif for putting together the lesson of the day. And we're going to hear him spit some hot fire, dropping some hot lines, as Papa Powell often does. Sharif.
All right, guys, we have been talking about the measured move all week, the measured moves or move or whatever you want to call it. Today, we're going to talk about combining that strategy with some other technical indicators. So let's get right to it. The allure of the measured moves in intraday trading is undeniable. I guess maybe somebody can deny it, but successful traders know the importance of confirmation. Using multiple tools to validate their analysis, this lesson will explore how to combine measured moves with other technical indicators for stronger signals. So let's get right down to work. So why confirmation matters? I mean, we pretty much probably know this, but let's review it anyway. Measured moves provide estimates, so they don't provide guarantees. The market can be quite unpredictable, as we call it the bamboozler all the time, the reversion man, the boogeyman, or the whatever kind of man, the one that Knob always talks about. And so relying solely on retracement levels can lead to costly mistakes. So what we do in this case is we look for confirmation from other technical indicators like moving averages, etc., some of the other stuff we'll talk about here. So some popular confirmation tools, I just kind of preface that, but moving averages are really popular for mixing with the measured move. These smooth out price fluctuations and they help reveal the underlying trend, which is one of the key requirements for the measured move. If a measured move aligns with a trend identified by moving averages, example, the price is approaching a support and resistance level made by that moving average, then the signal is strengthened. Likewise, support and resistance levels are also really important, right? These are areas where the price tends to bounce or stall. If the measured move retracement coincides with a support or resistance level, it suggests a strong buying zone for potential strong entry and exit zones, whether you're going long or short. And there's also the momentum indicators that we really talked about last week when we did that week on moving average crossovers. So these gauge the speed and the strength of price movements. If a measured move aligns with a momentum indicator like the relative strength index, which could be indicating an overbought or an oversold condition near the retracement level. Again, it's going to have to coincide with the retracement level that you've calculated using the formula for the measured move. Then this could absolutely reinforce the potential for a trend continuation or reversal. And here we have, basically the whole idea of the measured move, calculating where the retracements are going to come into, and then actually looking and seeing where the moving average is, where the price support is as well. Here it is with the retracements. So now I didn't show you the mathematical calculation for the measured move, but you can go back and have a look at the lesson from Monday or Tuesday when we talk about that ad nauseum. But some of your your charting softwares should be able to do this for you automatically. So how do you put it all into practice? I mean, what's the deal here? So first, identify a trend. You can use moving averages or the price action to help identify the trend. Do we have higher highs and higher lows on the price? Or are the moving averages pointing up, side, or downward? So that's how you identify the trend. That's step one. Step two, you're going to spot the price move. So you're looking here for within an established trend, you're looking for a significant price move up or down. Works both ways, okay? Within the established trend. So that's step number two. And then step number three, you're going to actually calculate the measured move. Didn't show you the calculation here. Go back to Monday or Tuesday and you can see exactly what that is. So you're going to apply the retracement level of your choice, whatever fib retracement level you're going to use, 50, 61.8, whatever. Make sure it's consistent. And then you're going to seek confirmation. You're going to look for signals or other indicators to help support your measured move analysis. So let's look at some examples. So the first one here, in an upward trend. Let's assume the price makes a significant jump up. We already know that the trend is established, it's upward. Then we get step number two here, which is the big price move. We get that. Then the measured move, after you do your measured move calculation, it suggests a retracement to a support level identified by moving average, which is good. We have the confluence. So now we know the moving average, say the 20 is hanging out at price A. The measured move calculation shows us a retracement level, also comes into price A, so we have confluence. Check. Then we look at the RSI, the relative strength index. And the RSI is indicating oversold conditions at that level. So this confluence, again, strengthens the possibility that of a buying opportunity. Sorry, I just have to wet my beak here. Am I going to wet my beak here, Dara, or am I going to leave this a little bit here?
I don't know. Well, we're coming into that area, but I think it's a nice look.
Come with me.
Come with me. Yeah. I like that.
Don't really care.
Come on.
All right. Right? So that's what we're talking about. So that's the upward move. The downward move. We know that the moving averages are pointing down. The price action is pointing down. So step one, we've done the trend analysis. Step two now, we have to look to see whether there is that big price move. That's the next thing. So we get that move down. The price plunges. And then we do the measured move calculation, and the calculation suggests that there is resistance near a previous high. So there's a price action support there, and the measured move is pointing us there as well. Then we look at the RSI for more confluence, more confirmation. The RSI is indicating overbought conditions at those levels. So this combination strengthens the possibility of a selling opportunity. So that is the look there, okay? And some beyond the basics, guys, just to kind of put this, to give you an idea, there is no one-size-fits-all approach here. The experiment with different indicator combinations to find what works best for you and what works best for your trading style. Are you going to use the 10 or the 20? Are you going to use the 20 or the 50? Are you going to use the 50 or the 200? Whatever you use, work on it. Figure out what works best for you, what really seems to hit home the most with your trading style. Don't overcomplicate it though. Choose one or two reliable indicators. Right now we talked to you about the moving averages and RSI. Could be a good combination. Give it a shot, right? You just don't want to make it too complicated. Start off with one or two indicators to help confirm the measured move and see if that works. If it doesn't, change them up, look for something else. And then backtest your strategy, right? Backtest it on historical data, go in the sim. Again, Trade Ideas allows you to, are we able to talk about that Trade Ideas thing, bro?
Yeah, let's
This is the Trade Ideas software right here. Trade Ideas allows you to go back and backtest your strategy up to 3 months. I know some other softwares definitely help allow you more, but yeah, make sure that you have something that allows you to do that. And Dara, we got a special offer for them today.
We do. It's Trade Ideas. We have a special offer for Trader TV Live. It's a limited time Memorial Day sale. It's happening because of, you guessed it, Memorial Day. And if you want to get involved, just use TV Annual 28. That's the code to save 28% on a, you guessed it, annual subscription. TV Annual 28. You want 28% off an annual subscription to Trade Ideas? TV Annual 28.
There it is.
And I'm gonna, yeah, I said TV Annual 28 quite a few times. And it is TV Annual 28. That is the code. Also, Fabian was dropping hotlines on my ear. Pretty solid questions. Like, what about, how do you avoid confirmation bias when you're looking for confirmation? Because I think that's a really tough question. And I was starting to think about it as well. It's hard to know.
Well, I mean, it's on the balance of the evidence. So if you see it pointing 3 indicators to the right and 1 to the left, go to the right.
I like that.
Yeah, if it's a 50-50, then it really is a 50-50 shot. I mean, I don't know if it's confirmation. We got a trade, right?
That's true.
So we're looking for something to help justify our trades, I guess. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just thought that was a cool question, so I wanted to address that. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin,
Fabian.
always killing it. Also, AMD. I'm happy. Like, I don't know. This is, I know I was just like bemoaning, like, oh, why do I ever hold positions? But then I was like, you know what, Adara? Like, if you still feel good about the idea, stay involved. Weirdly, we had this nice little move down. I say nice, but it's not that nice at all. We had this nice little move down here in the markets. If AMD stays, believe me, it's hard to not take profit earlier, but it's like also, if you still like the idea, stay with the idea, right? So I do want to shout out everybody who was kind of telling me that earlier this week. I'm still trying to get into the habit of that, but I think it is worth it for me to try, especially if I have an idea like as much as AMD. Now you might be like, Adara, AMD was clearly seeing a bit of a top at 166.70. Why would you not get out there? Well, it's because it did the same thing at 166.40s. AMD will come to these bizarrely arbitrary levels of support and resistance, 165.80, 166.40, 166.70. I do not make the rules. AMD does. AM does. So just AM do it. I don't know. But AMD has these levels, and when it gets these levels in its head, it's like, no, I will stick with these levels. But then when it breaks above the level, it gets kind of beautiful. So I wish these breakouts would be more than 30 cents, mind you. That'd be pretty nice. But yeah, so this AMD, I mean, we could have had a topping tail candle here, I'll be honest. But until I want to see what we do at 40s. Right now, I have no reason to leave. I'm also in PDD, taking that short. If we break above 50s, I'm out. But I like the short because we had that topping tail candle. I don't know, both of these could go against me, but you got to try. Also, I like the topping tail candle and that little pause there earlier.
I love it. It's a print factory up in this MRUS short. Thank you for telling me to stay into that, because that was the right decision there. All the way down on MRUS. This dipped into 59. Alas, I did not have an order there. I wet my beak at 40s. I didn't anticipate this down move here. And there it is again. We get filled at 25s. Wowzers. So we're short 59.95 and we just got 59.25. So happy about that. The last beak wetter is going to be in front of that whole dollar. Let's go ahead and sit at 05s because, well, whatever, right? Am I still? Yes, I still have some sharage. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and cover 59.05. We're going to put the last beak wetter there, come what may. Let's look at the Apple trade. Long Apple as well at 33s, just printed 10 pennies in the moolah, looking to continue with the dead one. It ain't dead today, and it wasn't dead yesterday. It was awfully weak yesterday, but it was alive. It was just headed to the south side. Today, alive and headed to the north side. Let's see if we can continue to print on this one. Now about 10 pennies in the money, but off highs. I mean, 195.8 is HOD on the day on AAPL. Let's see if we can ride it back onto that high day. We're holding above 18.9 as I speak. We've been doing a very consolidative style dance at 18.9 for the better part of the morning here on the show. So let's have a look at what the future has been doing. This is when we got above 18.9. That's at 11:10, so 10 minutes deep into the show. And you see what the future has been doing since said show started. It has been, very awfully consolidative, a little bit above 18.9, a little bit below, coming into the 20 right now. There's the local low is at 18.880 or thereabouts. So we'll see if that level holds up for the remainder of the day. What do we got here on MRUS? I'm sitting there at 59s, waiting to get printed back into 59.40s here. So we're going to have to pack our patience. We just did get a death cross between the 10 and the 20, and that's the first time they crossed since 9:25 today. They just touched up here at 12:40, so the cross literally just happened. Okay, great. Now you got to print on it. So cross, whatever. All right, I'm just pointing it out. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Let's not forget about Lucy, though, guys. Lucy is an absolute monster on the day, 360% off highs right now, about 12 pennies off the high, touched 97. It's been knocking on the door of $1 all day, and it's also held up every single time at either the 10 or the 20. Sorry, let me refresh that. I don't know why the 20 is not updating there. There we go. I'd look for maybe something off 80 pennies, 77 pennies to get something off that 10 period. It's getting a little extended away from the 10 period here at 97, so I do like the fact that it's coming down. Maybe hang out at 80s, hang out at 77s, whatever. Lucy, awfully, awfully strong on the day. In case I didn't give you the deets on Lucy, let me give it to you again. $14.5 million market cap with the 343% move. 573 million shares done on the day. The float on this monster, 11.2 million shares, very small. And I told you that the float was negligible, 0.49 of that 11.2 million shares are shorted. 80 pennies coming in now on Lucy, so this could be a 10-period bounce. It was like half a penny away from that 10 period. Keep your eye out on Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy, I mean, it's funny because it's actually Innovative Eyewear is the name of the company. Oh. So keep your Innovative Eyewear out for Lucy. Also, keep your eye out at 2 p.m. when Sharif will be on the green screen. Ooh. But in order to see, like, what will Sharif talk about if people do not vote, right? So if you want Sharif to talk on the green screen, that made that sound very threatening, sorry. What you do is you go at 1 p.m., don't do it yet, at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So in 18 minutes, what you'll do is you'll go in you'll think, oh, I want to look at this ticker. And I'll go, ! join, space, $, ticker name. And once you do that, you will be in the queue and it will accept everything. And then you may be one of the lucky tickers chosen that Sharif will be reading. I do sound like I'm selling like car products or something, I don't know. But shout out to that. Also, we got out of AMD, clearly too early, but I did not like that bearish candle. I did add to the position a bit because I wanted to chop and churn, combined with the fact that we were really struggling with 60s. Now I know that's the same thing we saw. We were struggling with 40s and then we broke up, but I was just like, Adara, you've done this AM dance with AM danger all day. Take your profit, take your licks, and go home. And that's what I ended up doing. It is what it is. And I know that's like the dumbest thing to say, but it's true. That being said, if we fail 166.40s, that's going to be so juicy. That was resistance. That was support. If that flips back, I'll stop maniacally laughing. Yeah, AMD, I want to see what happens there. Also, PDD is printing, and I'm so happy right now. Oh my gosh, I have no words. Thank you, PDD. I'm pleased as punch. I want to see what we do at 158, because I mean, look at this little trough. I want to see what happens there. Pleased as punch, but I think you are too. Well, we just took $1 on MRUS. So I'm really happy about that, Adara. I'm very happy. I literally got the bottomest of the wicks possible on this. Look at it. It spent no time there, guys. If you didn't have a resting order there, you didn't get filled on 59s because it spent all of a quarter second down there and then right back up it went. So pleased as dang punch on this trade. MRUS, really good, strong name today, but we saw that rounded top coming in. And in fact, I got to give Adara credit for this because I was thinking maybe a 60 hold, and you know, she kind of brought me back to reality, but she didn't even mean it. She's like, that's a really good looking short. I was like, oh, I was thinking about going long. Thanks, Adara, right? And then we ended up punching short on this one, and so she was absolutely right. MRUS, good move down, decent volume done the day, but we're also in the dead one. Go, Apple, go. We're looking for a 190.50 break. We were just at 49s and then we dipped back again. It seems as if there is a bit of a seller at that $0.50. Technically, we have 58s as the HOD, but I'm seeing some candles here. They're all wick shimmying into 50. So we're going to either have to pack our patience or take the profit here and get at a dodge, so to speak. Yeah, a lot of buying and selling. Tug of war happening here at the $0.50. Apple's done a lot of volume today, 18 million shares. Yeah, it's been holding up above the 10 period on the 5, but you wonder, you ask yourself, you know, how long that trend is going to last for, especially with the future not really breaking above that 18.9, dancing sideways at 18.9 for the better part of the show. We're going on to 2 hours of the sideways dance here on the future. So here's Apple holding the 10 period, as I was saying, but
having issues with the $0.50 level. I'm just going to hold it, okay? It's Friday, come what may. Let's see what else. The soft one has been quite strong, not on percentage, but you can see here, nice recovery off that 4.25 break. Dipped into 424.41. Recovers about $5 here, broke through 430, got to 430 and a third, below 430 now. But here's the thing, now we're stalling out in our descent, and we're stalling out right at that 20 period. So I could be persuaded certainly here to get something off the $0.50, 429.50 or thereabouts, to defend that 20 period retracement. I'd like to see a touch and bounce off it so I can get it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, instead of just guessing randomly that it's going to bounce off the 20 period because I want it to. So gonna continue to watch the soft one here at these levels, see if we can get anything there. Apple now coming, like I'm only 5 pennies in the money now on Apple. As it comes down, it's definitely having trouble with that $0.50. So decisions to be made here, whether to cover or what to do. There's the dead one coming into my my position here, and now I'm break even on this, so we're gonna have to think about this one. What is the line in the sand that I want to draw here? What was the low of that candle? The low of this candle was 32s, and I got in 33, so I'm not basing it on that. We can probably base it on the break of 30. I think I have my stop below the $0.25, I think. Let me just double check real quick. 1 second, I have to cancel this stop though. Yeah, okay, good. Good thing I looked at that. So I have it, yeah, a little bit below the $0.25, right below the $0.25. So I'll have to give it some time here. I'm gonna pack my patience with Apple. It's been strong on the day. Look for it to curl up. All right, let's see what else everybody is up to. And we'll have a look at some tickers. Oh, Rivian Millionaire, Oklo, very strong today. Yeah, it's a second day holdout, my man. Look at Oklo, good call out there, my man. Shout out to Rivian Millionaire. We were talking about this one. This has been very strong. See what it did yesterday, Rivian Millionaire? I mean, it had a day yesterday from top to bottom there. It was up well over 16% there. So Oklo, you know, it's not a big mover. Today, it's up 23% and change at the highs. It's been a 10 period or a 20 period love affair. Take your pick. It's been one or the other. Look at the 10 period. It's just absolutely held up on every dip. I mean, it hasn't given you too many opportunities. These are 5-minute charts, so you've had to wait maybe 10 or 15 minutes to get the dip into the 10 period. And again, I want to point this out, guys. I don't have this on my work software, but my home software allows me to do this. So I can take this line over here. This is a buy order. And I can kind of, you know, move the buy order up and down depending on, why is it not showing? What's happening?
Oh, it's being difficult?
Yeah, it's being very difficult. Anyway, I have buy orders I can drag and drop on the chart. It's making me look bad right now. Anyway, OKLO, HOD, great move. Look for a retracement off the 10.
Yeah, shout out to you on that Apple. You took that bite of that Apple. You were like, going into this with the weekend, getting the Steve Jobs done. PDD, I got 2/3 of the position out at 159.40s, so I took like 80 pennies. But I want to say, I have a very small position left. For me at this point, it's not about share size, it's not about P&L, it's about commitment for this trade, and also just in general. I want a 158 break. Is that ambitious? Maybe. Is it possible? I mean, I think so. Because I think, look at how strong this drop was. I think if we break below it with the viciousness, that could get amazing. I'm really proud of myself for holding this, because at one point we bounced back into 159 or 158.80, sorry. And I was like, I didn't like it. I was like, Adara, if we break, we nudged up against the 9 EMA, said if we break above the 9 EMA, get out here. We did it. So I owed it to myself to stay. And I'm starting to realize, like, me selling positions early that are working, who's that harming? That's only harming myself. If I like the position, if I have a good reason to stay, I mean, obviously trust your intuition, right? If I'm seeing something on the book that I don't like, if I'm seeing a fundamental change in sentiment, of course, you owe it to yourself to get out to do what you need to do. But if you're not seeing that, if you're just getting out because you're scared, why? So I'm really proud of myself for that. Yeah, PDD, I'm going to set, you know what, actually we could break lower, so I don't want to punch out of this yet. AMD, that's why I got out of AMD though, because I could just feel like this sentiment was shifting. That's why I got out here. Like I said, if 166 flips from support to resistance, I'm getting short, but I want to see that test a couple times before I marry myself to this idea. It also did fake you out, like it was going to curl down earlier and then bounce back. So be very aware of AMD, because that one is maybe bamboozler king of the markets today. Let's take a look at Tesla. Solo Cristo wanted to look at the Cybertruck earlier today. I have to say, I love the support resistance bounce here, 178. We get that resistance complete with these candles wicking up here, these wicks to the upside. Then we get the support, wicks to the downside. It's this gorgeous support resistance tug of war. Then we pop back up. However, we're not able to either meet or eclipse that 179.30 high from earlier. So there's something in the water here in TSLA. I think that is an area of resistance. I don't know if we're necessarily going down here yet. We're continuing to kind of top and turn back up to it. But I think TSLA could be an interesting one indeed. And I think it's something worth watching out for. Thank you, Nessa. Much appreciated. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, everyone, for the support in the chat. This has been just such a fun day to trade. And I feel like this week really has put things into perspective for me. I had a really rough day on Wednesday. I was so close to getting shut down. I said to Dara, if you still like a trade, just take this trade. Either you get shut down or it works out because you really like it. You have that conviction that Sean always talks about, and it worked out. So I was proud of myself. I think that situation on Wednesday really set something into motion for me, and I've been trying to trade like that ever since. And PDD broke 158 on the buy side. Let's see if we can break it on the sell side here because, oh, do I want the smoke.
Show the chart, Ray.
I'm so proud of myself for holding this. I don't like this 158 bounce, PDD. You heard me, but I would love to make this a PD dollar club. So right now we are technically a dollar club, but I need to lock in for that. So let's see what happens here. Please just punch. I have no words. How is your Apple? Hopefully Apple's giving you some nice words.
Well, we already wet our beak on it. We're about 7 whole pennies in the money right now. Let's see if we can break the $0.50. I'm just going to hold on to it until I can see exactly what's afoot. Look, I'm looking at the futures here to see. I thought Neil was looking over. I was looking at the futures here to see what the direction of the market is, and I'm starting to notice, this interaction here between the 20 period on the 5-minute on the NQ. It keeps bouncing off this area, and this is kind of like in no man's land here. 18,890. Why are we holding up here? So what I see is a bit of a range happening, maybe 10 points higher than 18.9, 10 points lower than 18.9, give or take on the future. So, no market direction at the moment, and I think that's holding some of these ones back. We see Amazon awfully consolidative. Meta's become consolidative, for the last, I would say, hour and a half, maybe hour. Softy, though, just got a nice bounce. I just came back from the bathroom. It just got a nice bounce there off the 20. So if you were sitting there at 429, maybe in a third, you're printing. Because look at it move away from the 20 period. Wow, good strength there for the soft one coming back into 430, that is, excuse me. So Microsoft, not up much on the day, 0.2%, but a great recovery off the bottom there, 424.41 LOD. Goggles, we haven't said too much about Google today. It's been bouncing off pivots for whatever reason. Pivots are also 175, likely the whole dollar level, but what I see is here possibly 3 successive lower highs on the 5-minute chart. So you got the trough initially here, 11.10, 11.15. It makes the high a day. It comes into that $0.50, 175.5 at around 20 after the hour. And here we are again trying to come back into that third of a dollar. If we don't get above the $0.50 this time, there's no higher high. And it'll either be the same high or a lower high there, which means we're either going to be on a possibly lower high basis or a very consolidative move at the $0.50. But Google getting nice support off 175, not once, but twice today. Will it be OB thrice? So maybe you want to sit maybe back down at 175. It's featuring a lot today, that level. Go, Apple, go. So here we go. Apple now, the dead one, breaking through the $0.50, and it's about a couple of pennies off HOD right now, 58 HOD. So I'm just packing my patience here, baby. All the way up. Let's go, Apple. 2% on the day now. Almost 2% on the day, 1.96. We'll see maybe 2 soon. AAPL trying to make back some of the shellacking that it took back yesterday. It dropped like quite a bit. I think almost $6 at a point. We were 192-ish, I think, in the pre, and then we touched high 186s. I think in the worst part of the day yesterday on AAPL. So good recovery. We'll see if it can break and hold above that one.
I like
9050.
Also, I like that you are letting Apple make back its shellacking. It's like, Apple, you got shellacked. I will make it back. So shout out to Sharif. Shout out to Apple. PDD is holding that 158. I knew it might because that was a massive area of pre-market resistance. Massive area of pre-market, or not pre-market, just support period. So if we break above 158.10, I'm going to be out. But I will say PDD wants to stay PD down. So, I mean, we're going to let him do his thing, 21, let it cook. Stir it up. Tesla's still trying to, I said I want to see if Tesla broke above that high. It hasn't yet, but I just wanted to address that because I know some people, I wanted to address this Tesla because I know some people are looking at Tesla. Looks like we do have a decisive lower high. So people talking about Meta here as well, if it's curling. I think we did just have a move down in some of these Meg names here, so that would explain that move. Hopefully Apple is safe. Hopefully Apple is not broiled.
Well, still on the money on it, but it broke below the $0.50. I mean, it's not going to be spared from these market moves there.
That's fair.
What do we have? Do we have anything? Do we have any on the economic calendar?
No.
Okay. No auctions or anything. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a nice calm Friday. Hope everyone has some exciting long weekend plans. I know you have one thing happening this long weekend.
Oh, yes.
It's too early for the whole what's going on in the weekend, but yeah, good times.
I'm old, Adara. That's what
not
it
where
is.
I was going with
That's
it.
what it is. Yes. You're pointing out the fact that I'm old. No, I'm
Not where
kidding.
I was going with
It is my birthday tomorrow, so I'm gonna have a good old time. Thank you guys. Appreciate everybody here, man. Appreciate you, Jag. I'm gonna have to get out of Apple here because it's in a bit of trouble. Yeah, but the birthday tomorrow, turning 42. I didn't think I would ever make it to 42. I don't know. I just never imagined myself. I know it is, right? I never imagined myself at 42. No, seriously. When you imagine yourself as an adult, I just never had. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna do some stuff. Gonna do a boys workout tomorrow. Going to the beach. Hopefully the weather holds out here. They're calling for rain later in the afternoon, and then hopefully with the boys, we're gonna gallivant on the town tomorrow night. So that should be a good time. If I see you, apparently I ran into a couple of people when I was at the Jays game. They yelled out my name, but I didn't hear them. So if you see me gallivanting Saturday night, say what's up.
I like that. Happy birthday to Sharif.
Thank you, Adara.
Hopefully you eat lots of eggs. Celebrate it well.
Egg cake. Can you imagine?
A cake that's just all egg. Tell me you wouldn't eat it, Sharif. Tell me you wouldn't
In
enjoy
a
that
heartbeat.
cake.
Are you kidding
That's
me?
What I'm saying.
I'd eat it for breakfast, Adara.
Right?
Yeah. Who eats eggs for breakfast? Nobody. Thank you guys very much in the chat. I love y'all, man. We're here every day for you guys. I mean, that's the only reason we're here. And thank you so much. I do appreciate the warm wishes from you guys in the chat. I really do appreciate it. No word of a lie about that. All right, let's get back to these markets, baby. Oh, let me remind you, we are 2 minutes away from being able to vote for your segment. This is when you guys have control of what we talk about between 2 to 2:20 every day. So I'm going to be at the big screen. The big kahunas are going to be my right. They're going to be locked and loaded, ready to trade these markets, but they're going to trade and look at, well, they're not going to trade. They're going to look at the tickers you want. So we're going to have the top 5 tickers on the rundown between 2 to 2:20. It's super easy to have your say. You're going to go into the chat. You're going to hit !join space $, and the ticker you want to talk about. You want to talk about Lucy? We got you covered. You want to talk about Meta, up big, 2.17%? I got you covered. AAPL, 2% on the day, no problem. We have you covered. Go and have your say. You can do it in exactly 1 minute. As soon as the clock hits 1 o'clock, that is your cue to start voting. You can vote from 1 to 150 every day. Have your say on the viewer's choice segment. Adara.
Yeah, what ticker do you want to see? Do you want the games to not stop? Do you want to go to the theaters with AMC?
Wow.
Do you want to, pay them dollars with PDD? I don't know. AMD?
I saw a couple of good movies coming out in the summer.
Which one?
There's Bad Boys 4.
I keep
Which,
forgetting that.
I don't know. I don't know if it's kind of played out anymore, but
I feel like it definitely is.
Yeah.
The fact that you said 4.
Yeah, well, they
I
don't
think
call
an
it that.
answer.
They're calling it something else.
They don't call
Ride
it
or
that.
Die. They're calling it Ride or Die. Yeah, which
They're doing that because they know it's played out, Sharif.
Exactly, Adara.
exactly what-
I didn't even watch 3. I know it's on Netflix. I haven't
life,
seen it.
right?
Yeah, whatever.
But Bad Boys for Life.
Bad Boys for Life. Yeah, so Bad Boys, Ride or Die, Bad Boys 4 coming out, AMC. The reason you remind me about that because you said AMC, right? So that should be interesting there. All right, guys. So go ahead, get in the chat right now. Vote for your stock. It's 1 o'clock. The voting is now open, and we want to hear exactly what you have to say. All right. Let's get back to these trades over here. Okay, I don't like any of these large caps. Oh, check that. Don't you though, Neil says. He hasn't said that in a while. I missed that. Yeah, he always used to say that. I think it was your daughter. You used to do that with your daughter a lot, right? Okay. It was a guy on trading floor who did that. Yeah, he did that for a hot minute. Anytime you say anything, he'd be like, don't you though? Right? Okay, 181. I want to say that general area of 181.95, 182 seems to be a bit of a bottom here on the Zon. We were talking about an established level earlier on Amazon. It seems to have tightened up a little bit now. So it seems to be 182 and a third to the high side, a little bit below 182, maybe 182, 181.90, 181.95 or thereabouts. So a bit of a range here happening on Amazon, very consolidated on the day, whether it was earlier or now. I don't mind playing this range here if we're going to slow down, so I'll be looking to get in near that third of a dollar, quarter of a dollar area on the high side and to take that bad boy back down. So that's the trade that I'll be looking at now. Man, Oklo just doesn't stop. Neil, have you seen OKLO today? Man, 2 days in a row, man. Neil's watching Lucy, and we've been talking about Lucy for a hot minute. He's had eyes on it the entire time because it's inching into that dollar. We talked about this. These trades become fundamentally different once they get above and hold above a dollar. But it's just getting to that dollar, breaking above the dollar, and holding the dollar as support that's quite challenging for these names. There's probably going to be a wall of sellers looking to take this short. There's going to be a tug of war between buyers and sellers. There typically is. And a lot of volatility happens at that $1 area. So if you're into that kind of thing and you like these stocks that run 380% on the day, LUCY, baby. That is your ticker. Load up that bad boy. And what I see here is umpteen amount of bounces off the 10-period exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. There has been a love dalliance between the price action today and the 10 EMA there.
A dalliance, I like that. Also, Kate, so I don't want to say I paper-handed PDD because I didn't paper-hand PDD. I might have paper-mache-handed PDD. Because I wanted to see that 158 break. We broke below 158. I was like, oh, great, yay. Let's see how much further we go. Then we bounced up like massively. We had that move down in the futures, and PDD weirdly popped like 50, 60 cents. So I said, Adara, get out. Took 90 pennies. I don't know why I'm acting like this is such an L. I'm pleased as punch. I'm really proud of what I did. It's just you always wish you could have got more, right? Yeah. But as you said, you're always mad as a trader.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm so proud of myself. I might also get back in. I want to be clear. I don't want this to be a revenge trade, which is why I haven't gotten back in yet. But other than that, and see, I really should have because now we're falling viciously. But, you know, no anger, no FOMO. And the thing is, too, I would have had reason to get back in because we were still below that 9 EMA. We were still failing. But shout out to anybody in this trade. Great look. AM Dizzle.
Can I compliment you on your trade for a second there? And I want to point out one thing also to the viewers. Something that Neil and I have been, observing for a while. These ADRs, they really have the bulk of their move early on. Have you noticed how they tend to sell off? You know what I mean?
Oh, the Chinese too.
Yes, and so I love how you took that midday and you really stuck with that short because I feel that there is a bit of a bias towards these ADRs selling off a little bit.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I mean, my thing is too, is it's like, if I see stuff I like, both of these levels, they came before. It was just a matter of taking them. This VWAP projection we had earlier, so I said, Adara, just take it. Could I take it more on it? Sure, but I mean, I was looking at what we did in the book and I took 50 pennies, so I can't be, too upset about it, right? Then we come here again and we see this level that we also saw chopping and turning around here earlier with that wicking tail. I said, Adara, you owe it to yourself to take the trade. So I tried to do it. Please just punch. Happy with how today went, is going so far, other than AMD P&L wise. But I am proud of the trades I made because it's not about P&L. It's about progress and learning. That's what my new P&L is.
Bang.
Not profit and loss, progress and learning. Does it sound like an after school special? Oh, sure. But do I mean it? Oh, yes. So that is my weird thing. Peter Nielsen saying, trivia question, has Adara ever not been proud of herself for taking a trade? Several times. The trivia question is, the answer is yes. There have been several times where I have been proud of myself for I've been not proud of myself for taking a trade. That Moderna hot mess, we should call it Messderna. That worked better in my head. Yeah, we did a lot. We had to mod Lerna from that trade because I had Moderna on Wednesday. I was like taking it up, I was taking it down, I was taking it sideways, and it was very revengey and it was very FOMO-y. And so believe me, Peter Nielsen, there have been times that I've not been proud of taking trades, but either way, you always learn, right? So that's what I think is important.
Learn,
Apple, baby. I know you were crunching on some profits here, but now I think this Apple is getting pretty crisp to the downside.
Yep.
Also,
starting to round it top a little bit.
Yeah, I thought you were saying a rounded top, and I was like, oh, like a big, but it is a rounded top.
I don't want to get canceled.
Oh, I thought yeah, okay. I meant
joke.
more like when you like crisp an apple. But yeah, I want to see here what we do. This looks similar to me to AMD, but AMD I have not been reading as well. To be fair, I didn't read Apple great earlier today either, but I do really like this short. And so you know what? We're gonna risk it up into like, let's do like 50s, and I want to get involved here, and I want to take this many shares, and I want to get involved. So we're going to do that. We're also going to take a moment. You know, we have the long weekend. You're thinking about lots of things, but you know what you could be thinking about? Charting. Thank you, Trader TV. Wait, sorry, we're Trader TV. Trade Ideas. Sorry, guys.
Love it.
We are Trader Ideas. No, we're Trader TV Live. And they're Trade Ideas. And we have a special offer from Trader TV Live for Trade Ideas. Did I get it right this time?
Yes.
So, limited time Memorial Day sale. So what you can do is just use that code. Here's the code, TV Annual 28, to save 28% off on an annual subscription. And you could save $598 on your premium annual. But get it soon, because it expires May 31st. We are Trader TV Live. They are Trade Ideas. And shout out to Trade Ideas. Lovely sponsor, the NOS boss. Let's actually look at Crocs. Okay. Because I was just thinking about something that he was looking at today that actually got a nice little pop. I know he swings, but those Crocs were swinging for the skies earlier today. They were like bouncing up. Yeah, he's a swing trader, and their Crocs were just, Volume on this is just above a milli, so I probably will not involve. But look at this kind of bull flag-ish situation. We had that nice 9 EMA, bouncy, bouncy, bounce. Then we rejected pretty viciously. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see what we do. But yeah, the Crocs, they were in sport mode to the upside, I'll tell you that. Then we rejected. I want to see if we continue bouncing, but a VWAP bounce could be a nice look there for CROX. Also, I'm just going to get my little Apple set. I'm staying in the Apple short. I like it. I'm going to get my Apple set up here on my side chart so that I can monitor it, see how it's cooking in the oven. And then we will get ready for our lesson, not Neil's lesson of the day, but our lesson for the third time today.
Absolutely, yes. We're in Oklo now, and we wet our beak on some profits, looking for that move up into HOD. HOD right now is 943. I'm greedy, so I'm waiting at 945. The idea here was to take a dip off the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart because this has absolutely respected that 10 EMA. There has been no break. I hate saying that because it's going to break on me now. I know I'm going to jinx it. But there has been no break of the 10 EMA since 11:10 a.m. on the 5-minute. That's this double move, double move. Calm down, bro. This double bottom over here right into 852s, and we bounced off that level and we haven't looked back. So I dipped off 930. I'm looking for a new high a day, about 2 pennies HOD above where we are right now to wet my beak on some profits. OKLO has been absolutely on one for the last couple of days to the high side. Whether or not we print at 45s, an entirely different story, but that's where I'm looking right there. Now, you guys know that I don't typically like these small cap gappers below VWAP, and I don't, okay? I won't trade this typically, but let's see if we can make an exception. ONMD has had whatever love affair it's had here with the 50 period on the 5. It danced with it over here. There was no closing basis break and print, or sorry, closing print below the 50 on the 5, and here we go again. Back up the 50 and holding that dang 50. And we're putting in higher highs and higher lows in the process. So a bit of an upward channel, complete disrespect for VWAP, like it doesn't matter. breaking through it a little bit here, a little bit there. The point is to say it looks as if it's respecting the 50, and so this could be an interesting long. I don't typically take these small cap gappers long south of the volume weighted average price, but this one looks as if it's, giving me something here I typically don't see on these names. So I could definitely be persuaded to weasel a trade on Med. Let's load it up. Let's see what we got here on the book. Let's see what it's showing us on the tape, on the book, and all that other stuff. ONMD. Here it is. All right, let's see what we got. Is there anything here, price action, on the book at 23s to support? Okay, so there's some size at 22s, not at 23s. I was looking at 23 because that's where the 50 was. So 22s, there's some size. But with these small cap gappers, typically the size is hidden a little bit. Usually the orders come in as hidden orders, and by virtue of that, it pushes them to the back. But I think they're okay with that. All right, flip back to Oklo. We got printed, baby, at 45s. New high a day, $9.49 on OKLO. Now this is 25% in the good. I'm want to reload this, and I'm basically done all the shares that I have on this. I'm going to reload again until this one proves to me that it does not care about the 10 period on the 5, because it has cared for over 2 hours now. And so I'm going to be looking for another dip. What's up?
I just want to clap. That's
Oh,
amazing
thank
trade.
you.
Sorry, I was just excited about your trade.
Oh, no, thank you. I appreciate you, Dare. I'm looking for another refill on this one. We'll see if it comes back into the 10 period here. OKLO has been, consistent today in the prints that it's been giving you, Dare.
I'm really happy. Yeah.
Oh. One last thing. Sorry to interrupt. Just want to remind everybody to vote. Sorry, for everyone who's done it already, I hate to belabor this, but it's a new segment, so we really have to get this through. From 2 to 2:20 every day now, we're going to do what you guys want. We'll talk about the tickers that you want to trade, not the ones that we had up in the morning on the morning rundown. So go into the chat, type !join space, the $, and then put it in whatever ticker you want, whether it's Apple, Microsoft, whatever, man. Throw it in there, have Neil and Sean give you their look on it. Maybe they've traded it, maybe they haven't. Maybe they have ideas on it. They're going to tell you, they're going to let you know exactly what they think. So go in there, have your say. We're going to choose the top 5. So the top 5 that make it on there, we'll have Neil and Sean analyze them. You have till 150. You can vote every day from 1 to 150. Otherwise, you don't get your say, Dare. Thank you.
Also, 1 ticker per customer. And Sean and Neil cannot analyze those stocks or those trades if they don't know what they are.
No.
So you got to put them in there, the ones you want. Also, futures got a weird little pop. So did Apple, which is kind of meh. But also, weirdly, I've noticed PDD and the futures are like in opposite moods. So that's really weird when you're trading one stock that's very much behaving in tandem with the futures. That's going to be Apple, the app. And then you've also got PDD, which is kind of doing what it wants to do. Now, why did I get back in PDD? Really small position. I really just wanted to do this because I really like that 158 breakdown still, and I wanted to see it to fruition. Took the smallest position possible. This is less of like all the money on the line, like blood, sweat, and tears trade, and more just like you like the idea, so you owe it to yourself to try it out with as little risk as possible type of move. So that's what I did. I could have maybe risked more, of course, but PDD really does love 158, so I think it will take us a while to break it. That's what I'm looking for. Apple, I might get out of Apple before the lesson starts because that PDD I like right now much better than what I'm seeing on Apple. So if we get back to my my entry point here in Apple, I don't like that we peaked our little head up above that 9 EMA. I don't like that at all. And you know what? Yeah, we're going to probably try to get out of this. What else is everyone looking at here? I want to see what everybody's looking at as we head into this longer-ish week. Not longer-ish, it is just a long weekend. Shout out there. We're just going to get out of Apple flat. Again, not the position of anyone's life here, but I just wanted to be able to focus on the lesson. And then Apple drops a little bit more, so maybe you should have stuck with it. But you know what? I can always maybe try to get back in it after the lesson if it's still holding up. We have PDD. And we have lessons. So let me get my documents all ready to go here. You know what we're going to be talking about today? Yeah, you do, because it's round 3 here, and it's going to be, that's not the slideshow button. There we go. We're going to be talking about combining the measured moves, which has been our theme all week, with other indicators. And so we're going to talk about a couple of different indicators as well that you can combine them with. So the allure of measured moves in intraday trading is undeniable, right? Like we talked about them all week. There's something they can do that can help you figure out your profit, your loss areas, so many different caverns and cavities of trading opportunities and potential can be unlocked with measured move. But successful traders know the importance of confirmation. And that's using multiple tools to validate your analysis. I want to address the thing as well that Sherry was mentioning earlier. You can have a couple things going one way, a couple things going the other way, but you want is the balance of the evidence. So if you've got 2 things telling you to go, maybe a long makes sense, and 3 telling you maybe a short, maybe you want to go with the short. That's what confirmation is all about. It's about the balance of the evidence. Shout out to Sharif. So why does confirmation matter so much? Because I've already been waxing poetic, getting ahead of myself here. Confirmation matters because measured moves, like any indicator on its own, it's only an estimate. It's not a guarantee. The market can be unpredictable. It can be a wild beast. And so you don't want to rely on just one level, so retracement levels in the case of these measured moves. That can lead to costly mistakes. But confirmation from other technical indicators can add confidence to your trading decisions and confluence with your trading decisions. And I mean, who doesn't like confluence? No one in this room.
Obi doesn't like it.
That's the funniest thing
That's
I've
like
ever
the
heard.
most
That is
not
the most,
true thing.
That's distinctly different from the truth, Sharif. That's what that is. That is distinctly
like
different
that. I like
from
that.
the truth. Got a pun it. Got a pun.
Where's
but
he
yeah,
at?
let's talk about some popular confirmation tools here. So one of them is going to be moving averages. We had a whole week on moving average crossovers last week, so you know these are important. Moving averages, they smooth out price fluctuation, so you reveal the underlying trend hiding beneath. If you've got a measured move aligning with a trend identified by moving averages, like the price, for example, approaching a support and resistance level established by the moving average, then your signal is going to strengthen. Support and resistance levels are super worth noting here as well. These are areas when the price tends to bounce or stall, and if a measured move retracement coincides with the support and resistance level, it suggests a strong zone for potential entry or exit based on the trend. What about momentum indicators? Who doesn't like momentum? Again, nobody in this room. These will help gauge the speed and the strength of price movement. So if a measured move aligns with the momentum indicator signal, so for example, relative strength index or RSI, indicating an overbought, oversold condition near the retracement level, it will reinforce and strengthen, give you another extra rep of confidence here for the trend continuation or reversal, depending on what you're looking for, whatever floats your boat. Also, here's one example here of support resistance. You got bouncing here on that upper trend line, and then you run into, with your measured move, into that double top. So I think that's kind of an interesting example. Also here, we have another example with the RSI. You have your bounces here, and you have your fib retracements, but you also have some RSI confirmation, which is always nice too, right? We'll mention later, you don't want to have too many things going on at once, but if you've got a couple things working together, I don't think that's too shabby at all. Let's talk about putting this into practice, though. One thing is having an idea. Another thing is using that idea. That made more sense in my head. You want to identify a trend. So use moving averages or price action analysis to confirm an uptrend or downtrend. So first you want to spot the price move. Look for a significant price move within the established trend. But then you've got to actually calculate your measured move. Because there's one thing to talk about the measured move. How do you measure said move? Well, you want to apply a retracement level to estimate a potential support and resistance zone. Then we want to seek confirmation. You always want to look for signals from other indicators that support your measured move analysis. So some examples, upward trend like we just showed you, right? You've got the price making a significant jump or pump or pamp, and the measured move will suggest a retracement to a support level identified by the moving average. That helps you know, if I want to hop in this move, that's where I got to hop it. And then you've got the RSI, that level suggesting oversold conditions, which helps even more. Downward trend also, oh yeah, sorry, I was a slide behind. If a downward trend, what you might want to look for is, like, for example, the price plunging and the measured move suggesting resistance near a previous high. Then you've got the RSI, that level indicating overbought conditions. Well, this combination will strengthen the possibility of a selling opportunity, and you might want to say dampen. But let's go beyond the basics, because that's what we like to do here. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. There never is. You want to experiment with different indicators to suit your specific needs, because much like snowflakes, no two traders are alike, and no two styles are alike, and no two styles are going to work for each trader, so you have to figure out what best suits you. You also don't really want to overcomplicate things either. When I went my first time in the market recap show, after about maybe a couple weeks of trading on the sim, Sean said, the one indicator you always need to know is VWAP. And I've really stuck with that. I've added a couple indicators, but you have to figure out trial and error, but don't overcomplicate things. Have a couple indicators that really work for you, and you figure that out through practice. Last but not least, backtest, backtest, backtest. Try this strategy on historical data to see how it performs under various market conditions. You always want to remember that confirmation is not a guarantee of success, but rather a significant reduction potential for the risk of acting on false signals. And with that in mind, with regards to backtesting, you know what lets you backtest and is also having a fun promotion. And I'm going to hopefully say its name right this time. It's Trade Ideas. We are Trader TV Live, and they are Trade Ideas, and they have a limited time Memorial Day sale. All you have to do is use the code TVAnnual28, and you, yes, you, can save 28% on an annual subscription. I sound like I'm auditioning for QVC. So shout out to Lori from Shark Tank if you need another QVC salesperson. But yeah, thank you to Trade Ideas and lesson
of the day. Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate that. Guys, as Adara was dropping hot lines, I did play the range on the Zon. The Zon has been ranging 181.90-ish to the low side, 182.25-ish to the high side, okay? And so I did get in super quick. We took 25 pennies on that nicely there as it did dip into that 182.90. I got it at 95s and then wet the beak, the proverbial beak at the highs there, almost at 20. So well, keep an eye on that. I've got my order out again to short the top end of the range. I'm not going to sit at the fifth of a dollar or the third of a dollar. I'm going to sit at, the quarter of a dollar, not the fifth or the quarter. I'm going to sit at the third, okay? I'm going to wait for this range to come in here. I could play the 20 penny range. I mean, like right now, if I was sitting at 20s, I'd be 20 pennies in the money that quick. So maybe I should be looking at the 20s. Maybe the quarter dollar. Maybe the third is a little too ambitious. I'm always so frugal. Right, and that always gets me in trouble with trading because you miss entries and exits with that way. Anyway, I'm looking to continue to play the range on AMZN. This was the earlier trade that we had on it. We were able to take a good short and then got stopped out for the rest. So that was a bit frustrating there. And now to trade it profitably is good news. So we'll keep eyes on that. Now I was just talking to Rivian Millionaire in the chat, and I wanna mention this. He was asking me, you know, what do you think of Oklo? You know, is this around for a good time or is it around for a long time? And you always hear me joke and say these small cap gappers, they're around for a good time, not a long time. And the thing about this one is, you know, they do offer the most potential upside. Like if you were to punch, you know, a few hundred shares, I'm just giving you an example out of a $9 name. Imagine, you know, what it could do, 50, whatever. It has that potential to move in ways that maybe some of these other larger cap names don't. The other side of that coin is, you know, what are the percentage of those names that will move into that territory? That will give you that 500-600% prolonged, you know, 1 or 2 week move, maybe even longer. I would say I don't have the math, but I'm willing to bet it's a very small number. So just by virtue of that fact alone, I don't like to put my hopes into these small cap gappers, even though they provide amazing upside. And on top of that, I think, you know, we could get fooled a little bit with the price action here with these names. And so I want to show this here basically. Like when you look at a stock like Oklo, let's look at it on the half. Is this the one that was doing the rounded bottom? Yeah, that's the one that's doing the rounded bottom. It just took the 200 period on the half an hour. It, you know, did that whole roundy bottom thing. There is a key area of technical resistance here at around 850 that we broke through with no problems. And that's the thing. So you start looking at it technically and you're like, oh, wow, you know, everything checks out here. This looks like it's going to be in play. And then they do an offering. And it's down 100%. It's down 50%. And that's what these guys do. I'm not saying Oklo is going to drop an offering midday and absolutely wash out your position, but it's you know, it's a reasonable thing to expect. GME did it a few days ago. AMC did it, I think, multiple times when their stock went parabolic. So I don't expect any different, and I just want to point that out there. These are intraday trades only. I can't say I never will, but I don't typically ever want to, you know, bank on these or invest in these or anything like that. Willis Addison, $2 super chat. Cleaned up my ROST, $135 calls, 3 lot over 144.70. Dang, Willis, that's a really good look there. That's getting a like. Let's have a look at exactly what Mr. Willis Addison is talking about. ROST. Let's load up that bad boy. So that's Ross Stores. I think they reported yesterday and they did quite well, as you can see by said chart. So shout out to you, Willis, for taking that move. So where is the closing print? Let's do our homework here on ROSS. So the closing print, 132 yesterday, but that was the last time we'd look at that for a while, because today, 145 HOD. It just came into the volume weighted average price and held up at those levels, and now it is back above that hold level at 144. Keep your eye on this one. It could curl off that VWAP. Now, it's done 4.6 million shares. It's a $144 name, so that's not too bad in terms of volume for the name, and it looks like it's headed back up now. What is the daily look on this? Let's have a look at the daily. See where we can encounter technical resistance. So certainly something to be expected here at the 150 level, no question about that. We had all sorts of resistance at 150, even though there was this candle over here. I'm willing to bet you that this was, what was March 5th? Well, I don't want to say I'm willing to bet you because that may not be earnings. This is probably earnings over here just based on the volume. No, this actually might be earnings. Well, anyway, who cares? We did get into that 157 1/3, but look how quickly we moved back, and we ended up closing at 146 that day. So we give about $10 back. So 150, a key area of technical resistance on ROSS. It's about $5 away from that level based on today's high. So we could be encountering that quite soon. So keep your eye out on 150. It doesn't hold on a strict basis. As you can see from these topping tail candles, they do break, but if you're able to hold this against you for a little bit, possibly maybe through options like Willis did, I think that was really clever. Maybe you can weasel your way into maybe a scalp short there off 150. Let's see when it does come back into that 150 level. Okay, LO just won't stop, guys. And now we took a dip on the 10 period. Look how extended now it's getting away from that 10 period. It's on its way to 10 bucks. 9 3/4 right now is the HOD. It's there right now. Okay, LO. 28 1/3% in the green, Adair.
Yeah, it's so hard not to trade P&L, especially when you're doing well. And it's like, I didn't trade P&L and AMD, and it's like, I kind of wish I should have. Because I'm still in the money on the day. It's just frustrating, man. And I know, like, you're not supposed to trade P&L. Happy I didn't, but also, it's like, that's the biggest thing I find since going live. It's like, you really want to. You really do. But this AMD, I said if we break above 20s, that was a huge area I was watching earlier, that I'll get out. And I got out, and then AMD was like, oh, but jokes, I'm still below 20s. I was like, okay, well, you could have told me that earlier, AMD. Like, that's all I want to know. Don't bamboozle me like that, sir. So I did lose on that trade. That was unfortunate. You just got to keep going, keep pushing, and see what happens. Yeah, this AMD, though, I feel like I kind of want to get back in this short now that we've rejected, but I don't want to put myself further into a hole. But it's also like Adair, it's not about the P&L, it's about the memories. No, I'm joking. It's about ideas you like. So I'm going to have to wait and see here. Yeah, 1320 Wolf was saying I looked like I was deep in thought. I had my two shorts going on. And PDD, I've noticed, has been moving. When everything else in the futures gets a pop, PDD drops. When everything else in the futures gets a drop, PDD pops. So it's been really hard to short this at the same time as you short literally anything else. I've noticed, because then your emotions are just getting a... So I'm trying to keep the emotions out of the trading. Am I sad that I gave up some of the gains on AMD? Sure. But am I happy I took the trade I liked? I mean, yeah, I think so. It is what it is. You know, I hate saying that, but sometimes it's true. And yeah, I don't know. Still looking at PDD. What's everyone else looking at? Lucy flushing, apparently.
Yeah, it is. It's coming into the 20 on the 5. Good call.
That's what people were saying. Yeah. Oh, okay. I think it'd be interesting to see what we do with the 70-cent area.
Yep.
Look at what a bamboozling flat top break that was. These penny stocks are, now you lose them, now you don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, in all seriousness, hopefully everyone, proper risk management. Hopefully you are not getting chopped up in this stock. And I mean, I think if we bounce at 70 cents, it'll be interesting to see what we do here.
Yeah.
You are the small cap, you have a better read on these sometimes than I do, so I don't know what you're seeing on this, but I think that could be interesting for sure. Yeah.
All right, guys, it's time to annoy you one more time. One more time. I'm sure that even was probably a bit more annoying. Guys, please get your vote in now if you haven't done so already. 2 to 220 is when we put the ball in your court. You decide what we talk about. The big kahunas, Neil, Sean, they're all going to talk about the trades that you want to talk about. So if you want to talk about Apple and its recovery off yesterday's 186 touch, put that in there. If you want to talk about Tesla and the Cybertruck being up 3%, throw that in there. If you want to talk about NVIDIA making all-time highs yesterday, throw that in there. It's super easy. You go to the chat, you hit that exclamation point button on your keyboard. It's shift 1, by the way. You type in join space shift 4, the $sign. I'm just teasing. And then put in the ticker that you want there and have your say. We'd love to be able to actually give you guys what you want. We always decide what tickers to talk about. Now it's your time to shine. You guys can vote until 1:50. I'm trying to open it up so that you can vote for the entirety of the show, but currently it's set up so you can vote between 1 and 1:50. So go into the chat there, have your say, and have the big kahunas cover your trade. Now, LUC, why I want to cover this? Because I absolutely agree with Adara. If 70 pennies holds here, it'll be not only the 10 penny level, but it'll be a technical area of support. We did make our way up there at around 1145, and we did break down, held the 10, but we did break into that 60-cent area. So that tells you that there were sellers waiting at 70. So now we want to see what happens at that level. I'm less inclined to have a dip trade hanging out at 70, okay? Even though I do like it, I want it to prove itself to me at 70 pennies. If 70 doesn't hold, I'm going to be absolutely staring at 60 because that's where the volume weighted average price is. And this thing has not been below VWAP since around 9:40 a.m. this morning. So it's been absolutely, straying away from VWAP and definitely strong on the day. So here comes 70 pennies as we break into 72 and change. I'm all eyes, I'm all ears, I'm all senses at 70 pennies, but I'm definitely looking for a possible break of that level, and if it does, I'm looking at 60, because that's where VWAP is. I definitely will be interested in trading this name if it holds up at the technical level. Down below 300%. Ram, what's going on up there? You did. Ram.
The oh no.
Yeah, I love it. But yeah, anyway, it's coming into that 70 penny level. If it doesn't hold 70, I'm going to be looking for 60. And that's my say on that. All right, let's have a look at what Oklo is doing, because now, this is looking like the tables might be turning here, baby. 3 topping tail candles now on the 5 on Oklo.
No, I just was like.
So somebody, I don't know who, but somebody's very interested in shorting or profit taking on this name at the $0.75. That's 3 attempts now. It's made into that $0.75 area and put in topping tail candles. Here we go again. It looks like it wants to test it. Key thing is to note, though, that these topping tail candles haven't resulted in lower lows or lower highs. I mean, technically there is a bit of a lower low on that middle candle, but not by much. So I want to start seeing, that rounded top. If we start seeing these topping tail candles, I want to start seeing a rounded top and incrementally lower highs. Definitely, I'll ask Neil to get me some shorts on this name, if they're not available. Let's find out quickly here if it's a pay for short kind of setup. OKLO, not yet, Neil, just because I don't know if I want to short this. Yeah, so it is a pay for shorts kind of setup. On OKLO, they're not free, but I'm definitely watching what we do here at the $0.75, because this is the first time on the day we put in these 3 topping tail candles now. 27% in the green. So, I'm definitely less inclined to want to short a name that's that strong. It'll be a scalp, if anything, guys. I'm not going to be holding for. Lucy's at 70, says Neil. Thank you for that, Neil. There it is. There's that 70 penny area that we looked at initially as a key area of good price action support. Does it hold this level? It's doing the dance right now. So I'm going to definitely pack my patience and see exactly what we get here. I'm going to wait for a pop-up or a retracement into 60 pennies at VWAP, Adair.
Yeah, I'm still in PDD. I got back into AMD. This might be an AM disaster. I don't know. But I noticed we're still rejecting off the level I like. So I was like, Tara, try it. And again, like I said, it is so hard. I want to stress so hard to not trade P&L when you are alive and when you're up on the day and you want to keep the profits. But also, it's like the other way to look at it is you could make more profits if your trade's successful. You don't know. All you know is the levels you like. And now I'm realizing maybe this area that I thought was going to give up as support is going to hold as support. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. It's always a little bit disappointing when you're starting to have a really good day and then things kind of like on you a little bit, but that's all the point. The whole point of trading is you're up, you're down, you're all around. You commit to ideas. You see what you like. PDD has done nothing for a little while here, but I still think we're going to get that 158 break. I think we're consolidating for it. If we break above that 158.30s, that was an area I thought was interesting earlier, I'll get out. I might add to it because it's a really small position. I was looking for that breakdown that we kind of never got. And I mean, any position is probably better than this AM disaster that I got into again. So good times, living, laughing, loving life, having a great time. This has been such a fun day, honestly. I feel like my brain has been more on than I thought it was going to be today. So I feel like that's always, bullish energy and making things work.
Man. We just took 30 pennies right now on Amazon as quick as you like. So I have this, we talked about this, 182.30 top. This was the top end of the range, and then the range got a little bit tighter into the 20s, but I left my order there at the 30s knowing that this exactly could happen. Literally top wick on this candle over here, and we wet our beak at 06s, so not technically a 30 penny winner, more like 24. I'm still holding a piece. Let's see if it can break 182. I definitely like that 181.90 level. We wet our beak there on a long at that level, so I'm going to rinse and repeat so long as the ZON is in this zone. Oh.
Is it in the ZON?
I like it. I like both. Anyway, AMZN is the most consolidative Mag 7 name on the day, in my humble opinion over here. This is the look on ZON on the day. And so we got short 30s, looking for maybe something in the 90 area. AMZN, not having its best day, but, up 2/3%. Who could complain about that? I'll be looking for the break of 182. If it comes in, needless to say, into my area at 182.30s, we're going to cut that. I definitely want that 181 mid-90s. So much do I like it. I'm going to cover there. So I'm going to go 181. We're going to go 95s to front run the size a little bit. And there's my beak wetter. If it makes its way down, through the break of 182 and drops 5 more pennies, we'll get covered on that name. All right. Let's cover some other things here. We've been talking about how consolidative the future has been since almost the start of the show. And this candle over here starts at 11:10. So for the entirety of the show, we've had an 18.918 top and an 18.876 bottom. So about 50 points worth of range. That's not bad. That's not bad, but as you can see there, it's been, lower highs, lower lows, a bit of a downward channel, looking awfully bull flaggish here, if I could say so myself. Now, I don't typically use these chart patterns on the future. That's not usually how I trade the future, but one can't help but notice these said patterns. This is on the 5-minute chart too. We're up 1% on the future, so it's not, a counter trend thing here that I'm seeing a bull flag. We'll see if 18.9 gives way to the north side once the big kahunas come on. There's only about 22 minutes left or so until their show starts. So we'll look at that. TSLA HOD. Tesla curling and holding the 20 period on the 5 like a dang glove. It held it initially here at 11:50 till 12:15, and then the same thing again from 12:55 till it really got away at 1:15. TSLA, higher highs, higher lows, trying to break through that 179.50. It's been a problem for Tesla on the day. We rejected off the $0.50 here initially at 20 after 11, and we're having trouble with it again here, even though we printed above it, 179.58 HOD. It's been a buy the dip kind of day on TSLA, even though we've heard today that the Shanghai Model Y production numbers were down. Obviously, we kind of maybe priced that in a little bit. We've known for quite some time about the Chinese economy's weakness, especially with respect to consumer spending, maybe kind of spurred on by the real estate issues that they have over there. But the market wouldn't know it. up 3 1/3. What China? What? You know what I mean? So the market has its way of doing its own things, and you can kind of try to gauge it here and there, but you may be wrong. I don't know how to say your name, Jared Lewis. Is a J silent? I don't know how to say your name. Jared Lewis? Jared Lewis? $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Adobe, what's your input? Let's go. Oh, we got to wet our beak. And we did, yes.
The way you said wet our beak there was
I was, because I literally got bottom hook again on this. Ooh. Okay, well, not anymore. It keeps going down. Dang it.
That was still awesome.
Yeah, I know. So there we go. That's the end of the Zon trade there. Trading range, baby. 182.30 to the high side, 181.95 to the low side. But enough about that. Let's have a look at Adobe for our friend. What is that loud thing? I don't understand what that means. Okay, let's have a look at ADBE. Here we go. So this is the daily on Adobe. We know Adobe's off highs as of late. You got the death cross, by the way, on the daily chart with the exponential moving averages. That happened around April 15th. And since that time, we've been kind of consolidative at that level. And you got the golden cross back on May 31st of last year. Early June, late May, I can't really tell. Okay? Now, let me tell you something. From a fundamental perspective, I'm hearing a lot about people coming with AI-generated software that's undercutting Photoshop and some of their platforms. So apparently, there's all these companies that are coming out now that are actually competing with each other that are Adobe Photoshop substitutes. That hurts, because this is a margin business. Software margins, we know, are in the 68, sometimes even higher %. When you start playing the margin game and undercutting, it becomes a race to the bottom. Who can cut their margins the most? I don't like that for Adobe. We'll have to wait and see. I know that they have a bigger moat than that, but you know, that's what I've been reading and hearing a lot lately. It's definitely counter market off the top there. And at the lows, we lost about, what was that? About 28% there at the lows off the top that we printed in early Jan. So this is down definitely year to date on Adobe. Let's go ahead and have a look at the wider time frame over here. Do we have any key areas of technical support? So I'd say that 450 looks awfully good. If we continue to head down off this 485, that 450 is interesting. It takes us all the way back to the level, the peak there from, I believe, August of 2022. Yeah, we haven't been at these levels in quite some time, to be quite honest with you, on Adobe. Since June of last year, so it's almost been a minute since a year, excuse me, since we've been back at these levels. Let's have a look at the 4 hour here on Adobe. All right. So 200 period rejection on Adobe initially there, and we haven't been at the 200 period since March. Wow, that's been a hot minute since we've been at the 200 period on Adobe. And when we got there, it did reject. We've been straddling the 50 since initially since the beginning of this month. So it's been a month now of sideways kind of action here on Adobe. Below 500. You have the 200 period as well, just a smidge below 500. Look, I got to tell you, the trend is your friend. I don't see anything catalyst positive for Adobe right now. In fact, I kind of see the opposite. I just finished talking about it. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's not for me as a long, but I don't know whether you're looking long or short. That's my analysis on it, Adair.
Thank you, Sharif, and thank you, Julius, for the super chat.
Ram says Adobe is king.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like Adobe
Production
Premiere
team.
Pro. Yeah, shout out to our fabulous production team. Always killing it.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Those
Okay,
are
so
like
casual threats there coming from.
She's just threatening us openly there in our ear, you know. I love it. I love it. We love Ram though.
Shout
So it's
out
all
to
good.
Ramin.
Yeah.
But AMD doesn't get a shout out because
I'm sorry.
I mean, actually, it's my fault. I just know I've been reading it, and yet I am in it, so I don't know. But we're good. We got this. AMD. I wanted to see the decisive break above 166.20, and I guess now I've seen it, so I need to get out. I think I just kept clunging. I clung on. I keep clinging / clung on to this idea, and I shouldn't have. And it is always unfortunate when you go from being up on the day by a decent amount to being down on the day by a decent amount. But you know what is not bad? Sticking to your ideas, going with your gut, and trying to make it happen. Because that's how all trades are made. Trying to make things happen. You know what I mean? I think that's really important. And so I know I'm saying nothing like super insightful here, but that's really, you know, okay, and buy PDD too. Okay, nice. Living my best life over here in these markets. I want to see what we do here at 40s. I might add to this position. But yeah, it is, you know, it's always a little bit hard when you're doing well and you kind of give some of that back. But that's why you're not supposed to trade P&L, right? Because of course, and I appreciate someone in the chat was saying, like, you know, the whole point of trading is profit. I agree, but how do you know how to make profits if you don't know how to take losses? And I think that's hugely important as well. If I'm only trying to cling to whatever profit I make and then I completely cut myself off to any other ideas, then you're still cutting yourself off to ideas. Do you know what I mean? So I think that makes sense. I think that's important. Reasons are Avid and Black Magic. So Adobe stuff going on in the chat. Shout out to our production team. I'm adding to PDD here. I liked that little rejection that we had. And I like this 158.22. I went short 159.22 initially on that first short here. So I like this. Was my AMD and AM disaster? Should I have stayed away from it after those first couple trades? Sure. Did have some positive trades on it, but clearly my read on it wasn't great. Someone earlier was asking too, is Apple a short? I think, yeah, sorry, I missed this a little bit. I think it was. I tried to short this earlier. As you can see, just ended up getting out flat. I think you wait for that 9 EMA rejection and then you kind of have some opportunities. You'll want to get involved as the knife falls. I think you want to get involved when the knife gives you an opportunity to get up and then you go down. That was not English, but I tried. NVIDIA, some people are looking for here as well. Oh, flat top break, 1050. Look at this.
Jadera. I know it's distorted on your chart there because of all the dark pool wicks.
I like this
Ram, go back to that. But those are higher lows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this NVIDIA looks like it's trying to break to the upside. What a nice look here for N to the V, to the D, to the A. What are you looking at?
And you realize that's at 1050 level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I said that.
Oh, my bad.
The
Yeah, I didn't hear it because I just came. So.
It's okay.
But yeah, wow, 1050, ascending wedge, baby. Oh boy. If Obi was here, he'd be saying, oh boy, I think. Is he here? Oh, Neil said it for him, so it's all good. Yeah, this is definitely distinctly different over here. And the fact that we broke above 1050 in the pre, to me, is really it's not dissuading me from feeling like this is a legitimate top, because we know what we talk about when what we've said about breaking key levels of technical resistance in the pre on lower volume. There is a propensity for those moves to fade. So you got a little bit of that today when this dipped into 30. So anyway, right now, this is a rinse and repeat level. Wow, whoever took that 1050 short, you're $1.50 in the money. So maybe we should be looking at NVDL here, because I won't trade NVDA on the show. I will trade NVDL though. So let's load up that bad boy and see if we can bamboozle another possible top. Okay, quickly, I just want to digress a second here. Double bottom right now at 70 pennies on Lucy. So that came in, held up, moved to 78, and it's holding again. So interesting technical area of support on Lucy there. Let's flip now. Dang it. Take off Amazon and load up NVDL. Here it is. So now what's the price action area on NVDL? It happens to be $52.40. I would submit to you that is the equivalent level of $1,050 on NVDA. The equivalent level on NVDL should be around $52.40. That's owing to the exact area tops that we have on NVDL as we do on NVDA. And as you can see, retracing off that level now gave you a nice 15 penny dip. But it is right back there again to test 1050. And if I had my guess, and that's all that it is, a guess, this is an ascending wedge with higher lows. That typically means buyers are incrementally overwhelming sellers, and it's just a matter of time until that 1050 level goes. It may not be today, but likely to see that come into focus again, Adara, in the near future. So we'll look at that. Now, sorry, I didn't mean to send it to you. I really want to look here at 70 pennies on Lucy, because this held up. And when this came in initially over here, Neil yelled over to me, and he's like, Lucy's at 70 pennies. That's the level Adara identified as that key area of price action support owing to that initial top. You're the one who identified it, girl, not me.
Well,
That
I'm
was
just
like,
happy it
yeah.
came back twice.
It
It's always
lit
crazy
twice.
when you identify something and it does what you think it
on
will.
a small cap gapper too, look. Right? So, yeah, because you always say, right, I don't like trade these. And then there you go, Dara. But there we go. I'm going to keep my eyes to see if 70 holds up here or whether we're incrementally making lower highs, because we're doing that as well. So the initial top there, 97 pennies. Then we get into 92, and that's not good. And then 90. And then over here at 79. So it's been lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Sorry. So I want to see if we hold up here and maybe make a move off 70 pennies. I'm packing my patience. Oh, Paula Beckford, look at Meta, please. Absolutely, Paula. That was polite, and I will absolutely do that for you. I think she tagged you earlier, but you know, you were busy. Yeah, well, I mean, can you blame him? You're trading. Guys, Meta's been very consolidative since that big move up into 479, 480. And here's what I like, the price action shows you it's consolidative. But when you have so many false crossovers on the 10 and the 20, it just kind of adds to your bias that this is not a trending stock and you're either going to have to range trade this or stay away from it because it's not going to break up or break down currently, right? The more liquid time of the day, when the big kahunas come in, that could change things. But right now, it's locked within a range. I'm going to go ahead and say, Paula, that 475 and a third, a quarter to the low side, and then about 477 to the high side, and at times you're going to have to pack your patience at 477 because you see what this candle did over here. It came into that third of a dollar. So 475 and a half and a quarter to the downside, 477 to the high side. Paula, I'd play it as a range. I wouldn't try to take a break to the high side or the low side currently on Meta. That could come later though. And it's been strong. It's 2% on the day. It was up higher though, Paula. It was well over 3% at the highs. So I'll keep an eye out on that. Let's flip back to LUCY. Okay, so Lucy did give way at 70. And so when I said that this was a lower high, I really meant that. So now let's look out for, well, initially it was 60, but VWAP could have moved. Let's look now to see where the WAP is hanging out. It's over here. It's above 60 now. It's at almost 62. Kind of in between here, 61 and a half, 62-ish area. I want to see what it does around this level. I'm not going to have an order hanging out at VWAP. I need to see it prove and bounce off that level. Otherwise, I don't want any of the smoke on Lucy.
Yeah, I don't want any of the smoke, period. So I do understand your want to not have smoke. Because sometimes that smoke can be great, and other times that smoke is in your eyes. And
do you want to mention the story? Because you kind of just are right now.
I've alluded to it there. Yeah, basically, so the reason I am slightly tired today is there was a little fire-related situation at my house last night. Everyone is alive. Everyone is all good. The house will be smoke-filled for the next month, they think, around, because that's how much smoke was in there. And it was very late at night, and we had to, like, obviously leave the house so the people could get in and stuff. So, yeah, that is why we keep making those jokes about wanting all the smoke today. So that is, yeah, that's the truth there. But shout out to everybody.
But she had a lot of other ancillary stories that were connected to this story that were very funny. You don't have to share them if you want to because they're personal, but they were very funny. Anyway,
that's my thing. Like, something can happen like that, and I mean, you still have to find the humor and stuff, right? That's why, like, I'll tell my little puns in the market.
Sure.
Because, you know, things can be very serious. I take trading very seriously. But also, if you want a pun, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong in finding the humor in a situation. And so I appreciate you bringing that up. And yeah, that is the truth. That is what's happening. And that is why I had to laugh at the I want all the smoke. Bears versus Bulls comment of the day. Sounds like me cooking. Yeah, I mean, I wish these Tesla's actually cooking right now, so please just punch. I got involved in this trade. I thought, hey, this could not work out, but also it could work out, which I guess is what everyone says every time they trade anything. But I liked this bounce here. Oh, let's break higher. I have cheese. I want that. I want all of that cheese. Also, PDD. I'm still in the short. It's kind of doing nothing, but I still have no reason to leave, so I'm staying in. And I'm in Tesla, and I'm having a good time. What's everyone looking at here
Mr. Incredible Dr. Lib, that killed me. That killed me because it's a little, yeah, it's funny.
kind of morbid, but I like it.
You want to read it out?
Yeah, you've been begging for all the smoke. Finally got it. LOL. Yeah, I got it in spades. That's for sure. But yeah, shout out to you, incredible Mr. Lib. Hope your day and your trading has been incredible. Down goes Lucy. Apparently, let's look at.
Say bye.
Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry,
Okay, guys,
155.
from 1 to 150, we have a new segment. It's too late to vote now, but next time on Monday, you can vote. Hopefully, we're trying to open up the voting a little bit more, but you're going to be able to vote for the tickers that you want Sean and Neil to cover between 2 and 220. Just throw it in there in the chat. It's exclamation point. I'm going to show you for next time. It's closed now, but this is what it looks like. Exclamation point, join Ram, and then space, $, and the ticker that you want every day. Now from 2 to 220, you are going to have your say. So make sure if you didn't vote this time that you're going to vote next time. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, thank you, Sharif, for getting to sign off there. And happy early birthday to my fellow purple wearer today. And shout out to, Trending Tickers also wishing you happy birthday there, too. So, yeah, shout out to Sharif. Shout out to Lucy. Let's take a look at LUCY. And, yeah, honestly, this level is holding up, but I think we should be aware of the fact that we're seeing lower highs. I don't want to say flat bottom break. However, I do think if we have a breakdown here, especially given how well this resistance and the support was kind of dancing, I think this breakdown could be kind of interesting. We are not in on Monday, Paul Blackford, because the market isn't in on Monday. But you know what? We're going to be here on Tuesday, so you can see us then. Hope you guys all enjoy your long weekend. I think that could be, really interesting look. What other things do people want to look at? Someone mentioned NVAX way earlier, but I just realized I kind of forgot about NVAX. So let's face the NVAX and look at NVAX. Okay. So we had that nice pop up here, 1595s. We bounce off VWAP, make a lower high, come back down. I don't know. It's interesting because we are holding support here around 1555s, but we're still below VWAP. I think there could be something happening here, and I think NVAX needs to decide which direction it would like to go. Does it want a shot in the arm to the upside, or does it want to inoculate itself here against upside moves, go to the downside? We need to figure out what's going to happen here. Q is going to pump, says Rares Mayonescu. Let's see what looks here. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting because we had a lower high. We had that very bearish looking candle, but then we made a higher low. Now we're trying to pop up here. I mean, this could be a really interesting look if we do pop here in the Qs. The Q level also that we kept dancing with here, 458.85. So this could get really spicy. We're, brushing up against that, nudging it like how the cat nudges its owner to pet it more. That's what we're doing here in the Qs at that level. So that could get very interesting indeed. NVIDIA. So we've totally, this flat top break, I was mentioning that 1050 flat top break. And you know what NVIDIA did? 1050 flat top broke. Now getting into that $1,053 here. Paula Blackford saying your fave AMD is about to move. Oh, I spent way too much time in AMD today. That was a monster. But look at this. I don't know because we struggled with that 40 area here earlier. We struggled with the 70 here earlier. I think AMD might really take its time to crack that shell. AMD likes to mess with your brain a little bit today. So let's find out what happens. Let's see how this goes. Someone mentioning a short in Tesla. I'm long on Tesla, but I'm not going to be in here for much longer, pun sort of intended. I don't trade beyond the midday session. I really just like this Tesla heading into the day because I wanted to take a trade that I really liked after being really bamboozled on AMD, pretty much all of which was just my own fault. I was being very stubborn, and I just wasn't listening to what the market was telling me. And that's my bad. Took some great trades on it, took some not great trades on it, and it's all good. Tesla, though, I did like this look, so I didn't want to stop myself from getting involved. We're going to get out here at 67s because, yeah, please just punch. There we go. Thank you. Also, what else are we looking at here? Thank you, Daryl Flint, saying appreciate that. He said he's going to short if it nears 180, preferably 182, but I'll take a baby short in front of 180. Still strong today. Oh, yeah, Tesla's still strong today. We're still strong today. Hope you guys are still strong today. The market's been strong today. What a look. J-Blue. Okay, that's one we don't hear about a lot. Thank you, Daniel T. Pulling now J-Blue. Oh, okay, this J-Blue support. is massive here at 536. Be aware, right now we do just have this topping tail candle coming in on the 5-minute, and we have a lower high, so that's something worth noting. Like, hopefully JetBlue sees JetBlue skies to the upside here on its little airplane, but we're not really sure yet. I think this topping tail candle is something to note. I think also the fact we rejected into that 542 where we had some chop and churn could be interesting, but right now we're going to chop and churn and make a transition over to the green screen and the big desk. Hope you guys had a great week. I had so much fun here. Learned a lot. Always happy to be here trading. But we're always as well happy to see what Sharif's up to in the green desk. See you guys next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Hey guys, yes, welcome to the segment where you choose what we talk about every day from 2 to 2:20. We're going to be looking at the tickers that you vote for, so make sure to have your say every day during the midday show. Yeah, this is the future. We really did recover from that huge sell-off that we had yesterday. 400 points on the NQ June contract yesterday from top to bottom. When we've retraced some of it, this is the this is the triple Qs, and we've been kind of basing out below 459, accumulating right now 4 5-minute candles on the way up. It's been a good recovery today on the future. Guys, if we can throw on the names for the tickers, please. Thank you. So today, everybody wants to know about the monster that traded yesterday. Goes by the ticker of NVIDIA. Guys? Okay, it's Tesla. I don't know. Okay, so Tesla is the #1 ticker on the day, guys. So go over to the big guys. What's the look on Tesla?
Tesla to the moon, apparently, look, it's 3% to the upside. It's not all of yesterday's down move, but it is a pretty hefty portion of yesterday's move into the downside. If I have a regret today, it has nothing to do with missing, getting some out on the 178. It just has to do with trying to be extra patient after what happened on AMD. AMD was a huge L in terms of trending to the downside yesterday. So when I looked for dip buys on Tesla, I had said 173, there's your level. How many times did it hit it? I was looking for the dip down into that at the open. It came so very close. Like, you had the wick, it broke 74, we're geared up, ready to go. To just no follow through. It snapped right back up, and then that was pretty much it. And you would have heard my frustration in the morning show. I came in with a plan of action to be at 9:30, way more patient. And that got the best of me because aggression would have worked on the dip buy in Tesla. All of that said, it's still underneath that 180 level. So when you do look at this from the higher time frame, it's very much an inside move with respect to this week. Like, it bounced off 173. It's only gone halfway. We haven't busted out the 180. I mean, if the market if we were to have some kind of a 2% day, I mean, a 180 break could certainly be in play for Tesla. For the afternoon, I like that 178. I was wicked out of that one earlier, but you're inside of the pocket here, 78 to 180. If we do get a pullback, I like this 178 for Tesla. Great look. But, I don't have a problem with being patient, but sometimes it does mean you don't quite get that opportunity to get that dip buy. It's the right way to go when going against the grain, but there's always an opportunity cost. Go Tesla.
Yeah, I'm just getting some orders set up here for Disney, new position.
Go Disney.
Okay, so Tesla, yeah, we had talked about this a little bit earlier here today, and it was just one of those things where we wanted that level. I've been talking about this on the daily chart with some of the guests that we've had on the Market Recap show. We'll talk about it with some of the guests we've had on this show. We do have True Trading Group coming up again very shortly after this. We can talk to Mike about Tesla. But right now, 175, 174, I mean, those have been great little bottoms for sure. The real bottom is 173. And then with uncertainty in what the market was going to do today off the open, just wasn't sitting there. And I mean, that's obviously been a mistake. The futures have definitely held higher right here. We're still long the TQQs, as you can see there, as Tesla goes right up to day's high. So yeah, I mean, I still think this name could get to $200 next week. And I think that's something that we have to look for. So a little bit of a break higher. We had a really great day there. Fell back in off 190, and as Brendan said earlier, gave back this whole week pretty much, but now you're up another 3.5%. So Tesla to me looks pretty good up here, holding that bottom. I'd stay long Tesla until you're under 170 is kind of what I'm trying to preach here. And I still own the shares, and I don't have any plans of getting out of any of those. So I like Tesla there. NVIDIA up next, Sharif.
That's right, Sean. NVDA, the second most requested name on the day. This actually had a bad catalyst coming out of China. Looks as if, the Chinese government looking to tell their companies maybe that you shouldn't be buying as many NVIDIA chips. And we saw that reflected in some data coming out of China today. So even though the catalyst was negative, this is still up 1.5%. Last I saw, though, guys, it was consolidating below that 1,050. What's the look right now?
Below 1,050.
Let's see.
10. No, 10. No, it was 1,050. No, you're right.
He said it right.
It's just that's not what's happening anymore on NVIDIA. No, it broke out, and the timing of it was, I'm going to say, rather comical. It's not funny. It's not funny to me because every single time it got up here, I had a stop order set for the 1050 break. I had it set at 11 o'clock. It didn't break. I had it set at 1 o'clock. It didn't break. I had it set here at 1:45. I said, if we get within the 10-minute mark, I got to get up and go to the bathroom and get ready for the afternoon show. This move right here, I did get fill, but I got fill at 1,050, and it didn't break the level. So that was a simple, it didn't break the level. The high was still 1,050. I guess it was some kind of a weird dark pool wick that might have gone a half cent or something. So I just punched right out because it didn't break the level. I had the order in for another minute. When it came back down into 48, I went to the bathroom, I came back, and it was at, 53 or something like that. So NVIDIA to the upside. I knew today was a day where I was going to prefer it down around that support level where Sean had the long in the afternoon. I liked 1,020. We never got it. The buyers said inside day until this recent breakout. Don't forget that the high of yesterday is going to be a fresh all-time high, obviously. So, that will have some significance, that 1065 level. But once again, NVIDIA showing its strength. And if it holds 1050, I don't see what's going to get in the way of the market. I mean, I know we're at afternoon resistance on the NASDAQ in here. Yesterday, afternoon resistance. But if we're flying through highs on NVIDIA, along with a few other names, which we're not even listed on here, I think the long is going to be good. Shouldn't affect GitLab and Lucy, though, so I don't mind those shorts.
Lucy, yeah, definitely want to be affecting Lucy. Okay, so here's NVIDIA. I mean, it's taking out the day's high. We had sort of talked about wanting to play breakouts. I think now is the time that you do it. It's, we're into the afternoon. We're clearly wanting to hold this 150 area, and of course 1,050, and it's just looking pretty good to me. Now you have the 50-period moving average. This looks like a great long down here. So I will probably play a dip buy opportunity into 1052. So, let's get ready to go. 1050, 1052, I like that level, and I think it's worth taking. So probably a trade for me coming this afternoon. Dip buys into VWAP, something like that. I mean, the market's giving us no reason not to love this name. Great earnings report, gave everything to everybody, gave the split for options reasons, gave the dividend a little bit there as well. It's not a big piece. And then they beat everywhere and guided higher. It's just working. It beat the market up yesterday. It's beating it today. NVIDIA continues to win because you have to be in the name.
Yeah, you know what they didn't give us?
So that's what it is.
They didn't give us everything.
No, they did not.
There was no literal cherry on top, which I think was a little disappointing to me, if you like cherries.
Yeah.
Next on the list, AMD. This one absolutely got destroyed yesterday in counter sympathy, I guess you could say, with NVIDIA. A lot of money, you could tell, flowing out of AMD into NVIDIA. Today, recovering nicely, though, up over 4%. Lisa Su coming out earlier and saying that there's going to be massive gains in AI, especially with training. Inference seems to be the bit of a tougher one here still for these GPUs, but nonetheless, good look for AMD on the day at day's highs. What's the look here, guys?
All right, I'm just adjusting this. Yeah, we had, just want to make sure I'm putting some orders in here so we can get to NVIDIA. All right, so I have those orders. I'm bidding down there now, 1052. Look, I mean, AMD was easily the best call of the day that nobody had. I mean, we came down here, we wrote down right on our sticky note 160. We called it comeback season. We said this stock got beat up too much yesterday, really for only reason other than the shiny thing in the room was NVIDIA, and AMD doesn't produce the same way as NVIDIA, but they don't have to. And I think yesterday it just got hit way too much. So we wrote down 160 on there. It came right into 160. We were loving Apple, which, by the way, Apple is, you still have that trade. It's $2 in the money, but it's not $7. So that's the difference. But yeah, great call by waiting for Apple, but we should have just looked at this. It was yesterday's close. It was 160. We stared at it and didn't take it. I remember people in the chat, I was like, you guys take it if you want to take it. I'm just working with Apple here. But yeah, a little scary early, but once it got going, it was a pretty easy trade. Broke the day's high, kept on going. And I mean, now it's at 167, going to break 168. So I don't really know what to do now with AMD, but I really like it. And you're at a level here, 170, 172, where it could be faded, but that's going to happen next week. So for here, I like AMD. Missed opportunity of the day, but
it was a great one. I can't say it was my missed opportunity of the day because I wasn't really looking at 60. It had to be under 60 for me at 58. I'm going to go over the higher time frames. For me, it was Tesla and Meta. We will talk about that a little bit later. But on the daily chart, if you talk about next week testing those levels, this is now unlike ARM. Like, you're basically above this 50. This is a liquidity grab. I mean, a huge one yesterday, obviously. It's probably more than a liquidity grab. It was a dump underneath the 50 period that got taken out all the way to 158. But now you're going to continue the short-term trend up after bouncing in front of the 200 on the daily. You're going to hold 165. You're almost certainly going to close above the 50 period moving average, which after a down day like that, I would say is a great reversal. That sets it up for longs next week with room to 180. It's like 185 is the next big level on the daily chart, which is when it was hugging the 50 period before. So close over, I mean, first things first, to close over 165 is huge. It's a good level, but you probably have a better chance of getting a dip into 1050 on NVIDIA this afternoon than getting a dip into 165 on AMD. That would be pretty extreme, relatively speaking. So I think it's more likely a reasonable dip buy comes into NVIDIA than AMD, but a great look for that stock.
Next on the rundown, guys, GameStop. No specific catalyst with this one today, but trying to recover off the lows. It had a bit of a low there. You could see that there was some support at that $17.80 area, well off the lows. Trying to go green as we speak here, breaking through the highs, guys. Any specific look that you guys had on GameStop today?
We just said it's starting to go
literally
down.
can't make this up. GameStop was doing absolutely nothing up until we started the afternoon show here. And like, this is 203. The stock was, I mean, that's not good. It's a downward trend into a flat bottom. Now all of a sudden it's breaking out past VWAP. So everything I was going to say about GameStop, I guess I can't say anymore. And you got to analyze the bounce that's happening. So it just held 18 on a dip. Usually when it holds VWAP, that's pretty good. The opening range top would be a break of, I'll call it 1870, although this is 1865. So an 1870 break looks pretty spicy. It's already gone red to green. We've said that we believe this is in that phase of calming itself down and consolidating off a bottom before you might get a second rally. That's how a lot of these meme stock moves work. Like, there's a big pop up, it falls back down, which is normal, and then it consolidates ideally higher than when it started. So check, this was $11 when it really started, and then it got big at $18.19. So I think it has a decent chance. Whether or not it gets to 70 again, I would guess no, but if it sustains any kind of move into the 20s, that would be perfectly good for some day trades. So first look would be maybe it dips into VWAP in here for the afternoon, it's like 1815 to 1820. Look for consolidations. An 1870 break is in play as well. Yeah, a little surprising. I actually thought we were going to be talking about a flat bottom break down before we came in at 2 o'clock, and the buyers have come in to GME again. So it's good that we had it up here because I thought it would be a disappointment talking about this to you guys.
Yeah, so we had looked at GameStop for a minute here, and I mean, the thing about it was I am not super excited about GME under 20. So I feel like we got to get back above that level, which might not be today. If it does, great. Volume's starting to pick up, so now I've got my interest back in this name. We've looked at 18. I mean, you could zoom this back out. 20 is more of just a level. This top rate there is 1844 back beginning of the year. So that's trying to hold right now, which could be part of, wow, it even goes all the way back to this as well, May of 2023. So some key levels coming into play here, 1850. I like the stock here, honestly. You know, in what could be a boring, not a boring afternoon, but you could see where the trend is this afternoon. Just could trend higher. This could give us some kind of juice if we get this dip back into 18 again. So definitely basing out here 1780. I think it's worth the long. I think if it comes back in, you should probably think about taking it. GME back near around 1780 got excited again. So I like it. We are in Disney. We do have a decent sized position right now. So let's just have a quick look at what's happening here, as I don't want to ignore current trades. But right now we've averaged into Disney on VWAP, waiting to see about a break through 50s. So we were here, it went up to the 50 period, it failed, back down to VWAP, another move back up here, and we just took some out. Worth taking something out if we get back up to the upside. Let's see if Disney can cook, as my son always says.
Last but not least, super microcomputer, very NVIDIA connected. Great day for it today. It's currently at highs. No really specific headline other than in sympathy with NVIDIA. But you'll recall when they reported last time, it was a heavy sell-off coming almost into that $600 area. Guys, did you have a look at SMCI today?
I'll go in 2 seconds. I'm going to get to SMCI, but I cannot ignore this because I just saw Larry in the chat talk about Solana and being long 165. And I can't tell you how many times since we've got this quote here at Real Trading that you've seen something similar to this, where a crypto name, it could be Bitcoin, it could be ETH, I've seen it on Doge, where it just makes the bottom. So there's your 165 support. It did it. Here, let's go back. It did it multiple times this morning. Then the last time right in here, there is your wick bottom, not a wick shimmy, a wick bottom, breaks 165, right back up, even holds it another time, and then off to the races. I mean, if you like support and resistance, I mean, wow. Like, I haven't looked at Solana today, let's be real, but that's a great look.
170?
It's a great look. I mean, it's if you hold it to that low, it's like 50 cents, it's like 10 to 1 or something like that. So SMCI, much like a lot of the other, I mean, I guess every chip name that wasn't NVIDIA, right? Every chip name that wasn't NVIDIA got smoked yesterday, and every chip name, I think, is strong today. And that was the exact same thing that happened here on SMCI. Look, I like dip buys in other stocks, but if you were simply looking at, well, we found support yesterday, buy the dip into that because it's a reversal day on the chips, you got exactly what you wanted. I would caution, right at about, it was 1 o'clock or just before 1 o'clock, this dumped. Well, the bigger dump was off 895, but it just went to 900 and then 895 and then dumped. It's got a bit of a double top at 900. So if we don't get a push through this top, you know, you're at a significant level and you're at the 50 period, which has been rejecting above on SMCI. So it needs to punch through this. Still a little bit of a backward trend off this 50 period. So I'd be reluctant to be super bullish on this in the afternoon. But yeah, that Solana looks fantastic. I mean, it's going to be so interesting when we start getting ETFs for all of these other things. Well,
Yeah, it's gonna be nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Solana's not coming. The next one's going to be ETH. But we can only go one direction here at Real Trading. We can only go long. So if that same setup was the other way, it's not like you could even go short. Because on these actual spots, we only go long. But great look on that Solana. SMCI, I'd caution, it's at a resistance spot.
All right, so just looking again at Disney, we've been taking some out as it's come back up. You know, we did get more shares here on that. So we just took a 70 fill, starting to move now in our favor. That is Disney going right now. So that's going to be a good trade for us
mouse,
there.
baby.
Let's see if we'll get that mouse out of that damn
If
house.
you get the high of the day, I am watching movie night will be a Disney.
What is the high of
something.
the day?
I don't know. I just made it up.
Oh, well, we're going to probably get
You
the
put a
high.
target, and I'll make
102.
sure we watch something on Disney tonight for movie night. Not that means.
Yeah. We actually looked at, I just renewed my Disney. I was like, oh my God, it was 160 something with tax. Yeah,
Stay in the game, baby.
Yeah, I don't have a choice. Vanderpump Rules or something is over
Not for
there.
that.
So, yeah, for that. Yeah. We don't literally watch nothing else.
Okay.
She doesn't even watch that anymore, I don't think. She finally finished Bridgerton and she said it was awesome. So,
My wife swears by that too.
yeah, she's been watching
couldn't.
that forever and
try?
ever and ever. Me, I never tried. I can't get the time. Like my wife just watches it, so she knows what I would like and not like. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would like that.
I will try anything. Usually, it's like I'll eat anything once, and like, oh, I think you'll like the show. Like, I'll start watching it, and we'll do like usually 20 minutes on Friday or Saturday night, and then we'll watch one episode. It takes us 2 nights to do it. Yeah, I tried like 20 minutes of that. I'm like, this can be a show. This can be a show for you. And it was the same thing with The Crown. I'm like, I can't watch this.
Oh, The Crown? I don't know.
I can't watch that stuff, man.
Sharice is checking out The Crown.
Oh, we're done. Oh, we're done the new segment. So I want to get to Lucy in a quick second here because I have to show you something. And I got to give a big shout out. It's always fun when I get to do the aftermarket show in lieu of Sean, especially when we have fantastic guests. And it was Chris Brecher who pointed something out that I actually used today. You can't make this up. So yes, his trade was a short on TSM, but that's not really the second short he had on TSM. If you watch the show, you'll go back, and he said there was an uptrend that happened from the bottom on TSM that when it broke it, he just looked for the reversal to go short. And I was going long Lucy off of what I noticed was an uptrend. And after I took this hit, and this was a hit. Like, I know it looks like I would have won on this trade, but I had taken a small amount out and was looking for the break into $1. But then I saw it bounce off this, noted the upward trend because this was an unsuccessful entry, saw it go to $1, and said, okay, I'm going to go long off this trend line, and it has to break it to get out. So at this point, I'm 0 for 2 on the stock. But once it broke the trend, it's like reverse into VWAP, Neil, because that is a 20 cent to 97 cent move. If it does a reversal, I think you can get into VWAP. So I made the reverse. We'll be basically, unless it breaks down and falls into 50, I've taken almost all of it out. So we'll be pretty much flat, just getting it back on that. But sometimes A, you have to be able to flip it up, and B, you got to be willing to learn new things. Like it takes for a trend reversal like this, you want a stock that moved a lot, so that it's really significant if it pulls back in there. And that was something literally last night that Chris Bretcher pointed out to us on TSM. So anybody could have, there's a few trades that you could have done this on. I'm pretty sure PDD even set up similar to this when it broke a strong trend line up in here and then fell for the rest of the day. And wow, did PDD ever, I didn't realize look at it barcode down here. I didn't pull up this chart in a while. Like that is just chilling out, doing nothing off the same breakout price. But it was a very steep trend from the bottom, which once it broke it down, you get any consolidation underneath it, and then it's just a great rejection. This is well past VWAP as well. So something we can always learn from.
All right. Just working with my wife here, we're getting the register. We have tournaments this year for the rep baseball program, so we're just making sure that we cut and paste that because tonight's tryouts. So I'm telling people, like, if you can't, when you're playing a rep program, it's fine to miss it, but we have like 4 tournaments throughout the summer, and then 2 practices most weeks. If you're gonna miss them, then it's fine to do that, but maybe the rep program is not for you because like I'm not putting up this time to come in and do this all the time with these kids just to have some of them show up and some of them not. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, this ain't the donkey squad. This is
exactly. Like if you're busy, I'm cool with that. That's fine, but just let me know.
For the record, I told the aftermarket show crowd about the donkey squad.
Oh, okay. You know what I wanted to say, and that's the thing about the after show, right? You mentioned about all the guests that we have on there continuously and how you learn something. That's the most important thing. That's not the most important thing, but that's how I've become such a better trader, is honestly hosting that aftermarket recap show and having some of the best people on the street, period, on that show. Brian Shannon coming through, Danielle Shea, everybody that we wind up having, Tammy, eventually Mike Edwards is going to join us on there. All these great minds that have Michael Noss there, many different CMTs. You mentioned Chris Bretcher coming through. And it's just, you listen to different ideas of different traders, and then you can sort of mix them all together and figure out what works for you. And I think that's where being the community, and honestly, that's why I say traders stay late, and that's no better proof right there than what Neil just said. Is even Neil yesterday, just hosting one time there with Chris, instantly picked something up from him. Imagine if you're watching, A, it's the best show. B, imagine watching it every single day and just getting new ideas every day, consistently doing that, right? Here we're trading. On the market recap show, we're doing a little bit of different dive on some of the different topics. So check that out, the market recap show every day. And I think that's the best promo we just had right there was Neil telling you that he learned something from it. So make sure you catch it every single day.
Yeah, like every single.
It's a can't miss. I mean, that's why I'm doing it, or else I wouldn't be doing it.
It's not to single out Chris, because I remember when Tammy was on last time, we had a discussion about Intel. And what was interesting is I was talking about that 25 level on Intel, and she threw up her fibs and was like, actually, no, it looks like a pretty good bounce off of the 30 level, which, I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Anyone that was watching it, have you looked at Intel the last couple of days? Yeah. So remember when I was like, well, why is Intel so strong today? Well, guess what? It bounced off $30. It never got more than, I think, $29.70 is the local bottom. So while I was fixated on this down here, the trend line bottom, which was $25 on Intel, she liked this, and it was basically just slapping retracements from some of the highs. That $30 level, which just bounced, it just took that, and today, maybe if I was considering the $30 level on Intel, I would have been long. I actually was short Intel up at the 30.85 level, but that's the kind of thing. If I had maybe taken some of that to heart, I could have been long at that 30 level. So with all of that, it's perfect timing to bring in somebody that I know will get a chance to learn from as well for the second time. So let's get Mike in from True Trading Group. Hey, yo, buddy, what's going on here, Mike? I know what I want to talk to you about, and I got a smile on my face. Uh-oh.
We frozen.
Oh, there he is.
We're frozen, Mike.
You know what it is? It's because you're partying.
Let's figure it out, guys, and we'll
He's
get back
partying too much over the Moderna win to worry about Zoom.
All right. Okay, we'll get back to Mike. Yeah, he was just on there trying to figure it out. So we'll get that all figured out right now with Mike. So yeah, Mike is there, and he's going to be coming through in just a couple seconds. So we'll get that all going. Just real quick, look at this. I don't know if anybody's watched. We just got the high of the day on the NASDAQ. So there it is, man. We were short, make money, get out, and reverse long into the high of the day. It's not rocket science why we're sitting here. Those are yesterday's levels right there. And again, remember, everyone's got to trade their own style. This is what we're trying to do right now, is look at intraday strategies, right? And so if you think the long is in, you obviously wouldn't be getting out right here, but these are levels that already here on the TQs, most won't trade like this, but I have 35 fills already. So it's just it's in a bunch of shorts, cover, it's like scalp trading, then take the long and just a couple covers. We've been pretty patient with the long, as I think we could even get higher, but I trade the NASDAQ triple Qs, so that's triple levered against the NASDAQ. So instead of trading futures, we'll sort of choose this and go back and forth with this this tool that we use. And just quickly here, we're out of half of Disney already as it came back up. I just want to make everything perfectly clear on this. Remember, it came back up here to the 50-period moving average. Then it came back down. So where do you think we're going to be getting out of this when it comes back in, right? So that's again, out right there. So as it falls back, debating a reload. I don't like the triple touch there, but my out's going to be 50s anyways. I feel like it might be worth it getting along at 60, taking a shot back up to the upside here. Disney's long with the market today. I know it always goes back and forth with Disney. Anything can kind of spark this stock, it seems like, but trying to play it off VWAP. I'm probably not going to get in again, guys. I don't want to double my position back in and have the full position again, because then if it comes back, I'd lose. So at least now we're playing with house money, and if we lose it, we lose it. But at the end of the day, would have loved to get it all out, but hey, if we get it all out, then this run to the 200 potentially doesn't, give us any profit. So we'll wait on that one. Happy with the TQs, and then honestly, Apple, I don't know what we feel like right here in the afternoon, but we should maybe be thinking about a short if we stay under the 50-period moving average. Yeah, so it's too bad I should have had you do the recap show today, but I go right from here immediately back to High Park again and do the rep tryouts from 6 to 8. So
normally I could.
Yeah, it's okay.
But actually, we got a call from my daughter. Fell down the stairs at school. I actually found out 10 minutes before I came back on. She's doing okay, but
yeah,
she's
good.
No, but it's enough that Friday's always movie night, and I wouldn't want to miss it when she's not. She busted her lip a little bit. She'll be fine. Kids are super resilient, but she wants daddy. But I would have had a lot of fun. Who's on tonight? It's probably Michael Noss, right?
It's nobody.
Oh, well, then I could have done the
This
Q&A.
is our best.
I could have done the Q&A. I haven't been able to do that with Derek because there's always a guest, which is fun.
Now remember, every single market recap show is the best market recap show of all time, and we prove that.
But they're different.
But they're different. But they're
which is what makes it fun.
Yeah, which is what makes it fun, and that's what I'm saying about how. And I want to thank everybody in the chat, everybody that's watching it is like, hell yeah, they love the market recap show. But again, it's more today would be our favorite day when it's Q&A with Adara and I.
Yes.
So this is where we give it back. It's an AMA, so ask Ask us.
It's
anything.
Ask Me Anything. So
Yeah, I know, but
AUA.
that doesn't
AUA.
matter. No one says AUA.
No, they don't.
So it's an AMA with Adara and I, and you guys can get those questions through, and we, we'll.
There was already a question I wanted to answer that I wanted to get to before. I think we're going to hopefully get Mike back soon. But Pro Day Trader just asked this, so I wanted to make sure we got to it without too much delay. But when does the podcast start was the question, which is a good question.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question.
We can come to my screen here. If you're asking about the new Freedom and Wealth podcast, I just did a refresh. Somebody has a chance to become, I just noticed
You
this
have
right now.
10,000 subscribers yet?
The 420th subscriber could happen this afternoon. You could be the lucky 420th subscriber, which is much more fun than being the first or the 5th or the 10th or the 100th. You want to be the 420. But they just filmed it this week is what I want to tell you guys. And it should be a good one. So look out for but make sure you hit the subscribe so you get the notification right here. It is just at YouTube, Freedom Wealth Podcast. And with that, I think we are now ready to get to Mike, who is probably still partying it up over Moderna, hopefully.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. It's a good day trading. I'm smiling because I know you have to be happy with mRNA up another 3% today, which has been
very happy with Moderna. I'm actually out of the position now. So we actually exited the position on Wednesday when we had that big extension, that big breakout to over 160. That was when we went ahead and exited that position. It's far exceeded my expectations. I think we got a little bit of a bump there today too, because there was about some increased COVID cases. All the COVID stocks popped that day. It was X, it was Moderna, it was Pfizer, it was BNTX. They all had big days on that day. So I got a little bit of an extra bump there with that news, and they should be having an FDA decision on their RSV vaccine coming up the end of this month. But this is just an example where I ran out of shares. And one thing that I like to kind of tell traders and especially traders that are learning is you have to always have a game plan. You have to always have targets. When you get into a position, I always tell people you can't get a position unless you know these things. Where's your first and third take profit? And this way, when the stock reaches your targets, you just take profit. I don't care if it's reached in 3 seconds, 3 minutes, or 3 hours. That you got to get off at some point. And we took our final. So I'm completely out of position now.
We're still having some issues here, and I don't think everyone got a chance to hear just everything you said. So I want to quickly just sort of recap what I know you just said there, which is you have to come into any trade with a game plan, right? So you get in, you have an entry, you have an out. Whether it was the 100 level, the 50 period, 200 convergence on Moderna, which I have up on the chart, and then it went right to resistance at 160. I'm right there with you. I think that's the anatomy of a perfect setup and a perfect trade and execution. And if it goes to 200. Whatever, it goes to 200. I think that was absolutely perfect. But until, I think it's maybe a little bit better. Are we doing a little bit better here?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I apologize. I'm not sure what's going on with my connection.
No, that was a little bit better. Like, I'll tell you candidly, I actually got out of most of mine as well. I took out 55% of the trade, and I'm actually trailing the rest myself underneath like 155, because when it got to here, the trade was... My mouse is messing me up here. My trade personally was, when it bounced off this 100, it showed all kinds of support at the $100 level. You can see the 50 and 200 converging, and then just grabbing the long in there in the mid, like 105 range, that kind of a thing. And I didn't have it this time. Like, I actually had it a little bit earlier on in the move, and I was looking for it to get to that level. So once it made the break, I took most out, and now I'm just going to kind of let it ride with a trail underneath 155. And if it's the decision in a month, as you said, or it's 200, if it gets to 200, I'm getting the heck out. That's 100% for sure. I'll probably put an order in there at some point. But look, everyone, this week is NVIDIA week. And yesterday was one of the more unique days that I can remember, where I think literally everything that I could find was down, with the exception of SMH, which was only up because NVIDIA was up. And then everything else was just a sell-off. So when everyone thought it was the Super Bowl of earnings, it was just a rollover all across the space. And whether you looked at, you could look at TAN was going to the downside, the metals were to the downside. I mean, the weed names were down. Like, everything was a sell-off. So it was a very unique day. What was your experience with yesterday? Did you have any trades on? Did you learn anything? What were you doing?
Yeah, so yesterday was a very interesting day. Yesterday was an interesting day. It was a day where you would not have expected, by looking at NVIDIA, you would not have expected the price action you saw everywhere, especially. I personally was surprised to see how weak AMD was off of the NVIDIA earnings. But yesterday's sell-off, I think, was a pretty, once you broke beneath the previous all-time high and you weren't able to hold on the overall markets, S&P, once you weren't able to hold that level and that level gave way, then you started to get that pullback, start to get a profit take type of day. And we were able to catch some of that short late in the day. It wasn't something that we were on early. I think it was really hard to come into the open yesterday thinking to go ahead and get short some stuff. So I think it was more like the afternoon trade, and that weakness in the afternoon was the easier play. But the thing that stands out the most to me is that the pullback that we saw yesterday held the previous breakout level. And as ugly as that candle looked on the daily chart yesterday, as ugly as it looked, we held the previous support level. So then you come into the markets today with this gap up, and I think there were some great longs today. Like, we had some great trades on Apple today long against the 187, which was a beautiful pivot from the earnings high. That pivot at 187 was a beautiful spot there for Apple. There were some good trades there. AMD with a nice recovery. I wasn't on AMD today, but Apple was a great trade. And I still don't think you can look to lean on this market short until the lows of yesterday, which is that support level, breaks. Until that level breaks, I think you got to keep trying to buy pullbacks and strong names. Oh.
I had a chart up of the 60-minute of the Qs just now. That line, I didn't draw that line off of yesterday's low. I actually drew that from like the 17th. Like this day, I had drawn support in for it, and it just so happened that that's where you bounce off of. So I think you're dead on there. And something you said, which is really important there, Mike, was you got some of the shorts late. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter where you get into the trend, because sometimes you just need extra confirmation. As long as you're joining it, as opposed to fighting it, that can be the name of the game. It's the same thing with the up move today.
Yep.
And so, like, go ahead.
I was just going to add to that. But I always try to tell traders, I try to teach members of True Trading Group, our job, everyone's job that's on this YouTube channel, and everyone that's sitting behind you guys with Real Trading, everyone that's part of True Trading Group, our job is not to catch the entire move. Our job is to have a strategy that we back tested that works for us. And our job is to identify setups and opportunities that allow us to take advantage of it and implement our strategy successfully. Don't try to buy the bottom and sell the top. You're never going to get it. Don't try to short the top and then cover the bottom. Take your profits along the way, catch the piece of the move. Our job is to make money. It's not to catch the low and to catch the high.
Yeah, that's a perfect place to kind of end it off here. We still have some issues, obviously, and we apologize for that. But it's live. That's what it's all about here. Mike, I can't thank you enough for bringing some good insights. I know a lot of people looked at that Moderna, and it's just an impressive move. It's a great-looking trade. And then again, talking about catching some of those dips, I think is just doubly important. So, look, you can always find them at True Trading Group, and Mike specifically on the X machine as well, handled down below. All right, we look forward to having you on in the future. I know it's going to be a regular thing, and because you promised, and we were talking about this, you need to make an appearance on the Aftermarket Show at some point with Mr. Katina. Sure. I think that'd be a blast.
For sure, definitely, and it'll be my pleasure. Yeah, sorry guys for the technical issues here. I got to see what's going on with my connection. I do apologize to the crew there, but I hope you guys have a wonderful holiday weekend. We got the day off on Monday, so happy holiday for everybody. Have a great weekend. And if people want, I'm going to go on our channel, True Trading Group on YouTube at 4:30. You guys can check us out. Otherwise, have a great weekend, and we'll get back to it on Tuesday.
Right back at you. Thank you there, Mike. Happy Memorial Day. That's right. It's a long weekend here. I feel like, you know what?
Thanks, Mike. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we didn't even mention the fact that it was a long weekend this morning.
Because it's not for us. Like, it's for us, but not here in Canada.
Right.
So, like, we don't get, like, when you're going out, you don't get to see like all that. Oh my God, we're getting ready
You know what
for a long
stinks?
weekend, and it was last weekend. And
It's supposed to rain all Monday, and we had the perfect plan. We're going to pull my
Monday?
daughter. I think I said this. We're going to pull my daughter from school for a day, and then go to Canada's Wonderland, which is the local theme park.
Oh, you never mentioned
because
that.
nobody will be there because it's not a
that's
Canadian
we
holiday.
used to do that. That's
So it's like, dude, we'll be just like Erin's going to lose her mind when we don't have to sit in line. But
yeah,
then
but you know that's genius. But just do it on Tuesday.
well, but then I got to miss a day of work. That's the
So?
whole. No, I know. It's just our plan was that I could not miss a day of work. It would have been perfect. Whatever.
They're on
I'm just-
Tuesday if it's
no.
raining on Monday.
We'll figure. No, we have season passes. We'll be able to do it another
wow.
time during the year. There's other.
Good idea,
No,
though.
there's
Good
June.
idea.
There's Juneteenth is a U.S. holiday.
Yep, that we don't get.
So
yep.
then that's.
But
next
the
month.
problem with that is, I was gonna say the kids will still be in school.
Yeah, they'll still be in school.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah, yeah.
School
You
ends
wanna
on
go
the 30th.
before school. Yeah,
So
yeah,
even if
yeah.
we don't, we'll do it on Juneteenth, which is the 19th of next month. So
Yeah.
I think it's a great plan.
No, we used to do that.
My wife came
That's
up
a
with
great
it.
plan.
So, yeah. Anyways,
It's funny because I could show you pictures when we used to go at this time. I don't know why we didn't think about that this time around.
get them season pass. Well, I guess I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Your
I'm gonna
kids-
keep my kids in damn school.
It's
man. I want
hard
less-
to.
I don't want less time with my kids, but I spend honestly every
Nothing
minute
wrong with that.
them. No,
you guys have a
nothing.
lot of rep stuff to try to get.
There's
Like a
definitely
season
nothing
pass
wrong
probably
with
doesn't
that.
make any sense.
Oh no, I can't even. I'm not even sure I can go to London in the summer, so I'm going back and forth with that one. Okay, so
you guys can do the trip.
probably not. I have too many commitments.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, when
I love London.
Is Joe Torre taking time off during the
Yes.
summer? You know, it is what it is.
He is now. Do you know what he does?
What does he do?
He
now?
works for MLB. Like he's actually.
Yeah, but
I forget what. I forget the actual job, but the guy has like some cushy job at MLB.
Yeah.
Like a rules thing or whatnot.
Yeah.
Good
No,
landing
we all
spot.
got cushy jobs at some point.
He's a legend.
I mean, it's
I will check that in a second, Mr. Westermeyer. I just wanted to make sure. So I didn't mention this one, but we're still in Rivian with a trail on it. The $10 level on Rivian held pretty nicely. I was up. I gotta get a new mouse. This is like not. It's like screwing up. Yeah, I gotta replace that. I'm gonna grab one from the bridge. But it bounced off VWAP when I wasn't really at my desk, and it really accelerated. Like if you missed this bounce off of 10.15, like once it started going, it just really accelerated up. So I'm now trailing it underneath 10.28. We'll see how far it can go into the upside. We're still in GitLab, but as I said, like GitLab, remember in the afternoon, GitLab had that security breach news, and I said I wanted to look for the short if it broke down. Well, it did break down early. It calmed down off VWAP. It was way too thinly traded. The volume is really low. It was really tricky to even get into a full position on the stock because the volume is so putrid. It's not even going to do a million shares. I'm just holding on to it with a trailing stop. But I think GitLab's under some pressure, and if it loses the 50 and 200, it's lost the 50 period on the daily. The 200 could happen maybe today. Maybe we'll open up underneath it. I could see this getting back to 51, 52. So next week I'll favor shorts in this as well. But GitLab down 2% into a strong everything else is rebounding market.
All right, so I forgot to tell you guys we're long NVIDIA. I mean, we got in about 5-6 minutes ago. We have the very bottom, and it went $2 plus in the money up to 10.054 and broke it, but then fell back in. And so I was like, oh God, maybe this 50 period, which we were waiting at. Like, again, you know how much we missed that by? Like, it's so stupid, but we missed it by, we were probably at quarters at that point. So now we're here now. I just put it at 154 flat. So let's see if it will run up there and hit us for, hey guys, a $2 winner. We did this yesterday. We got some out, and then we were playing with house money. That's something similar to what I'm trying to do here. If we could just get $2 on this, I mean, we're long at 152.05, so this will be $2 clean. And then we'll hold. So I'll try to do that same thing again. Third. See, now I'm starting to be like, okay, we got it. Money. Again, like we could sit here and show you guys. It's like what Mike said. These are just ideas that we have right now. We don't have, I have one red name today. Remember yesterday? Today, Apple, Greensville, Disney, welcome to Greensville. NVIDIA, welcome, my friend. You're back. The triple Qs, you're here right now. Google, not. So So this is the one red name that we have today, shorting Google. And we were in that trade and we talked about how bad, not how bad that was, but that we were like, okay. So we were able to get out of there and thankfully do it. So remember yesterday we talked about, that it was not the greatest day, and we were still okay. I think we were 2 and 4, maybe 2 and 5, something like that. But you get right back on and you come right back in. So this is what it is. This is why you trade. This is why we're here. So let's see if you just get right back on that horse, right? It's unlike any other job. It gives you the opportunity to do that. Some people go to work every day, either hate their job or like, how do I get out of this? I mean, that's why I'm doing the market recap show, right? It's like can't get enough, can't share enough information, and really like doing it and coming back every single day and just jumping back on that horse. I mean, we could still lose on this NVIDIA. Just giving you guys opportunities, get in and out. That 50 period is something there. I'm going to get out if we break. I mean, I was going to use this 1048, and that's still where I'm at now. A little bit lower than that 1048. That's the 200 period moving average. I'll try to get some more in and around 1050. If this trade winds up losing, it winds up losing, but that's what we're doing right now. We just took some 1054s. It's a $2 winner, so that's a good one. We're still $2 in the money on Apple, and we already took out the high of the day near in the TQQs, so we're holding 10% of this trade as well. So far, so good here into the close, but we want to try to put our patient hat on, but as Mike said, and we just talked a little bit about it, a lot of the big traders might not, there could be absolutely nothing happening here into the close.
Long weekend, late Fridays.
Yeah.
Typically, I want to get to just some, someone just asked about CRM, what's going on with them, and it's moving. It's actually having not a very good day, but I just wanted to quickly update. I am out of Lucy. I was holding the last little bit, and it was only like 5% for a break of VWAP, but just to give you an idea, I'll end up going 1 for 3 on this stock and be flat on the day on Lucy. And it was really, as I said, I only reversed into the short. I would have gotten out when it broke this low, no matter what. I would have given up the long. It's not like I would have gone back into the long, but the only reason I was in that short was because of the trend reversal pattern, which happened in a few places. But there was a question, what's going on with CRM? I don't see anything specific. And literally when I look at my news service, there's a thing at 1 o'clock that literally asks the question, what is going on with CRM? It looks like it's workday sympathy why it was down in the first place, which, okay, I can get behind that. It moved down with workday. Workday got smoked. But then the retracement, with the market rebounding, this is just not, it was participating in the rebound, and I guess maybe just hit a technical level. And as the futures have been leveling off, this is just continuing to fall. So not a good look for CRM. And easily a rejection of the 50 period the last week or so, but you're now into some big support levels. I hadn't looked at this daily chart in a while. If CRM doesn't hold on at 265, this could really, make a significant move to the downside. 250's out there. That was a monster level, both at the beginning of the year and the end of the year last year. So if it loses 265, wow, that's going to be an interesting dip buy. Let me do some work on decide whether that's something I'm interested in buying, but that is not a good looking trend for CRM. And I think it's just workday sympathy. Workday got smoked on earnings last night. What you guys saw in the aftermarket show, there weren't huge earnings, but DEC, Workday, you had Intuit was also there. But these were the guys that got smoked the worst was Workday. So I think it's just sympathy to them. They're down 15%, so really it's not as if CRM's having that bad of a day. Yuck. There was no bounce or love at all for these guys.
All right, we're I like CRM on any kind of a down move. I still
own it.
You own it, right? Yeah, of course. As far as that is concerned, I like E. I like E a lot. I just think with more data coming and everything's about data and customer relationships and all that kind of stuff. That's literally what CRM is standing for. I like the business and have always been a fan of it. So yeah, for me,
it's not Crimson Tide. Oh no.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be the truth. But yeah, so Salesforce. So again, a big name. You could look at HubSpot, maybe something else. But then I do understand that with AI, look, they have Einstein all built in, but with AI kind of coming, I can see why a stock like Adobe and stuff like that are getting washed up a little bit in all this because people think it's easier. Look, AI is great, but you still have to have the tools to know how to use it and to bring it into your business. So I think that there's definitely something about that.
I'm trying to figure out what the news.
Yeah,
is
no,
on
she
this
didn't
one.
get caught. No, it's not.
What happened?
No, you're saying that story yesterday about how Gio was using Chat GPT. But the thing is, so I got that clarified already. So
Okay.
she was writing down, it was like she was writing down examples of what like translucent. She wasn't using the word translucent and opaque and transparent. So she was saying like glass is something that's transparent. And opaque is this and that and blah, blah, blah. And apparently one of the questions asked to describe the differences, and she just gave whatever it said in the Chat GPT thing there. So she knows what the difference is, but then she just used it to sort of edit the answer, which they're allowed to use electronics.
Yeah.
It's just, maybe this time she wasn't, but I don't know the true story. My wife knows it, but I thought it was hilarious. And I still think it is.
That sounds free.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, I want my kids to do it. And I was saying this to, they both have cell phones and iPads and all that kind of stuff. And honestly, it's like my daughter brings her phone to the park when she goes and plays with their friends because they're all there. It's an easy way for us to track her as well. And she gets instant communication with all of her friends. Where are they? What are they doing? It's like, it's just advanced how we used to do it. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Just don't be the guy. We had a guy in our men's league who had his phone. He was pitching for us.
Oh, man.
And he had his phone in his pocket. And then, so anyways, it falls out this one time, like he's making a pitch. We're like, dude, you can't do that anymore. Let's just keep it on the bench. And then we found out the reason why. I don't want to get, whatever. I'm not going to say his name or anything. But we found out the reason why he always kept it on him. It's because it
drug
wasn't,
dealer.
he wasn't his main, he had two phones. And so it was his other phone that he always had on him that we found out later. He would never have it off of his person. So I will leave it at that. But it was ridiculous. Like the guy be running the bases. It's like, and he slides feet first. Like, why would you have your phone on? You just put it in. Like, I don't have my phone with me when I'm playing baseball.
I just
like,
don't want to spend more money
it's
when
in my
I break
bag.
it.
I'm not going to have my phone break. But it was because it was the other phone that you can't have out of your reach. And again, I won't say his name.
I don't think it matters.
Pitcher.
I mean, that's probably how long
He played semi-pro in.
I don't say his full name.
In the Dominican.
Yeah.
And really, really cool, interesting guy. But interesting is the right word to use. Oklo is making these moves. I was just about to check. Look, it was Sharif that was all over this one. I've been watching Lucy all day. The volume on Lucy has been ridiculous. 780 million shares. Oklo is doing 10 million shares, up 30%. What's the story? I'm trying to find this story here. Something about powering, yada, 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 supply 100 megawatts of nuclear power to Wyoming, hyperscaler data center. So, I mean, that's great news. It sounds good. OKLO has what's the float here? 69 million float. So it's not really turning over the float a million times or anything like that. And it doesn't have a big short float. It looks like it's just a great catalyst. And the stock is catching a pretty good bid. It's a very linear move up. We had this conversation with Luis, where he'd say sometimes the stocks that are that linear, where it's just going almost in a straight line, can be more tricky. So there was some early opportunities to get dips and maybe a breakout here and a dip. But then, this dip here, you can maybe sink yourself into. Now it's like, what do you do? Because it's a linear move to the high of the day, and I wouldn't see an entry unless it pulls back into 935. So I would say not that interested in it. As I said, I was in Lucy. I'm not sure I see anything else. Of course, I trail out the last of it when it bounces off VWAP, and I can get rid of that trend line. It's no longer valid. It doesn't really matter anymore. But I get out of it. It could bounce off VWAP again. I think 60 could be a good level for Lucy. It's going to do 1 billion shares today, which could be nice. Matt Carnes, any interest in Pfizer? He's asking me. Oddly enough, look out for when we do our week ahead email, there's going to be a change. There's actually going to be a pick from either Sean or actually both of us gave a pick of a stock that we're looking at a trade for next week. I can tell you that Pfizer was my backup. But the reason I didn't go with it was because Pfizer, the trade would have been something that doesn't seem as likely to happen. And I'm interested in Pfizer breaking out over 30. Which I might have already said this, but the triple bottom at 26, which has been a monster level for Pfizer.
Wait a minute, those are our picks we're giving? I thought they're just ideas.
Well, they're ideas. But my backup idea was Pfizer, and I was just asked about Pfizer. It's like, yeah, my backup idea was a breakout over 30 on Pfizer next week, because that would be the 200-period moving average. It's made a triple bottom, higher lows. It's been an absolute dumpster fire is not the right word, because I think you reserve that for things like Mullen and the weed stocks and the Rivians of the world, but it's been bad, really
That's a
really
dumpster
bad.
fire.
In comparison to Moderna, which
Well,
thankfully,
because people will actually put more money into Pfizer because
that's
they don't
the problem.
expect that.
That's the problem. And what's interesting
Weed
is
names have been, oh my god.
I would say, actually, part of the reason why I made that shot play on Moderna was because I was considering buying. I'm in Pfizer at 26, just candidly, but I was considering I'll just get all in here. It's a triple bottom. And I was like, I looked at Moderna. I'm like, nah, man, that money in the shot play on Moderna could go ham. I'd rather risk 25% to see Moderna go ape you know what than put more into Pfizer, which I already have at 26. I actually have it at 27 something, but off of that level. So I like it breaking through the 30 next week. I think they have some positive possible tailwinds coming through. They've got their own GLP drug, which has had some trouble for them. But if they get that going, I think you could have a ramp, and it's showing signs of a rounded bottom. So we'll see what happens there. Amazon hard tank, someone just said. Really?
Really?
Have you looked at Amazon at once today? I know.
No.
I
had it. Yesterday it was one of my #1 stocks, and I kind of just.
It's
kind
tanking.
of just chilling with it. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's tanking. This is. I mean,
Tanking?
the market's chilling at the top, and Amazon's at the low
Well,
of the day.
okay. I'm in
they're-
Nvidia. I'm in Disney long here, pretty strong. So I don't. I'm
maybe
kind of.
181.
I'm a little distracted here because I'm trying to organize stuff for the tryout tonight and everything. I'm still here and still trading and still looking at everything, but I'm not as attentive with the futures.
So as Sean was talking, I was basically going through trying to figure out if I had to make a plan here. I was just going from my 15-minute to my daily chart,
Nvidia's
back to my 3. VWAP's well out of play because it's bouncing off the lows, but it's relatively weak, which means I should want to short it. So maybe back into 181.5, this consolidation level. There's one green candle since 2 o'clock almost on this stock, and it was this little tiny one in here. So I think if you get back up and retest 181.50, there could be a curl as well. So yeah, I mean, great call. Amazon is incredibly weak. You want to look for relative strength and weakness in something that's moving. Yeah, this is moving. That's for sure.
Yeah, part of the team. Yeah, it's funny because this is actually showing me more patience because, I have shares in Nvidia that we should be glued right now, but we do have an idea of what we're trying to do. We also do have one of the biggest positions of the day period, notionally here with Disney, because it is a $101 stock, and it's not. We only have a few hundred shares of it. It's not like it's a monster position, but you know what? I guess as Nvidia is $1,000, so I'll take back that whole notional thing again. But we weren't overly aggressive. And the TQs is just a $65 stock, and here we go. Now the market's coming back in a little bit. Okay, with this move happening, I don't know. We just broke 18.8. I'm starting to feel some kind of ways now. We may have to look at exiting this Nvidia trade. I mean, it's still $1. It's still right here. $1. It's still $2. What am I talking about? But it's still here. It's still kind of worth taking out maybe as we bounce around the 50 period. But you know what? This little move down hasn't really affected Nvidia. Are we either just lucky or do we have a great position here that maybe we shouldn't give up? Because if the market reverses in or back upside, then we probably have a decent little play here with Nvidia. I feel like it's worth holding on. Let's not get shaken out too much. We want to have a little bit of diamond hands, at least on this play, and try to get it back to the upside. If you are in capital preservation mode or anything like that, or you're having a good day and you're like, okay, we're having a good day too, but you want to kind of keep your money in your pocket, especially heading into a long weekend where there could be some funny things happening in the market here in the last hour as we head to power hour, then nothing wrong with saying to yourself, I'm getting out of Nvidia right now, or I'm getting out of it if it breaks right here at 1052, the same price we're in. I don't think that there's anything wrong with doing that. We've already taken out a third. Whatever your default is, that's already in your pocket. You could put it out right now for all of it for $2. Not a bad idea because the market could. This is why I'm bringing this up to everyone's attention. And we've already said that we're light in our TQQ position because we put an order at the high of the day, which magically filled as well. But right there, that's the bounce spot. And look, it's just bouncing now, of course, but this is the spot to look out for Nvidia and for the market. So Apple's still $2 in the money. We could probably think about just taking that out and just ride with Nvidia. I mean, let's just put it up there for Apple at 10. I was gonna say 1050 again. That's Nvidia's level. 190.50 maybe. Like that's been the high here for Apple. I mean, we're long at 188, guys. So we can put an offer up there if you did want that. Come on, let's go, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's going now. Here we go. So now we're almost $3 in the money on this trade. So this is, remember I said, like, no matter what the market conditions are, you'll always be able to find something. And it looks like we might have done that right here again with NVIDIA while we were talking with Mike. So nice move right back up. It is now, ladies and gentlemen, $3 in the money if you want to take that offer. So let's see where it goes from here at this point.
Speaking of finding things, it was only because someone mentioned that Amazon was weak. I was like, okay, well, what else might be weak? And I looked at all of the big cap names that I hadn't watched today. One of them was Alphabet. And I just noticed Google here bouncing exactly off of VWAP in 175. Like, okay, if we're going to fail this little breakdown in the futures, it's already support, it's also VWAP. If I can get something right in front of 10, that's not a lot of risk, especially this afternoon. I think you want to keep it tight to the vest in an afternoon like this where you're getting that long weekend action. So let's go for that. I am also, okay, it might have been too late on GameStop. I could still get Google, but I'm probably not going to get, I chuckle, but I'm not going to get GameStop off VWAP. I just got the bid in, but GameStop does bounce off VWAP. So this was an ugly day for GME up until we just randomly did our new segment in there, and this was one of the names that you guys wanted to talk about. It caught a bid, I think entirely coincidental. Obviously, here's your higher low. Yesterday was one of the few days that this didn't do a big rally in the afternoon, at least some kind of a late afternoon rally. Like you saw every single day this week, it was like there's some kind of a late move. There was a monster one to start us off on Monday, and then you had a good one on Tuesday, little bit more muted on Wednesday. Then yesterday, everything was dying, and this just sort of fell with everything else. So maybe you're back into it's found a bottom, and the afternoon rally can go. Clearly, we still have 1 hour to go, but when you're up against the clock, I want to get a VWAP dip. If I don't get that, I don't want to chase this too far. You're also working against the clock when you're taking this trade. And I always expect any kind of a pattern that exists, 2-3 days in a row or like multiple days in a week. It's not as good to me on the last day in terms of how far it'll go. So if I get VWAP, I'm thinking it's going to the high of the day at best. So let's see what happens with that bad boy. I have my eyes on Lucy as well, as it's continuing to run higher. So good bounce off of VWAP. This is still in play for a dollar break. Clearly when I went short, I was thinking, yeah, this is probably done for the day. But all of a sudden, you have a chance to make this move into a dollar, but it's going to have to happen fast. You're still 17 pennies away, which is a good 20%, and we just hit 3 o'clock. So the newest position was just Google off of VWAP. I did want to be Amazon short, but I got the offer in there, and the second I did, we just busted even lower. So this doesn't even want to pop anywhere close. Amazon's having a rough one here today. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't have an obvious reason for why Amazon's relatively weak today. Maybe it's going to set up for a great dip buy. What's up with my daily chart? Ooh, look at those wicks. Let's get rid of those. I mean, we're just losing the 50 period today on Amazon, and the 200's way too far away. That last dip, I didn't get anything on the last dip in Amazon. That was in the 170s, because I thought maybe you'd get 160s on this stock. But great, strong-looking stock. I know it's flat today, but it's relatively weak for sure. We got a few questions about Naresh, about JBLU, saying look up JBLU, more flush to come. Blue Ocean was the first thing that came up. If you trade at Real Trading, there's been some traders I've heard that have done well in overnight trading in Blue Ocean. Just be careful trading. It's an overnight market. Post-earnings move, some people have been doing it. I have never had a look at liquidity. Yeah, that looks like a flat bottom break here on JBLU. Not exactly falling apart, only down 3%, but that is an ugly looking daily chart underneath 550. So I have nothing positive to say about JBLU. It doesn't necessarily break the day's low, but if you do, maybe on Tuesday, I almost said Monday, if you can actually open up underneath here, yeah, that could get to 460. Bad stocks trending down. I don't want to be a part of. That could be nasty. Now the market's going to the downside. We just tried Google off of VWAP. That just lost VWAP.
What happened to me?
There we go.
Oh, Disney. Okay.
So there it goes, right through. We took one little bounce play. There's our in. Under VWAP is going to be my out. It showed me a bottom, and now we're just chilling through that low. Okay, I have a trail on GitLab. GitLab cannot break the low down here. With the market tanking, it's just getting held up. So I just keep moving my trail. I'm not going to see any re-entries in this stock Amazon's probably the name that should be. Wow, Amazon. What the heck is going on here?
News here?
This just broke. I'm going to turn mine back on or refresh it. But Amazon just broke the low of the day, and 1 wick just went down another like 40 cents. It was just green a second ago. So we're getting some acceleration to the downside here.
Yeah, it's okay. So by the way, I was just going to say it. I mean, we were just going on and on. So we got out of Disney there. And Disney's going to be basically a flat trade. I mean, it got going. We got out. We got some more out. We got some more out right there before it broke. And then boom, it broke. So there's a 10-cent hit. So fortunately, the most we ever got out of it was 20 cents and then back and forth. So that's what I'm saying about a flat trade. Okay. And then NVIDIA, I took another out there at O's. At 154. So I don't know if that's going to be a good trade. I mean, basically right back there it is. Now it's 154 again. So you guys do whatever you want. But the big trade for me, it's going to be, again, this might go up to PL number 1 here today. That is the futures one more time. Like as if I just keep on doing this to the futures, then honestly, I really feel like we may be sans equity for a while because this has been really paying off at trading these futures. And again, just trading them the same way I'm trading equity, trading it off support and resistance. It's just, I'm only dealing with the market. I'm not dealing with like stories that are hitting individual stocks or anything like that, which I love that. I mean, I love individual catalysts. That's basically the way I trade. But the market just moves so smooth. And I mean, we just came right into 65 again, right into VWAP. So we bought that dip right there. And you can see, hold on a second, I'm gonna zoom back out. Again, I would hashtag real trading, but you guys already know what's good. This just fell right in. We take the piece out house. I don't know what's going on. This could be light volume. Our stop is just under 65. I mean, we're long at 65.01, 65.08 there, getting them out in the 20s, high 20s, getting some out 19, getting some out 10s there at VWAP. So for us to take a 10-cent hit on the last, we don't even have half left. We have about 40% left. Should be okay. NVIDIA falls all the way back in, so we're going to have to regroup now on NVDA. Let's get out if we break this little wick bottom right there. 151 break. So let's change our stop from 148, again, 1048, down to 10. What was this? Oh, that was 51s? Yeah, okay, so 1050. What is the GameStop or?
Lucy.
Okay. You're out of that or you're back in now?
No, I got out 20 cents ago on the short. And I just took this into the halt. Whatever. I took 99s on the halt. I did that same thing. You know where I put like multiple.
Halted upside.
I halted up. I put like multiple gateways, thinking I might get more than one filled, and I only ever get filled on Edge A. I should just put everything on Edge A. You said Edge A the other day too, and I still put Edge A. I put Edge A, BYX, and Boss X.
That's it.
It's literally muscle. It's like muscle memory that I end up doing. Look, this could open down easily, but I was gonna take a dollar break. So it's like, okay, this is more or less the same thing. But I was in the short here, and this broke out past that 80 level. So we'll see what happens. Lucy up 430%. The float on this didn't make any sense to me, but it's apparently 12 cents, or 12 million, which doesn't make any sense as far as 12 million share float, and it's done 810 million shares. Probably more than that because we don't get all of the pre-market data. So the market is making that little bit of a retracement in there back to the upside. Just to quickly update, this will open in 5 minutes, guys. Maybe 10, but it's probably 5. But just open on GitLab. It was about to trail me out. Like you just saw that tank in the futures, and a stock that was trending down the entire way just held the bottom as the futures made a fresh low. I mean, come on. Like it's got to break there. So I just got out of GitLab. We'll revisit this one next morning, next Tuesday, I should say. And if it's still trending down, maybe find some other opportunities there. So we're just in Rivian. Lucy, we'll see. Rivian, as long as it holds this consolidation, you can see it's not doing anything off the top. So either it breaks down underneath 1028, or we'll look for some kind of a push into the high of the day. We'll see what happens with Rivian. Good day for them, up 4%. Really, I just think it bounced off 10 and got dragged up by Tesla. So it's just kind of the exact same chart as Tesla. Maybe sans the last little dip there. So, Tesla got to 180 and Rivian turned at the exact same time is mostly a sympathy play, I would say.
Yeah, that's why you have to look at different stocks. And we just talked about, potentially just moving into the futures or things like that. But, that's why when you're looking at a stock like NVIDIA, you can look at SMH. You can look at different things that are moving around. AMD potentially moving with different spirits than NVIDIA. But this is still good. We just got it again right there, by the way. So we get another fill up here at 26, where we're at right now. We get a 20 and a 26 as we're trying to now support this long into the close. I don't know what that flush was all about. I mean, that volume candle was the largest candle of the day on the sell side. Well, when was this? Right, that's the open, actually. That's an 8:30. Okay, so despite the 8:30 sell candle that hit the market, which has market on open imbalances and all that stuff, we just got a major flush. And I guess it was the break of 18.8, and someone was just like, okay, we'll activate that. But it was at 18.8, 18.870. I mean, anyways, flush down, hits right to VWAP. We're going to be there. That's our trade. Like, that's our trade, right? Shout out to Brian Shannon. We talk about that all of the time. Again, so there it is. We'll start taking more and more out now. And remember what we're doing? It's just kind of like this. Like, let's just pay for those hot dogs and hamburgers over the weekend right now. If you can throw in some, some Pabst Blue Ribbon on top of that as well. Whatever your drink of choice is. Yeah, that's the cheap stuff. That's why I say hot dog hamburgers. Have that good old barbecue. Love going through there. Get some PBR down that gullet. But yeah, so here we go. So this trade's sponsored by Pabst Blue Ribbon. Go buy yourself a case of beer if you took this trade. So there it is right there. This one's on me. Hopefully you get that. And we'll see where it goes from now. But good little trade right there on the futures. And you got to be lucky to be, to be looking at it. And that's why I think it's very important that I stick with my strategy. And that is look at the names that I want to look at and pretty much nothing else unless there's some kind of a move. Like we had that Disney call and it broke our level of 50. So we got out. Whether or not it retraces back up, I still really like the idea. So that would be one that, hey, let's see if it holds this. You came right back into that level. I just didn't want to hold it into that low. Looks like it might have worked out. Disney trying to go back up. And then NVIDIA. I mean, you could buy a little bit more with a couple dollar winner here. But again, NVDL might be better for many of you. The market could easily retrace down. Let me take out another piece of this TQs. Actually, now that I see this, okay, well, we're waiting at 21, I guess. Hopefully we get that price upside and we'll get out of more of the TQQ. And then Apple, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad I didn't put that stop at that level, but I'm thinking now maybe we should. That's 190 break, so that gets you to 190. We flashed down to 189.90. So it would still be a $2 winner. So we should probably think about taking that. And, I'll cancel my stop. You know where my stop is for this one? 187.79. So we're willing to lose on our trade rate here about 40 pennies. It's now in the money $2. Let's put that stop and change it up. 189.90 to add to the closing trade of Apple. So we'll go 88 and it goes big shout out to Oshawa General alumni, Mr. Eric Lindros. So we'll get out at 88 there if it does break, and we will figure out what's going on. And there goes GME back down now, are people saying, or it went up? Let me see.
It went up. It went to the upside. So GameStop making a move to the upside. Lucy reopened at 90s. So I took some of it out. I didn't want to take the whole thing out there. I had my stop trail out at 90 because I was doing a dollar break, which was 99 on the halt, giving it to the 90 level. So I put 75 cents out if it didn't hold that level. And then it opened up right down there. I just punched the rest out. And now it's retaking the $1 level. So I'm going to take a second shot, which I don't want to hold to 90 a second time. I'm going to give to 95 this time. But if we can have a bigger move, this doesn't have any levels up here outside of like $1.50. So if it's going to go, I got to think at least the quarters here. But I'm going to get out if it goes underneath that 95 level on Lucy. Let's go to Adara.
Side here as SRCL. Not a lot of volume on this, but be aware they did just gap up and hold, basically recordedly considering a sale after getting some interest in takeovers. So SRCL considering a sale, not a ton of volume, but keep an eye on this one with a halt right now, guys. SRCL.
Tough one on Lucy there, obviously. All right, so here's the TQQ trying to go back up. We'll have to wait on that one. And let's look to see if there's anything else. AMD, please. No problemo, says Joey the boss. Hey, I have two bosses, the market, my kids, the market, and my number one boss, my wife. But I will listen to you, Joey the boss, and let's go over AMD right now. All right, 166 right here. Again, so I'm in NVIDIA. I would say stay if you like the long. I would say just stick with NVIDIA. That's what I chose. Now $2 in the money. And again, it'll be a big P&L name for me there. And that's just off one trade. 166 flat. I like it, but again, dips down into VWAP, so on and so forth there on AMD. Might be something, but I would rather just wait on it. We already nailed that 160 bottom. Can't live in the past with all these trades, but it just was such a huge move up that I wouldn't be surprised. Like if the market loses some steam, I wouldn't be surprised if they hit it so hard yesterday. There could be some profit taking up near these levels on AMD. I could show you sticky notes on here that says we're going to try to switch to the longs above 150, above 160. But that 170 to me, we've looked at it. There was a high of 172, but I was always thinking that we would be fading anything up and around 170. So you got pretty close to that today. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a little bit of a downside move there for advanced micro devices. So that's my look there, Joey the Boss, and that's what I'm looking at. And we just took out some more on TQQs there, and Disney, unfortunately, for us, we got hit there in the afternoon. And again, like we said, a cup of coffee on that. It looks like Apple will be holding that 190 for now, so that's a good one. So just a little quick look there on AMD for you, but. Yeah, I'm just honestly just in chill mode. So if anybody does have any questions, please ask me. Even though it's hard for me to say chill mode when I have the futures long and NVIDIA long, but I already know what I'm doing there. So I'll probably just hang out for a minute and think about what drills I'm going to do for this tryout. Psych, I already have them already.
I know a really good one, but we'll get to that in a second. GameStop made a break of the high of the day, but I'm going to show you Lucy first, then we'll get to GameStop in a second. I am bidding GameStop, but I was just in Lucy on the retake. I said 95 we'll give it to. I'm only ever taking 3 shots at this. I don't want it to be necessarily my worst stock of the day, but that'll still be ARM. But at the end of the day, this is an opportunity that I just want to have. So, the way I see it, if this one does go, it can easily be like a 125, 130 type of play on Lucy. And when a break of $1 happens, usually I'll take 3 swings at it. It's putting in some higher lows as well. The buying and the volume is tremendous on this stock, but just so you know, I am on the bid right now of GameStop, looking for that breakout level to try and catch it right back in here. So I want to go long GameStop, about 75 is where I am bidding on GME. And then I still have a trail on that on Rivian. Rivian not really doing much of anything. I don't see myself trading that stock. If it's not going in the afternoon, I don't see any reloads. I don't see any reason why I should do anything but just hold on to it. If it doesn't break down, I might just punch out of it at like 345 or something like that. I'll look at Meta in just a little bit there. Meta was my second biggest regret today. I think Tesla was probably a big one, but I was bullish on Meta and I was bullish on Tesla and didn't get either one of them at the open, which was a big disappointment because Meta was an absolute, it was a banger. There's no question about it. It was a huge long. I'd say not Meta the biggest disappointment because Tesla came close enough to my level. Meta just didn't get anywhere close. I had no chance to grab it on Meta.
I feel like that's the one thing that I do. You just mentioned it there on Lucy. It's like you take the hits on it, and it's like, but you still really believe in it. But I like that. It's like you get back into it, and you're like, okay.
I can't live if this goes to $1.25.
Right. I mean, that's I get stubborn like that too, and then it turns out to be like you were mentioning. Hopefully not our worst stock, because that's happened to me with Google today, and it's just the exact same example.
If it loses, it'll be no different from ARM. The only difference with ARM is actually on ARM. Like every single day in the last 2 weeks, I've traded ARM. It's been good. Today it just happened to not be a good short, and I am still completely convinced when I look at a daily chart of ARM that there is a seller at the 50 period that could be SoftBank on ARM. But I'm looking at Lucy right now. I'd show you the chart, but I'm not moving off of Lucy because I don't have orders out to the upside, because if it goes to the quarter, it could halt because it'll be over $1. So at that point, the whole 10% thing matters. So if it does break out the high, it could go into a halt, and I might decide I want to cover some because the last time it opened to the downside. So I want to be ready. I'm not sitting there with orders out, but I do want to be in a position to quickly throw some covers, maybe take a quarter of it out at like 110 or 113 or 115 if it looks like it's going to go into a halt mode. So that's the reason the levels are here. I clearly did not get the dip in GameStop. That's still at $19, looking pretty good to the upside on that one. Could be a meme type of day. The market's not doing a heck of a lot, and sometimes that's where you want to be in these names that are doing crazy volume, which would be Lucy, at least for now.
Yep, Lucy. Okay, NVIDIA right now. I mean, you want bangers. Let's go. Here we go. It's $3 now upside. And again, we're doing the same thing we did yesterday, except for yesterday it was a $10 winner. Let's see if we can get it now. We already talked about getting out of 2/3 of this trade. We've put it in, so we are now playing with house money. Let's see if NVIDIA goes. It dipped into our level. We talked about that. It was while we were on with Mike Edwards from True Trading Group, so yo to that guy. And then now we'll figure it out. We've extended it. He's going to be coming on the market recap show ASAP, so get ready for that one. Market recap show goes tonight as well in 42 minutes. We get ready to rock and roll, and Darren and I will keep it real with all of y'all at the end. You can rent a boat. Rivian Millionaire says, I have no idea what that's about, but yeah, get on that boat. There's a wicked song called Boats and Hoes. Go check that out if you want to get a chance. Shout out to Will Ferrell and all of them. We love Will Ferrell around here. All right, 10:54. Look, we could break higher, man. 10:55, 10:56. Let's go. Let's get those damn hot dogs off the barbecue and start throwing on something for real. So here we go. Now $3 in the money. If you're rocking. You're now rocking with this guy right here. Let's go upside. We're long look what we've put on. Long NVIDIA. Oh, how does $4 taste right now for NVIDIA back up there to the upside? We're rocking right here. This is what real trading is. Honestly, you come in, you buy the low of the afternoon on NVIDIA. We'll take that. We also got the futures low. We'll take that coming right back up to the upside. We've got Apple that we based out. Again, these are trades that every single one of us can have, right? It's this based out there on Apple. I pounded the table on Apple. Now it's straight upside. So hallelujah on that one. And Neil, this is $1, $2, $3 right now on NVIDIA. $4.25 going back up there, up to the upside. And remember, we're doing all this, and my mind is still on baseball, baby. But we're doing this. We're putting out some damage. This is what it's all about, right? Brendan and I will talk about this on the podcast. And it's like being able to make trades like this that give you that freedom to do other things. We've talked about this, having other either side hustles or whatever you're doing. You're working 9 to 5. You could come here and put this trade on Apple. You're holding it all day. Boom. This is why we're doing this kind of stuff. This kind of a trade on NVIDIA, this is a one and done trade. You don't need live level 2 access for something like this. This is now $5 in the money, back up to day's high. And remember, I was asked that question about AMD. And I was like, hey, look, you like the long on AMD? Just come over here, my guy. And that would have given you right now $6, $7 off that play alone. So here we go. We may or may not be at the high of the day when all of this ends, but so far so good. We got topped out at Disney, but if this trade doesn't happen to the downside, then we also don't have the TQ trade. So I'm pretty mooted up right now, as you guys can tell, in a good one heading into the weekend. What a difference a couple hours makes, man. Yesterday at the Open, we were cooked. And then we started cooking after that and wound up green and put together a nice day. And today, we had never been in the red today, period. And we're going to make sure that we stay that way. I'm just going to go make sure that my plan for tonight printed over there. Because I got to give out handouts. Yeah, I got to give out handouts to all the parents as well. I'm going to be introducing myself and letting people know.
That printer works?
That printer works. Come on, man. I've been printing thousands of things.
I don't print anything. I haven't printed anything in, actually, I have no idea the last time I used a printer. I can't even make that one up. I think maybe like movie tickets like 5 years ago. But like I said, I took the hit in Lucy. I still like the play. I just decided the way I'm going to approach it a little bit differently here is take a little bit less and scalp a little bit more, because looking for the home run, the later it gets in the day, I want to make sure we're making the adjustment on it. At the end of the day, I still think it has some time to go. But as I said, the adjustment this time is take a little bit less, nibbled in, and will actually scalp. So I'm not going to take as many shares as I was before. And I'm going to have even like still a tight stop. Like I don't want this getting underneath like 97 or so. So I've got orders this time because I don't think it's as likely a halt. I'm looking at the liquidity here, and it doesn't feel like it's as parabolic to go into a halt move. Like that was, up, and then one parabolic move into the upside. It feels a little bit more calm. So I think I'll scalp some out into that high of the day. I still got that not Lucid on. I still have that Rivian on, which isn't doing a heck of a lot. but it's at the point now where we're at 320, so I'm just going to offer the high of the day. I don't think we're going to get too much better than that anyway, so I feel like if it presses to the high, then I should be taking it out. But as I said, my idea is going to be over on Lucy for this buck. I much prefer when it breaks $1 in the morning because then you have all day to run. But that's a trade I was looking for pretty much the entirety of the session here. And you're finally starting to see it consolidate over that dollar level. GameStop, I'm not at the point yet that I'm going to cancel these bids, but I'm getting pretty darn close. Like it just dipped down in to where I thought we'd grab the long on GameStop right underneath that 75 level, and it got to 80s and it's just bounced. And then it did it again. It bounced to 85 and I didn't get the fill. So now twice it's dipped down and I haven't gotten anything. So if it breaks this consolidation, why would I want it right underneath? That's almost like a failure. At that point, it could get down to 50s or VWAPs. I want to be a little bit more patient. Either I get it in here or I have to take some kind of a breakout on GameStop. So I'd say this is a bit of a disappointment for GME. I did want to be involved in any kind of a bounce off VWAP we didn't get, consolidation off VWAP. I just grabbed some 8s. On Lucy, let's just go back over here for a second. Some 10s as well. I have one order here. I'll have one more order here at about 14s, actually exactly at 14, and then I'll have half of it out at that point. All the while, I'll move the trail up. If we break 10s, I move the trail into pretty much exactly the dollar level on Lucy, which is going to cross the billion mark, I do think, at some point. Meta is toying. I talked about Meta being a disappointment, but not a huge one. This is why. I liked Meta for a long today. I thought Meta was a great long. I loved the dip buy, but I really liked it in front of 462. There's a 0% chance I'm ever starting a long here unless I was completely convinced that I was just going to go long off the closing price, which was at 65. That was just not the case. So obviously there's no trade for me in Meta. What was different between this and Tesla, as you guys can see, is Tesla was really right at that low. So like I should have had Tesla. I could have easily been in with just a little bit more aggression. I could have had that Tesla long, whereas Meta, just a very, very different story. Like me some Meta, love me that long, but sometimes it's just not giving you the entry that you're looking for. You got to find something else. This was a breakout trade today. It wasn't a dip buy. That's why I regret it. It's hanging on a VWAP, but the market, I feel like we could still break down, and I would have concerns getting into that long in front of the imbalances. Adara?
Take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making bigger moves heading into this holiday shortened week next week and this long weekend. We do have First Solar, a lot of these other solar names moving here as well, FSLR. These ones did get a little bit of a boost with that recent update from the U.S. administration raising those solar tariffs for Chinese solar cells. So nice look for them. Also, interestingly enough, we actually had a First Solar board member selling $1 million worth of stock. But either way, great look for FSLR here. Next up, we have an interesting one here. Live Nation fell yesterday after that DOJ lawsuit, but today up about 3% with some analysts, including Roth and Guggenheim, saying that they believe that LYV will not be significantly harmed by this suit because they think the case is quote unquote weak. Last but not least here, Palo Alto Networks, PANW. This one getting a nice little earnings bounce here after some weakness on their earnings. Also a positive analyst note here and a reiteration from RBC Capital with an outperform rating, guys.
Oh, I love PANW, and I love what PANW is doing today, up that 3%. Look, the best thing about this stock is if you buy something. Like it bounced off the 200 period moving average, and that was $260. It gave it to you twice. Not that I took it twice. I only had it the one time. It's gone from bouncing 200 to bouncing 50 to potentially breaking out the earnings resistance next week. I toyed with making this a trading idea through 330 next week, thinking that if it took out that top, you got 10% into the upside. So I love PANW.
What are we even
I ended up with going something else, but I love what's going on here with PANW.
Am I in that? Oh my God, what are we even doing here? I'm walking around looking for a stapler and just being like, Travolta's like, bro, you've got a $10 damn winner on. And you know what the thing was? It was exactly the same thing as yesterday. We had a $10 winner on NVIDIA at this time of day. So I just went around and I found a stapler. So I got to staple up. Enough. Oh man. This has been, I mean, we're really proud to bring you this show and everything that it involves, right? I mean, the midday show, it's all about learning. I hope this is all about trading and putting on positions and just showing you guys that what we're doing here is oh, it's too bad about the market here, because our TQQs isn't, it's just, I was gonna say it's too bad about Disney, but Disney's not doing anything. I thought Disney was gonna be back up, so that's why I sort of paused myself there. It's doing the same thing. It's this trade. And we say, like, go into something that you want to trade that makes sense to you, right? Neil was talking about Lucy there. That trade made sense to him. This trade made sense to me. And this is what we take. And we talk about this all the time. You got to take setups that you like and that favor you in a position where you think you're in a advantageous spot. So we had done this yesterday on NVIDIA at the end of the day, just playing momentum. It was a completely different trade altogether. But we did this. And unfortunately, I took it out there. But you know what? We could have reloaded it right there at a better price than we have. Wow, how high? This is all-time highs I'm holding. I'm holding this against all-time highs on NVIDIA, right? It's high today, 63.49. Where was that? When did that trade happen?
You know what? That's not real then.
Of course not. We are at, right now, your boy bought this low of the afternoon and held it. We cooking all the way up to the upside right now. Like, if this is not zero-day options, this is not something that you're into, that's cool. But this looks like it will, and it will now officially. All I have to do is punch out of this, and we will be at the highest spot all day. And again, you know, we'll have the red name there in Google. We'll be down a little bit there on Disney as we discussed it with you. But when stocks turn out for you, they turn out, and that's what's sort of happening right now. All right, that bar there, 159. All right, remember where our stop was? 151. A dollar stop right here. Again, it was only a dollar stop because we were making sure that we didn't get hit on the way down. But if this breaks now, 1058, let's just get out. 1057.97, 1050. See, I've done that before. I put like the wrong price and then it doesn't trigger and I'm like, huh? All right, so 1058 break. Breaker 19. We now in on that. So we'll wait to see where we go here. Oh man, yeah, Chef Joe, man, get those damn steaks ready and you just put them on the grill, and I'm showing up, man. I'll borrow Neil's helicopter, and I will be there.
I don't do helicopters.
Oh, you don't do helicopters? Yeah, I'll borrow Neil's private jet.
Never getting in a helicopter.
All right.
I've read too.
But you're going to get into a space.
My cousin's a pilot.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know what? I don't want to dissuade anyone from getting.
No, it's one of the safest forms of travel, I would assume.
In the air, helicopters actually.
No, but I'm saying over a car.
Oh well, yeah.
Not even close. But you'll drive your daughter somewhere. I'm just saying, for me too, I'm agreeing with you.
The statistics are kind of weird around.
I freaked out about helicopters.
Helicopters are just a little bit more dangerous than planes, and it's just the manner in which, like, you can survive a car accident. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of car accidents, and that's the good thing about them. But for helicopters, like you go down in a helicopter, it's just not as survivable.
Yeah.
Like just that's the thing.
We had that Iranian president.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. So like I said,
he gone.
It is a red stapler. As I said, I would take a couple of shots, but change the manner in which I was trading Lucy, which was to scalp and stop tighter. Scalp and stop tighter. So that's exactly what we're trying to do with this one. It's still in an upward trend. I've redrawn the trend line. I had this one before. And when this broke trend last time, it was a short underneath. The new trend is off of VWAP here, so there's your up, up, up. It hasn't bounced off it yet. If it bounces, that's one thing. If it does not bounce and shows any consolidation under, then I think the short, because actually the best trade I had in the stock was actually short, not a long. So I think it's short underneath here, but you are running out of time for that to happen. So a consolidation under like 90 into 85, and I think you dip back into 65, which is VWAP. Hasn't happened yet. It has not halted down either. I don't want to be involved in a halt too late in the day because then it doesn't open up until 4 o'clock, potentially. So unless this holds 90 cents, I think it's done for the longs. Rest in peace, Amazon. Unfortunately, that continues to go down. I canceled my orders on Amazon to try and go short. Obviously, yeah, Amazon doesn't want to pick up anything around. I was offering 181.50, and then down here I was offering in front of 181. Now Amazon wants 180 bucks. So whatever is going on with Amazon specifically seems to be an Amazon problem because the NASDAQ's holding these highs. I looked at Google, it wasn't that bad. I looked at Apple, Apple was okay, as you can see up there. But Amazon, on essentially nothing that I can find as breaking lows, it just went red on the session. Could be an opportunity, I do think, at some point to pick that bad boy up. I set it off for the high of the day in Rivian because it's not doing anything, so we just got out the high of the day on Rivian. The 10 play is going to be a good one at some point. And YZ here, you need Arnold to tell you get to the chopper? No. I'm not getting on a helicopter, man. I had a chance to do like one of those like, it was in the Caribbean, and like, yeah, the helicopter tour of the island. I'm like, that's great. That's great. I'm not going to do it, man. I'm not getting in a helicopter. I don't mind flying. And I love roller coasters and all that good stuff. And I will, if it was reasonable, I would go to do that Virgin Galactic thing because I think it would be cool to see the curvature of the Earth. But that's way too cost prohibitive at this point. Like, there's no way it's worth it. Maybe in like 10, 20 years, it'll get more reasonable. I just think that's a different thing. Like getting a helicopter, I mean, I can see that view.
Hey,
a
man,
lot of
I mean,
other
look,
ways.
everybody has their thing, right?
Yeah.
Like if I put a spider there, you're running at it.
No, it's like there's
I mean,
there's two things. Like I'm arachnophobic.
I know.
But I legitimately have refused to get on a helicopter multiple times.
Yeah,
when
I've never had the
opportunity.
opportunity. I've never had.
I probably never actually said it, but like I just no. And then the thing with Kobe.
I want to do the one like
happened,
around. Oh well, there's always going to be
that
tons
didn't
of
help.
examples. Come on, man. I mean, honestly, it's much
I'm
safer
just
than
saying.
driving, and we drive every day. Okay, so
Technically speaking, not. I would just throw that out there because the whole
What do you mean?
statistics
much
around
more likely to get into a car accident.
around say, but like most car accidents are minor and survivable. That's the way I would look at it from a mortality standpoint, in terms of how often you're using it and like a risk to per use. It's a little bit different when you look at it that way. Stats can always be a bit misleading.
Yeah, it could. I just think it's important. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, I agree with you 100%. I've never been on a helicopter. I don't know.
See?
What it's like, but I would go. I
GameStop,
want to do the one around the CN Tower. I think that would be.
Oh, the edge walk.
Yeah, or like if you go into the Grand Canyon, people do that.
Yo, every time we're at a game with the
Oh no,
dome
not
open,
the edge walk. No,
I thought you meant the edge walk.
No, the helicopter around Toronto.
Oh.
I see lots of people do that.
So there's a thing at the CN Tower where you literally hook yourself up to I don't know. They have a.
Ain't no way in hell I'm doing that.
I know you hang off the edge of the observation deck of the CN Tower, and you're just arms free. Like that, I'm not doing because like I'm not afraid of heights, but like I don't think I would handle that height. Like that's a bit much for me. GameStop blew out the top, so opportunity cost. I did not get GME, which we look for the consolidation breakout. I did play Lucy. Have a good one, Ramin. So we played the wrong one. Obviously, GameStop ended up better. Shout out to everyone in the chat that wanted us to look at GameStop when this was a bad stock all morning, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it ramp up now 5%. It could be another, maybe a secondary push. We've been waiting for the update to happen. And all it has to do is go once. Hold one low, make one higher low, then you can break out 20. The big breakout, I think, is at 23.5 still. Whatever this was in here, 23.5. I still think that's where I'd want to get involved for sure for a bigger trade. But we picked the wrong one today. I'll have to fail on myself. I like two things this afternoon. I like GameStop and I like Lucy. I got into Lucy. I did not get into GameStop. That said, I waited all day for that Lucy trade. I was talking to Wayne about this one. Since 12 o'clock, Wayne and I were like, I'm taking the dollar break, man.
And like you're saying, it should be
in the dollar break.
We talked about that.
In the dollar break.
It's like yesterday. Like Lucy could be your worst stock today, but it was an idea you liked. Yesterday for me for NVIDIA, and I think for you too. We loved that NVIDIA.
It was 2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was Wednesday.
2 days ago. Oh no, it was yesterday. Oh no.
Yesterday was.
Oh yeah, yesterday was earnings.
Look, I'll tell you right
man.
now.
We're done stapling.
We came in before NVIDIA earnings, and I was just like, look, I want to be buying dips into NVIDIA because I can't see them wanting to sell this bad boy. Like, everyone should be afraid. It should run. And you try opportunities, and it just goes the other way. Boring Man says, Jamie closed the gap at $17 today. Next week could be interesting.
What am I doing?
Yeah, I think that's exactly why next week is interesting on GameStop. And it's not to beleaguer the point, but it was in the pullback. It came right back into this last consolidation. So like this consolidation it's hard to see because of the ridiculous move to 80. I can't do anything about that. But it was like $17.50, and here was the top. It started to break, kind of stalled out, and then gone. So where do you think it bounced today? Basically off of that 17.5 zone. The actual low of the day, 1769. So within 19 cents of that bottom, higher low. The early breakout's better at 18. Congratulations if you had that. Like, we're doing that early segment. And I didn't notice this happening anyways. It wouldn't have mattered. I didn't notice this move in GameStop. But if you had that first break of 18, you never look back. There's your VWAP dip. There's your breakout consolidation. Like, everything about that technically perfect on GME. But I knew which one I was going to be in. Like I said, Lucy was going to be, it was right about here. Like, I was set with this for the breakout. I went into a dip. I had the short. I was like, yeah, I'm willing to take the short into VWAP. But if it gets back up there, I'm going to take the shot at it through that $1 level. Now it's like a head and shoulders, and we only have about 20 minutes to go, 10 minutes till the imbalances, where I have an idea for Apple again, but that's that Apple selling every single day at 351, 352. We'll see if that happens again. But it's in a bit of a head and shoulders. It needs to break out the top, and even then it gets a little bit late in the day to see what's going to happen for that break in one. You want time for it to go, and what you don't want to have happen if you're a day trader is necessarily get involved in a late halt. Not a huge fan of those. This is not at risk of halting. You're holding it over the weekend because it should open up if it were to halt going into the close, but I don't want to be trading it in the aftermarket where liquidity is going to be vastly different. It's going to do 1 billion shares, but it's not going to have that liquidity at 401. That's the problem with these.
All right, just hashtagging stocks and trading and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so what I just said right here on the post was that we only traded NVIDIA once today. It's not going to be my P&L number one, but it's actually, well, depending on what happens with these TQs, it's definitely number two. So, okay, there we go. I mean, we only have Apple, Disney, Google, NVIDIA, and TQs, right? So we talked about that. So yeah, it will be there, but it's roughly in the zone. Look at this move up there for the TQQ. Let's see if we can get something out on this NASDAQ move up, because remember, oh, my thing just lost batteries. Okay, it's just going to run to that 200 period. I think that's the best we could get anyways. So we should have just put an offer there at that level, but we'll take it right there as it hits through 41, and we take another out there at 41. So there it is right there. That's, again, if you're just joining us for the first time, we'll trade actual equity. We won't be trading here. We could trade futures contracts, but the positions that you see here on the bottom will be equity positions. So we could buy and sell stock, pay the commission on the ins and the outs. And then we're on a floor here at Real Trading, a prop floor, whereby I've been working for the company. So this is the other thing. I've been working for the company for 22 years, but I didn't trade. There was times in there, so I probably haven't traded for like 5 or 6 probably of those years, like where I was in the back, growing the business, managing, traveling all around, opening up different offices in different places, so on and so forth. But, generally speaking, having that experience is pretty good and done pretty good for me. But we took a while off, and that was even just before the show. Like when we started this show, I don't even remember what year it was at this point.
Oh, it was COVID. It was the year before COVID.
Yeah, so 2019. At that point, I was in the back doing my thing with traders, opening up offices and things like that, helping out traders. So I wasn't actively trading at all. So we just sort of really just got back into this game, and it's been a great one. It's been a great opportunity to do that, and I just want to say to everybody, join together, like. Have the fun. It does take time to figure this out, but at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is being able to do things like that, being able to take time, and a different job, than your 9-to-5 job is trading, and that's part of, what sort of sparked this new podcast coming through, the Freedom and Wealth podcast, talking about, can you trade and just change the sort of direction of where you are right now, talking all about, one of the episodes we're going to talk a little bit about investing strategies, compound interest versus not, why you might want to look at dividends versus not, how can you play the interest rate game a little bit more effectively, what's up with mortgages and all of that, and how we're just average people looking at things like this. And then it's all derived from having the ability and the freedom, really, to have put on trades like this on NVIDIA. And just be like, okay, now we're just chilled out. And that's where now I can put my mind on what the next activity is. It gives you an opportunity to really do other things and, not be sort of akin to your job only. And you can hear that with definitely the way Neil and I talk, and everybody, right? I mean, although Sharif, you know, he'll talk about being able to work out or being able to do other things on the side, go to safaris and wrestle gorillas. We still haven't seen, yeah. Didn't happen till I see pictures.
Well, look, I genuinely
went
want
to
see.
safari.
No, but I actually genuinely want to see, like, because I will never walk
doesn't
into
have
a
to share
lion,
anything.
but it would be cool.
Well, he had mentioned though that when he went, they had to wear those masks. So I think that he was a little bit
hope
like.
so.
No, but I don't think he wasn't expecting that. So
No, yeah.
So that's he was saying that part was a little disappointing, but I think that's something fun to do.
I'll be happy going to Rome, man. I had a conversation when
Oh well, yeah, you're going to God's country.
Yeah, when your parents came, we had a great conversation with George, Sean's dad, when he was on the floor, and I was like, yeah, I'm taking the family into Rome. He's like, oh my goodness, you're gonna love it. You'll see this and you'll see that. And it's like, it's the first time that my daughter's gonna go on a vacation that isn't. I mean, like we've done spring training a couple times. We'll go visit my brother. So I'm not talking like a, you know, like an actual,
Proper,
like we're going somewhere proper. There's nothing wrong with Florida.
I hope
we're
she
there,
flies
we're there to
well,
see
man.
baseball.
It's 8 hours and it's.
Okay, so the answer to that is not really, but you know what? That's part of life. We found that you can give, like, we have to make sure she takes something. That's all. You know, it's just we learned that the hard way the first time we flew to Florida, but that happens all the time. She was way better. She was way better last time, but it'll be the first time she's taking a flight longer than Florida. So clearly, we have no idea.
Florida's, I think, 3 hours, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours.
No, it's a little longer than that.
Oh, is it? Okay, so it's not
much.
bad.
Yeah, but it's half.
Is it that long? Really?
It's like half the flight to Rome. Like,
oh no, and the flight to Rome.
I mean, that'll be intense, and I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to go. What are we talking about here?
You basically the only problem with going to Italy is when you come back, because then you're like, why am I even here?
The food.
Why did I come back? Why did I come back? No, you'll see the problem.
The food will be a problem.
The food will be everything will be a problem.
Oh shoot,
the
there
lifestyle,
was
everything, the people, everything.
Oh, you sent an email.
I did.
No, Mr. Westermeyer, no way he was. Wait, do I have the? Mr. Westermeyer said he was the 419th. Well, he saw 419th, and he was the 420th subscriber. And I did say someone had a chance to be the 420th subscriber to the Freedom and Wealth. So officially, it was Mr. Westermeyer. Let me just refresh it here so you guys can see. There it goes. It's now at 430, so congratulations to you. The 420th is the coolest one. The 690th will also be very, very, very cool. So shout out to you, brother. And do enjoy it, because I think it's going to be a fantastic one. You were talking about, actually it was interesting because you were talking about real wage growth versus inflation.
Yes.
And oddly enough, what's interesting about that move is when you look, so yes, real wage growth is outpacing inflation, but it's only been doing so for 1/3 of the time that you've had the big run in inflation. So it's like you haven't felt it yet. That's why everyone doesn't feel like it's happening, because it hasn't really affected people until you play catch up. So you're just playing catch up with your real wages because you were down underneath it for about 24 months. And now it's just been about 12 months.
That's true?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it started.
No, but here's the best part about it, though, is when the trend starts going the other way, it's before it actually catches up that it starts to matter. So that's when things like, I mean, credit card debt's been under pressure, the retail's kind of under pressure. Like, as the trend goes back the other way, that's when you want to start looking at those types of other opportunities, like the retail market could get better. Maybe Lululemon won't suck as much.
Oh, that's a different story altogether. Yeah, I'm not in that name quite yet. We'll
it's not down today.
Lululemon. Yeah, hopefully it's not. Better not be. All right.
First update in 2 weeks.
Yeah, first update in 2 weeks. All right. Shout out to Lululemon.
It's not saying much.
No, it just needs to go back. What?
It's
30,
up
30% more to get back to where it was.
1%.
It's down too much. LU right now. Yeah, and I mean the main problem too is that people they spend so much money. It's like they get a raise and they just go out and buy themselves something. And then they complain that everything's too expensive. So, here we go. Lululemon up 1% today, but I don't know what's going on. It's not. Oh, wait a second. Lululemon is a recent IPO. Of course, just IPO'd yesterday.
Mine's loading.
298, all the way back up
Mine's
to the
loaded.
upside. No, it doesn't matter. I just want to say, you guys know how far it's.
Support's $250 from 2022.
Oh, you know,
this is where the actual support in the stock has really been, and it's down right in like the 250 to 275 zone. As far as, that's the spot where if it gets down there and loses that, then you get the heck out of Dodge under 250.
I'll have to talk to Sharif because I think he was getting into pan because we got into pan right there. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom, pan is beloved, and it was all the way up there to 320, back in there again, and then boom, back up to the upside. So the couple picks that we've had recently, pan W, we bought Snowflake, and we're gonna have to, it's the same reason, we bought Snowflake, so it's like pan was here, I was down there for a couple days and all the way back to the upside. I'm hoping for the same sort of fate here in snow, although I have to remember I have to change it on here first or it could screw up the chart. Right there, so okay, we're still in the money on Snowflake, so that's all good on that one, but that's had a rough couple of days, but now up today, okay, good. So I thought it was a little down there. Yeah, it was down in the dumps early, so that's fine, we were talking about that. And then it snowed.
Have you seen Alibaba
back
today?
to the upside? And then the other name that, of course, we are in is Alibaba. And Alibaba has been a doozy for us since 71 and change. But I want to buy more of this. I'm not super happy with it.
I had this, there was a conversation in the middle of the day.
Yeah, look at
It was myself, Max, Obi, and Wayne. And the topic of discussion is what in the heck happened to Alibaba and why was it at the exact same moment, like this breakout, why was it at the same moment that PDD rolled over? And if you looked at JD went as well, it seems as if essentially money rotated from PDD, which was trend up, and just poured into Alibaba mostly, and then JD was also making a power move to the upside. It was a big one, but by the time you realized what was going on, like it was already gonzo. Remember that 81 breakout we were talking about? Well, yeah, sometimes it's like an idea that comes up randomly. It might have been the best one of the day, but it had come up randomly. And the reason why I didn't like it, to be honest with you guys, is PDD was rolling over. And it's like, okay, Pinduoduo, which was super strong, where is the data on this chart? Okay, sorry about that chart. My charts have been a problem this afternoon. But Pinduoduo had made a top and was just tanking. It's like, how much are you liking an Alibaba breakout when PDD, which was the strong one leading the market, starts tanking, and when it did the continuation down is exactly when Alibaba decided it wanted to break. So it was a great trading opportunity, although I would say it's a tricky one, because how many people are thinking super bullish on BABA at the moment that PDD is literally giving everything back? That's a tough trade to make, so that's why I didn't make it, candidly.
Yeah, no, it's, I wasn't even on Alibaba today, should have been probably.
It held 80 again, that's the most important thing is it held 80 again.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Yeah. Well,
Imbalance is
balance
less
is coming out very, very soon. All right, so we're already out of NVIDIA. Someone has asked me, why am I not trading again? Because we've already, damage is already done, man. We've already made that trade. We don't need to get back into it. Right now, 350 hitting immediately. So we'll go over here and check out what the imbalances are saying right now. I didn't realize we're getting on this far in time. So, all right, this is good. I was going to say just 10 more minutes, but we do have that aftermarket show. So, all right, Ford, Intel with a buy right there. Looks like this market is going to start to head up back up to the upside. There's Google with a buy, but not really doing too much. Apple with a buy. Oh, we actually got, all right.
Apple's a buy in that.
That's something that we got out of. So we got out of Apple right there, just taking a small $2 winner on that today, as well as $8 there on NVIDIA most recently. Ford is a buy, 4 million shares. That's kind of a puff pass on that one. Palantir, another name that we sort of talked about that we liked, but unfortunately didn't get down to that level today. Square with a sell, that's been getting beat up recently, that's for sure. But heading into the close, it does look like we do have a little bit of a market move down right now in the market. A little bit of a bounce back, okay. So I was just looking at sort of this. Look what we've been doing all afternoon, absolutely nothing. So I feel like now we'll just start to empty out the clip on everything. Look at that trade that you guys were here, we took this trade. So there's the out right there on the TQs. So far, so good, man. I mean, it's been a good day, needless to say. Everyone have a great weekend. We, of course, will not be here on Monday, and we will be back on Tuesday.
You know what it does do, though? Because the pod's coming out, right? So
I don't know if the pod is coming out this weekend.
Okay, my bad.
Stay tuned. It is not.
It is not.
There's been such demand for us that we're doing some other things to build up.
However,
the podcast.
Do remember when you get that week ahead, when it comes out, we have a new thing that we're going to start doing where it's like it's just an idea that we have going into next week. So Sean and I both dropped one idea.
What was mine?
I already told you that I had a like my secondary one was Pfizer. That's not going to be it. I'm not going to spoil it, but check that one out. We have our week ahead, which goes out on the weekend. Look out for it. Because of it's a buy imbalance, I anticipated it comes out as nothing and then moves into a sell imbalance on Apple. It actually came out a buy with everything else. I'm not really looking for the short. I don't see Apple there anymore, so it might have paired off in the first couple of minutes. Intel's a buy, whatever, that doesn't really matter. It's Google that's the biggest one at 1.1 million shares. 2 set upside. Alphabet might be a buy imbalance, but it ain't going up. So I don't see much of an opportunity there. If it was trend up, maybe you could take something off VWAP. It's literally going the other direction. So I was in it once long, didn't hold VWAP. Now you're seeing a breakdown in Alphabet, despite the largest imbalance. Uh-oh, look out. If you're in GameStop, looks like that's retracing a little bit going into the close. This will be the disappointment, I'd say, because this ended up really, really going. And so that last consolidation that I missed by about 10 cents continues to go higher. And this did not halt. I'm just missing a few bars on that chart. But pulling back into $19 is GameStop going into the end of the day. It looks like it's trying to hold.
Oh, we said we get out of some TQQ here, but again, the market's not really doing anything, so let's just offer something around 26, see if we get a fill, and that would be really good if we did. Should we long Amazon or close it out? I mean, it's at the end of the day,
like
so
5 minutes to go.
Look at that. Disney, just quickly, wow, what a nothing burger all afternoon. I'm kind of glad, I'm never glad that we get taken out of a position, that's for sure, but this kind of changed my look at everything else. So we don't have anything to worry about with that, right? So we'll just sit here and wait to see what happens on Disney coming through at 101.50. But right now, not a whole heck of a lot there on DIS. Uber was a name that I wanted to look at earlier today as well. I had backed away from wanting to buy this name on dips, but it is at a great level. Shout out to Nelson and everybody that was talking to me about this trade and saying that, hey, maybe we should short Uber and long Tesla on that robo-taxi news. And that was probably the best pairs trade that anyone's told me in the last 10 years. So that's really worked out amazing for that. So there it is. Look at this, $64 right now. This, if I was like a little more bullish on Uber, I would be pulling triggers right now. So maybe we'll think about that. But for today, I just wanted to see this because Uber made a run early, right? And then we identified that run and didn't do anything about it. Then it hit the 200 and did the same thing, but then broke the top. So I actually, looking at this, I would not have expected this to happen. After a test of the 200, then a top break, wouldn't have thought we would have came back into day's low again, but we basically did. Uber, some strength at 64. Let's see if that holds into next week. So just tomorrow's trade today, and it looks like NVIDIA there. If we had held that through NVIDIA, that used to be on the market recap show, tomorrow's trade today, but then I was like, man, doing a lot. All right, so there it is, 1062 now for NVIDIA, back up to day's high. This is the level that we already held this position against there, but not in it right now. NVIDIA, good trade for me at the end of the day, but we're not in it anymore, so we'll hold out on that. Only thing long right now is the market, just waiting to see if we get a last second bump, but we're pretty light on that position.
Yeah, the market is going to hold up like essentially 1% today. Big rally off of, yesterday literally everything was downside. Like I said, in the aftermarket show, there was wheat and, I keep saying that SMH was up, but it's like it wasn't, man. Like SMH was not green if you take out NVIDIA. Everything else was down. So I want to say it was only wheat that was positive. I'm only just more of a curiosity. I'm not actually going to trade Lucy again, no chance of it. But it does look like it might want to make the dollar move after market, which would be absolutely hilarious. With only 4 minutes to go, as I said, there was no trade for me. There was no setup on Apple for that like late short after the imbalances. It did a small move up and then pull back in. But the play was usually that the imbalances would come out, and then if Apple was like a small sell, it would go from a small sell to like 1 or like 1.5 million within a minute or two. And so if it had come out a small sell, I was going to look to go short. But it came out a buy, so that got thrown out the window. Maybe we'll look for that tomorrow, or next week, I should say. Meta, I just saw Tony saying Meta pop. I didn't see it on the imbalances, but the timing would suggest that maybe that did some kind of a flip. Nope, Meta just being Meta. Meta being ridiculously strong is the answer to why it might have gone up there. There's no imbalance on Meta that I saw, but a strong move for this name today. Just a huge rally. I never had a chance to get the long with the setup that I wanted, but at the end of the day, there was a trade for you off VWAP, I guess really late, but we weren't looking at Meta this afternoon at 3:30. Got to be real. But that was a great bounce for Meta. Strong stock bounced off VWAP. The same setup is exactly what I wanted Google to do, which was a strong stock bouncing off VWAP. This one didn't. Meta did. But all you got to do is hunt for it. When you find one, just put it on. It works or it doesn't work. And at the end of the day, that's all you can do. 2.5 minutes to go. What else we got going on? MSTR apparently printed the high of the day. Did we get to 70,000 on Bitcoin? No, we did not. No, 69 on Bitcoin. And the other thing that stalled out was Mara was going bat you-know-what crazy and then just hit a complete roadblock. That was surprising to me. Like, there was no follow through. It held VWAP, higher lows, and then lower highs as well. So this one ran out of steam. It was this and Coinbase that defied all expectations. When I say Mara ran out of steam, Coinbase did the exact same move in the morning and is at the high of the day. Mara was just as strong up until the back half. So I'm going to put that in the back of my mind that for whatever reason, Mara just lost its juice and Coinbase was actually the better long, despite them being exactly the same for most of the day.
So everybody wanted Mike Edwards on the market recap show. Secured. Tuesday, next Tuesday, the very first day. I'm not playing it like we're sitting here trading and we're booking guests for you. So right there, we have Mike Edwards coming. I've been going back and forth with him. He's coming on Tuesday. So we're going to come back from vacay on Monday. We'll chill out with Big Mike from True Trading Group. Shout out to him coming back. And again, we apologize for those technical difficulties, but he's coming back. So shout out to you. Ayo, Mike. We'll deal with that on Tuesday. But hey, he was good luck for me. Mike came on and we were trading NVIDIA and we were punching long and boom goes the dynamite. Congratulations to every single person today that's been on that NVIDIA train with me. It was a good one here this afternoon. We only traded it once and there we go, the numbers and the proof there in that pudding. As you can see, the NASDAQ and starting to go back up to the upside. P&L number 1 today will be NVIDIA, just because this didn't really go. P&L number 2 will be the triple Qs. So the NASDAQ, the futures, again, a big day for that here on the show. So we've been really hitting it. I think the TQQs is the number 1 P&L name for me this month. Easily. So that's going to be a good one right there. We'll continue to trade the futures for everybody because I know that's what you like. So only 15 seconds or whatever time left now.
Don't hurt yourself.
Before we ring that bell.
Yeah, let's get this one started. There was a question about Airbnb. All I can say is good hold off the 200-period moving average is my answer to that one for you guys in the chat. But ring it in 2 and 1, Adara.
She did it.
There you go. Shout out to everyone. Hope everyone had a fantastic day and week. Just a late reminder, obviously, it is Memorial Day.
Yes,
we are here every single day that the markets are open. That's the U.S. markets, I should say. Correction. The U.S. markets are open. We're always going to be here, but do not try to tune into the show on Monday because there will not be a show on Monday due to the Memorial long weekend. Obviously, wish everybody in the Trader TV family and all of your families, happy Memorial Day. Have a fantastic weekend. Try to remember what it's all about at the end of the day. I mean, everyone do you, but I think we all understand the importance of remembering this weekend and the celebration that you're going to have because of it. So everyone enjoy it. Hopefully we're going to have some good weather for you. It was a good recovery day in the market, no questions asked, because it was nasty yesterday. Everything was down, everything was weak, and today was pretty much the exact opposite. You had a lot of strength in the market, which is always good to see. You can make money going in both directions, but it's a heck of a lot more fun when your personal account looks pretty good as well. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Doing a great job all weekend. We filmed some fun things that you guys will probably see during the weekend as well. Shout out to Sharif and an early happy birthday to him. He's going to be celebrating his 50th birthday. No, it's not. I'm not going to say which one it is. He's going to be celebrating his birthday in a couple of days. So happy birthday to Sharif. Great job on Learn to Trade with Adara every single day. And just want to give a big shout out as well to Mike, of course, our guest in the afternoon, who is going to be on the aftermarket show next week. And then a big shout out to Michael Noss, our guest this morning. Great interview between him and Brendan. I think that's always fantastic. But you know what time it is, everybody. Are we locked and loaded, ready to go? Do I get that nod? Are we still talking about? We're good to go. So it ain't over yet. There's still a little something we got, which is the aftermarket show. I've heard a little birdie told me that there's going to be a nice little Q&A between Sean and Adara. The birdie was Sean next to me that told me that. So let's get on over to the desk. We've got Sean. We've got Adara. We've got the market recap right now.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you,
Good.
Sean?
Good to see you again. Hey, I mean,
to see you.
yeah, we're here, so we're always in a good mood when we're here. Yeah, I'm just getting everything locked and loaded. What a good day it was again today. I mean, this NASDAQ seems to be pretty darn resilient here. And we'll go over the sector recap and all that. We will have a Q&A shout out today to, I'm not going to say shout out anymore. I don't know why. I feel like that's the most popular thing on the show that we say. Like
I do it a lot. I feel like I owe.
Yeah, because we see people in the chat. So anyways, big look out to the NASDAQ today as it's up here 1% and still like look at this on the daily, trying to take out these levels, of course. And let's see where NVIDIA, look at this, look at that on NVIDIA on that daily chart. What a sweet mover that is.
Oh, yeah.
If we can call up here on the daily chart, let me just call this a 1 minute just to see where we did close on NVIDIA. Yeah, look at that. We had this bid right here. We were long in the after hours right down there at 1060. It continues to work. Nice move back there to the upside. Get your questions in for Adara. You don't worry about me. Get your questions in there for Adara or for us. Anything you want to ask us about literally anything, and we will be here helping you get those answers very soon. I'm just loading up the chat right now because I kind of ran over here. I wanted to see what my position was there in the TQs at the end of the day, and we were able to get a little bump up there at the end. So a big shout out to everybody. A big thank you to Mike Edwards for joining us on the main show. And then what a week of earnings it was. I mean, we talked about maybe not so many huge names out, but the big one was NVIDIA, and it really cascaded to be a very exciting Wednesday live when that came out. Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday was earnings, right? Like that's what we're talking about. Thursday was earnings and then back into today. What a difference a day makes for NVIDIA today as it does take out day's high up to 1065 and continuously moving up. There was one red sector today. Shout out, I said it again, to UNG, which ends near the end of the day there, near those bottoms. But what a run Nat Gas had right there, up to $21, $22, huge mover, up to that upside. I mean, Adara, we were talking about this down here at 14 and 15, and you may remember we had Michael Noss, they were calling this name the Widowmaker, and whether or not it was worth it. But if you look at a weekly chart here, I'm just gonna say to people, you're now getting that sort of pullback down off the 50 period right here on the weekly. And I just wanna, we had brought this to your attention many times. If we zoom this in a little bit, look at the 50 period here on the weekly. Held, did not, broke, but at the end of the day was a good target for you. There's the 50 period again on a rally back, and there's the 50 period one more time. So UNG pulling back off that, zoom that into a daily chart. You know, it's going to provide an opportunity again, but I would definitely let this thing settle back down into the 50, let it come back. You do see a nice little upslope there, which is nice to see in UNG. So any stories that caught your eye here? What do you want to talk about early? Anything?
For this market this week? Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many things happening this week. I think one that I want to really talk about that, you know, spoilers for the week ahead, this might get mentioned, but Dell got a beautiful like little push up on the NVIDIA earnings yesterday, and it had its own catalyst with Ericsson partnership yesterday. Today, it did end up petering out a little bit with these lower highs, lower lows, still up about 4.69% on the day here. And I mean, look at this daily chart. This is gorgeous. So I think for me, one story from this week that I think could carry on to next week is what Dell does. I think that's one I want to watch out for next week for earnings. In terms of other stories this week,
Dell's been so hot.
Dell's been so hot. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a crazy look. And I think that's one that I'll really have to see, much like NVIDIA, where we wanted to see where we could go from here. I think Dell could be a similar story, albeit on a smaller scale, because it's not that $1,000 name, but it has had a great run. With that in mind, Abercrombie & Fitch, another one with a crazy run up, also reporting next week. But in terms of things I like this week, I mean, I think there are just a lot of really, PDD was probably, that was the earnings play I know I did the most. But yeah, here's Abercrombie and Fitch. Great look here heading into earnings. PDD though, that was so fun. PDD kept giving you a couple different levels. So there was that 162, 158, 154 that you kind of had those, you were able to hit those. I was talking to some of the guys in the back as well. They were saying they were also looking at those levels. And that was one earnings play in that Chinese ADR space that I think was fun, that gave you a lot of room to play with. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exciting
good,
week.
great, yeah, great little review there. We did see Alibaba and all that sort of pull back a little bit and then get a little bit of a bump today. So some of those Chinese names definitely on watch. Let's just go over some of the names that moved around today. Then we'll go over a trade review at the end of the day there on NVIDIA. So that's a good call there. Thanks for putting that on the chat there, on the sheet, on the rundown. All right, this market was incredibly strong on Friday, making up for some of Thursday's weakness heading into the weekend. So that's always great when that happens, Adara, when you get a lot of these big names heading into the weekend, starting by a nice, stronger than expected final Michigan consumer sentiment print, 69 for 67. So that was really good. And they fell down earlier this month on negative note there. NVIDIA, one of the biggest names today, up 2.57% as they get some upgrades. There's some chip news there from China. Continuing strength there. The health sector was again a negative, little negative today. Johnson & Johnson, where we're into here, down 1.82%. J&J on, again, unfortunately, I own this name, lawsuit, right? Not great there. They have that talc powder, things like that, so not going good. Cancer obviously continues to be a problem there for J&J. They're going to get that all settled, and when it does, then I do think that there is a clear path there for J&J. We can discuss that chart in a minute as well. Next week, though, we do have a big week for earnings, although a little short. Well, as you mentioned, Dell, everyone's favorite retail, maybe not, Costco coming through, and then one that I like, that the stock hasn't been performing that well, but you wouldn't be able to tell that based on my purchases. Foot Locker right now trying to hold out at $20. This is a really interesting name, Adara, because A, we've seen some weakness in retail, but some retail's been okay.
Yeah.
Walmart upside, Target downside, Under Armour downside, Nike not great, Lulu not great. I kind of put, and we actually saw, I never know to say, you know, people in the US is Adidas, but it's German company, so maybe it's Adidas.
I thought it was Adidas.
Right, North American. Yeah, it's okay, Adara.
Also, sorry, speaking of
what do they
retailers,
say in Winnipeg?
GME's
Adidas,
flying.
right? They say
Yeah, we say Adidas. GME's up here though. They did have this completing an at-the-market equity offering
After
program.
hours?
Thank you guys for pointing this up. Pointing this out. It's up into heading into these 21 areas. So 21 can do something for GME this afternoon. But yeah, nice look. Thank you guys for pointing that one out. Just to look at that. Sorry to cut you off there.
No,
yeah, we
cut
do
me off,
say
please.
Adidas in Winnipeg.
Yeah, no, cut me off immediately every single time. All right, let's just flip this over, go back over to a 1 minute chart just to check out what exactly that move is on GME. So yeah, great little look there. GameStop completes an at-the-market equity. So at the market's great. Equity offering, selling 45 million shares. So at the market, so that's good. So there's nothing wrong with that. They don't have to price it down here. So there it goes, nice move upside, showing demand for GameStop equity. So that's a good sign there, Adara. Thanks for that note. Nice move upside right there. What does that mean for AMC? Apparently nothing. AMC right now still that $5 marker. The difference about AMC and GME, actually right now with GME being back where it is, it's actually looking a lot like AMC because we do have, get rid of this for a second, we do have some support here, I feel like, on AMC in and around 440, something like that, Adara. So if we can hover around there, you know what this is setting up for? Another run. I feel like, let's wait to see. I feel like there is another squeeze coming here. So I don't have anything to write down right now, which is fine, I don't need to. But on Monday, I want to make sure on Tuesday, I might just come in on Monday.
Just like pretend to trade.
Yeah, I'm going to trade some Canadian banks.
Oh, TD.
TD, I'll short that thing. All right, right here, 20. The thing about, I used to come in on Canadian holidays, actually, on US holidays, trade Canada. But the thing is, Canadian markets volume is pretty dead to begin with, let alone imagine when the US market's not trading.
So it's just less traders.
Much less liquidity and many less traders, less volume. You know what you can actually trade on Monday, you could trade the European markets because they're going to be pretty hot too. So you can watch out for those coming through. So watch out. They have Volkswagen over there, Stellantis, many names that are very similar to how we trade over here. You can go ahead and trade some of those European names. Shout out to my friends over there at Finico Bank. So we'll talk about that a little bit. But there's GameStop. So anyways, that's the daily chart. Looking on the 1 minute, still holding out. Forget about all these moves down. Those didn't happen. Still holding $21 right now. NVIDIA, another look quickly in the aftermarket, up to $1,067. Still gonna keep forgetting about that. Like, the thing is, we only have to wait till June 10th, and then this thing goes down to 100.
And then I can trade it again, so I'm
Exactly.
excited. Yeah.
Wait a second. What are they gonna do to NVDL then? They're gonna have to figure that out. They're not gonna go 10 to 1 on that, I wouldn't imagine.
I don't know.
Another name that has split love in it. Oh, this already did split, right? Salesforce. So this name, it's going to look different on our charts now, but this name announced split, and then now it's downside. This name could be bought as well. That's Salesforce. What am I doing?
You mean CMG?
I'm like, CMG didn't split already. There it is, CMG. What did I type in?
You said
CRM.
CRM, but they
We had
report
just
next
talked
week,
about
so that's why you
Salesforce.
thought that.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
I'm like, what is Chipotle doing at $270? Okay, so let's talk about this real quick because it's actually good that it hasn't happened yet. So they announced the split right here. They break above 3,000. They get that split love 1 day, 2 days, and it was on earnings. So exact same as NVIDIA. They start to create some highs. And now remember, if the catalyst is a split, that's not something that you should be going long on too far after that announcement because it sort of takes it away from the sales there, like the win from the sales. It's going to split down 10. This one, is it 10 to, no, 30 to 1, I believe, on CMG. So that drop down does not affect, because it's a $3,000 stock. So they're going to bring this down to $100. And the thing is that it's not going to affect the valuation of the stock.
50 to 1.
50 to 1. So even more than that. Okay, good job there, Dara. Thanks for getting that. So I feel like CMG right now is vulnerable for a move back into this area. So watch out for that. Does it say the date? It's coming up, right? It was a long
It's after NVIDIA's. It's late June. I'll get you guys the exact date.
Anyways, that's going to be another stock there. We did have Walmart as well. Again, that split brought it down from 180 down to 60, and then eventually you get the break. But look, it didn't break until earnings. So just be careful about some of that split news. And I was always wondering about this. Why did NVIDIA bring this now? They could have split it last quarter, the quarter before, or any other quarter. They choose now to do that. So I don't know if there's some sort of conspiracy theory there. Obviously, it's continuing to go upside, but it just does give that extra little push to the long. So remember, Jensen is now like, I think he's worth like $100 billion.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe even more than that.
He's
So
a pretty
you have
penny.
to look out at some point for insider selling, although I don't think that guy's going to be selling very many shares at all because it's just one of those things, see it to fruition. Congratulations, anybody. Oh, yeah, and today, good note there, last day of T+2 settlement. I don't know what that means, though. So we go to T+1 now. So your trades, what that means is trades plus 2 days. So the minute that you settle your account, so if you're trading NVIDIA and you flatten your position today, funds will not show up into your account for 2 days.
Oh, okay.
So they have to clear.
Okay,
So that changes. So there was not much market movement when we went T3 to T2. So I don't expect much movement here, T2 to T1. It definitely doesn't affect anything in our business. Probably not much of yours either. But just look out for that. Could add actually more liquidity in the market than not. I'm surprised XBI down. Did we have a down day in Moderna today, possibly? No, up day in Moderna. So XBI, the biotech, we'll have to find out what's creating that.
J&J.
Yeah, but J&J is not a huge buy. I don't know what the holding in it. Maybe that is what it is. But again, down 0.5%. I still like XBI as a possible play there. So, all right. What else? Any other interesting sectors today? Oil finally catching a little bit of a break, trying to bounce off the 200 period moving average. So look at USO coming through there. I choose to trade XLE instead. The energy sector fund. So for me, that's a better energy play for me, but that is really starting to pull down as well. I've been getting some out up here. I don't really want to wait for this, but $88, could be another buy zone there for that. Just looking, spiders continues its high. Nothing's at the 52-week high anymore or all-time highs, but we're still right there on all of these plays. So I want to thank everybody for joining us again here. GameStop raised. Yeah, we already had that story. So again, because it was at the market, I feel like that's a great little spot. Jeez. Adara.
21 did something for GME.
Yeah, and it's now 22 is doing something for GME right now, up to 22, 22.40. We are really starting to go.
Oh
and again, the news is that they hit an at-the-market equity program that was fully funded and supported. So GameStop right there, got it good. Nice move to the upside there. It's nice to see that they're supporting the equity of this. It's not just like apes heading in there, buying up options, creating the squeeze to the upside. We now have an actual position being taken here in GameStop. Now, I don't know who bought them, but it's a nice move to the upside. And I already said even before this, we were talking about potential squeeze number 2 coming through, and I was basing that just on this. AMC fell back in from a dramatic top, fell right back into $5, and now seems to be holding this 450 area, which I like. So when that's going to happen, it just takes one more positive talk, and there goes GameStop. But again, a short float of only 21%. What is GameStop's? Maybe 24. Everything can't be 21, Adara. Like, I know that's like...
I thought it was 21. I legitimately did think it was 21. I'm sorry.
GameStop moving. I mean, that's all that matters. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here. Yeah, 24, 21, same difference. All right, let's go, man. $23 is a key level, people are saying. Yeah, and I agree with that. Look at this on the daily chart. Just come over here quickly, Fabian, and then we'll get off and we'll go and talk about some questions. But that's that level. You're right. Who was that in the chat? Right here. Shout out to people that are in the chat with us right now. Yeah, Lee Wags, Delonte, everyone's there. Oh, Daryl. Hey, shout out my guy Daryl there. Big trader, Daryl. Definitely looking at some of these plays. So there it is right here. There's GameStop. That's 23. That was May 20th. We hit $23 there on GME. So let's see what winds up happening right there on that equity little bump there. All right, there are some questions filing in here. So thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. And now we'll do Trader Talk. This is Trader Talk with Adara and Sean. So, all right, let's go here and figure this out. This show, by the way, will not be any longer than 4:30, Adara.
Okay.
So get ready to fade to black, Fabian, no matter what's happening, because I got to get my you-know-what. You know what? It's only like 7 kilometers from here I have to go. It's
Really?
like that's like a bike ride.
It is.
You know how long that takes?
In
Try to get
Toronto?
across the city, basically. So I got to go from here to Hyde Park. This is going to probably take, yesterday it was like 50 minutes, 50.
I would have guessed 30 max. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to take. Let's see, maybe less people working today. Let's see if we get a little bit better. Okay, here we go. The first question, I'll take it, and we'll figure this out. Yeah, you can do that, sure. All right, so we're going to stay on my screen as we start dropping off some of these questions. All right, how are you guys doing averaging when the market is going against you? So here we go. So I'll just drop this. We got to stay on this screen for a minute because Fabian's going to be busy just figuring something out over there. So this comes from, Raghavendra Rao. Raghavendra. That's pretty good. Good name there. I like that name. How are you guys doing averaging when the market... How you guys are doing averaging when market is going against you? Okay, so I mean we could talk about that just real quickly. So I think a good example here would be, oh, my software didn't even load over here. Okay, so we'll get that going in a second. I thought it did, my bad. Let's look at NVIDIA and the trade of the day that we were gonna do anyways off the trade review.
Nice.
So we'll go to next topic. There we go. Okay, perfect, that worked. Hey, that worked.
That works.
Good.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
All right, so let's go over to the 1 minute chart. Let's talk about averaging in real quick. So this NVIDIA trade, we bought this NVIDIA trade against this move right there. That bottom of 1057 or so, we were buying it. Nope, sorry, that's the wrong, it was right into here. It was this move of 1050. So you see this high right there? That's the level that when we broke it, it ramped, okay? So we were using this level here of 1050. Not only is it a very key level psychologically, but it's also one that we've held. So when you're trying to average in a trade that goes against you, we bought this dip right here, Adara, because it was the bottom right there. okay? So now, if I'm gonna average in, I have to average in against something. So this average level right there of 1050 would have been the next fill, and then we're underneath, or we're above in this situation, a 200 period moving average. So for me, if you're gonna average into something, you have to have an out, and two parts there. Find something that's at support or resistance that you can average back into that makes sense, that you've seen hold before, and then as your big time out, for me, the 200 period moving average, even on the 1 minute chart, and as you can see, it held it here. So if we broke up here, then that would have been my out. So again, have an out. I hope that helps answer your question. I think it's very important that we all have outs when we average in.
Oh, yeah.
But how do you average in against a volatile market? Wait for past support and resistance levels to hit. Make them those your levels. Be very, very patient, especially in a market that rips around like that. Okay. All right. What would you recommend here? I'm going to ask this to Adara because I have so many thoughts on this, and I've asked this about 1,000 times, and I've answered it many, many times.
Cool.
So, Adara, now that you've been trading for a while, we're going to find out from Kendall Lopez. So Kendall Lopez is here. Adara, she or he, I guess, is 19 years old. What would you recommend to perfect in order to become a successful prop trader on a floor?
So I want to say I'm very new to trading. I initially wasn't even going to be trading at all, and I fell into it. But I want to say, as someone who I feel like I had I feel like I had a turning point this week in terms of realizing what I need to do. So in terms of, to answer your question, what I would like to kind of say here is that I think you really need to work on realizing you are going to take losses, but A, can you minimize those losses? B, are you taking trades that you like in the beginning? Are you taking trades for the right reasons for you? And C, are you able to then also make winners on trades that you really, really like? So yesterday I had my best day since going live, and it was just from taking trades that I really liked, that I thought made sense. And even today, I had another good day, but I undid a lot of my wins because I kept taking really trades on AMD. So it's about minimizing those bad trades, maximizing the trades that work. And I think once you kind of figure that out and you're trading with a purpose and with, a fire under you and a fire in your belly, I think that really helps. That's what I realized on Wednesday.
Yep.
And I hope that answers your question.
There was actually a part 2 of the question from Kendall Lopez, and she asked, what do you recommend? I'm not going to put, well, I can put it in here, why not? What do we recommend for traders on prop floors? So maybe what are some traits? And I know you just mentioned it as well, but it's the same question. I just think patience. You got to have that killer instinct.
Oh, yeah.
I think that those are two very, very important things. There. Okay. You have any questions for me? I'm just reading through some of these. Okay, go ahead.
I've kind of a fun one. Okay. So, Jensen Huang did found NVIDIA in a Denny's. If you had to found a company in any restaurant chain, what would you pick? I know this is a really weird question, but I think it's fun for a Friday.
Man.
Who would have thought NVIDIA came from a Denny's,
Yeah, so he's sitting down, he's chilling out with people. So I think any sort of a great idea that I would have would probably come from having some sort of a beer in front of me as well. So just chilling out. So I think it has to serve something.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Denny's has alcohol or not there. But any restaurant chain?
Or restaurant period, whatever. I'm curious, where you think ideas would flow. I know it's a weird question, but.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say just any kind of random, I was trying to think of a chain now, because that was the question. So if I could sit somewhere and chill out and just relax, it would have to be on a patio somewhere.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just go with Wingstop.
I like that.
Yeah, because we had wings here. We had a lot of good vibes. We had, you burned your mouth apparently on those habanero ones. But no, I think, hanging out. So what I get from that question is, and I think it's a great one, it's a fun one on a day like today, I think you have to be in a comfortable zone. And I think that's probably what they were at Denny's, right? They're probably just chilling out, thinking about it. I don't know the full story, but I would say, yeah, Wingstop. Good food, good TV, right? Yeah. Probably some sports on, so I'd be feeling it. I'd be in the zone with a nice cold pint. Pint in a patio would be really nice. So that would be me for sure. So, all right. A good question from Monty G, I feel like right here. When should you give up on trading? So shout out to Monty G there. I don't know I know this is probably a serious question because a lot of us have these doubts. I know that there's a lot of traders around here that often have those doubts, and I think it's going to be, again, a very similar question and an answer, but if you're not passionate about something, then you have to give it up.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? like Adara, if you weren't really feeling trading or getting excited, like I see you get like, ooh, like you get excited in your chair and you have all these fun things that you do. And I think that's showing that like you see something and you're excited about it, right? Like that's the passion that you need to have. And I think if you don't have it, that's fine. It can come and you could develop it with trading. Like you definitely didn't think you'd be a trader a year ago.
Never thought I would, and I love it.
You didn't know what a
so
level
much.
2 was or anything like that, right? So to me, yeah, Wingstop with a GameStop next door. Yeah, what's up, the boring man? Yeah, I like to do that. But yeah, no, exactly. We'll play something. Oh, my son is super excited for GTA 6. I don't know if I'm going to let him play it.
I was gonna say, is he not maybe a bit young?
Yeah, he'll probably be 13 or 14 by the time it comes. There will be, me too. I think I was playing Vice City maybe, like not at that age because I'm old, but definitely something like that. I remember playing Leisure Suit Larry. You know nothing. That was a dangerous game, and I was definitely young on that one. But no, so I would just say honestly, try, like keep trying. Don't ever just give up on something because maybe the success isn't there. But if you start to get frustrated, take a couple steps back, and at some point you got to decide, hey, is this worth all the sort of brain power? And we only have so much that we can think about. And honestly, trading is extremely stressful. I think you want to give it a go. You want to follow some of the things that we talk about. But at some point, it is worth hanging it up. And I just think once you feel so frustrated, it could be worth, honestly, Monty, just to take even a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month off, see if you miss it. And then if you do, come back.
I like that.
The water's always somewhat warm.
Yeah, it's always lukewarm.
You know,
there's
always,
like sharks, but
there's
it's always
something. And I feel like honestly, like I talk about trying to come in here on Monday. Like I love being in here. So I think that's what you have to have. And if you're passionate about something, you can be. Yeah, I know we're not doing it though, Fabian. Don't worry. Did you just hit fail on that? Okay. All right. So. Another thing, do you think RSI is useful? This is a good question from Darkest Dens. How do we use RSI, and do we think that maybe it is? I'm going in 3 minutes. You guys can pretty stop putting your questions in there. I do apologize. I wish we could do this for longer.
Yeah, it's
and
fun.
maybe we should at some point. Hey, we have a podcast room that we could do at some point. All right, so RSI. So the only thing about RSI is, I mean, I have it down here as well. I don't really use it on a day trading at all. What I like to use RSI for is maybe to try to catch positions that I want to invest in. So like, if you're just looking at NVIDIA, pretend you don't see anything up here at all. You don't see the chart. But see, these RSI, like it's been holding this 30 RSI level. So if you just go back, pretend like you're not even looking at a chart. So if you bought every time it was around 30, then your first buy would roughly be at $113 there on NVIDIA. If you bought again, the next time it dipped into that area, you would have bought basically the same price again, 146. There's an RSI dip right there, 410. There's an RSI dip right there. And again, RSI is dipping when the stock is going down. So the idea here behind an RSI opportunity was, to answer your question, I can't even remember, it was Darkest Dens. I use RSI to buy names that I like. Like if you look at an RSI and a name that just continues to fall, maybe like a Peloton or something like that, you can't just buy RSI dip buys on like, okay, there it is, dip. Come to the chart one more time. Here's Peloton down here at the 30 level. Well, you can't just buy it every time it comes into here because then you're buying it again. Like it's always going to hit those levels. You have to like the name, which is why I use something like NVIDIA.
That makes sense.
So instead of trading off price, you could trade off RSI levels as well. So that's something there real quick. All right, one more question, and then we could talk maybe about that killer instinct that everyone wants to know about. Adara, one more. It's in 429. I got to get out of here.
Oh, wow. Oh, one more for you. Yeah.
You have one more or no?
Yes, I do. Okay, so
you have the good questions here.
I'm just making some up here. So I don't remember if I asked you this one before. If you could coach any sport at any level, which one would you choose?
Yeah, I mean, the one I'm doing is baseball. So yeah, that would be that. And I like coaching the little kids, which I'm doing.
That's fine, yeah.
And it's not even something that because my own kids are doing it. You know, there are coaches in our league that hang around because they have that passion. Their kids graduate out, and then all of a sudden it's see you later.
They care about it, yeah.
And you got to get rid of them. So you got to get rid of the kids, but you stay still as a coach. But is there a favorite sport of yours? We've never asked you.
Oh, okay. I love CFL. I grew
Right.
up with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and I went to games as a kid. I also really like, I know Neil was a track and field runner in high school. I was not at that level, but I did also run track, and I did a competitive race walking. So I like track and race walking as well.
There you go, there you go. And then you know what I was teaching for a while until my daughter made a little higher levels in hockey, curling.
Really?
Yeah, so people don't know that. I mean,
Okay,
people that
curling's
watch
cool.
it don't know that. Yeah, so I was doing curling at High Park Curling Club for a couple of years there because I used to curl back as a kid because my grandparents curled. So we got involved. All right, it's 4:30. Look, I mean, people want to ask questions about what it takes to become like that killer and everything like that. I honestly think it has to be within you, right? We talked about, you know, some of the greatest athletes that have ever lived. You know, they were really performing higher levels all the way up, and then think that the instinct just comes from performing at this level, then that level, then that level, then just wanting more and wanting more and wanting more. You have to have that as a trader. You will take hits, and we say this all the time. It's like fortune favors the bold, and if you're not going to sit in there and you don't believe in what you're trading, then you're not going to have. It's like when my guys get up there, girls. That's what's tonight. It's going to be fun. I'm going to be having like 29 and 10-year-old girls running around all trying to make this rep team, and I have to decide who. But yeah, my daughter's got a position on it, obviously. But anyways, I told them all, I said, you're not going to hit the ball if you don't go up there looking for a hit.
Yeah, you have to put yourself in the mindset that you're going to get the trade.
Like imagine you're a receiver in your example there for football, and you say, you know what, I don't really want the ball thrown at me because I'm not sure I'm going to catch it.
Why are you there? Yeah, like what?
But I turn around and I look around at the trading floor and I say the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Why are you here if you're not taking that trade?
I agree, and that's a huge thing I want to say. Like, I know you were saying you've learned a lot from being in the Market Recap Show. I've learned so much from being in the Market Recap Show and listening to you, and I really want to thank you because I feel like since going live and being here, basically I think this aligned with when I went live, when I started here, and I just think with regards to conviction, I've learned so much from sitting at this
Good.
desk. So
well, I
thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you, Dara. That's very
mean it.
kind of you to say that. So, all right, yeah. Drink that vodka, and no, just water. Not yet, Dara. Not yet. You're still here. All right, hey, everyone, have a happy Memorial Day weekend. So that's all that matters. Be safe. Be with the ones that you love, because you know what? No matter what, we're back on Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
So the market's not going to change, but make sure you do enjoy whatever you are doing this weekend. So, any plans?
I'm going out tonight, although I am a little bit tired from Firegate, which I mentioned on the midday show.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go out tonight,
Good.
and then I think I might rest for the rest of the weekend. What about you?
Yeah, so actually, we do have a few things planned. So yeah, we're gonna head out. We're gonna hang out with some friends, possibly tonight after this tryout. Chill out a little bit on Saturday, and then some family events on Sunday. So yeah, we're really excited. And again, but there are a whole bunch of things happening in between. So we're excited for that. It's the kids, right? My guy is golf tonight. Like I'm off
Your
to
kids
one
are
thing.
so busy.
Yeah, like I'm off to baseball with my daughter, and my wife's got to drop my son off at golf. And then I'm planning on going to a simulator. So there's these indoor simulators if it's raining.
Okay.
Yeah, because it might rain on Saturday, which is kind of our day that we have nothing planned. I'm going to go to an indoor golf simulator with him.
That. Okay.
Yeah, those are a heck of a lot of fun. That's actually a great date idea as well for many of you that may be dating out there. Or date your wife or your husband, take him there.
Yeah, just go out. Yeah.
All right, it's Happy Memorial Day weekend. See you, everybody. I'm out of here. That's Adara. I'm Sean. See ya. That's Fabian.
Yeah.
Bye.